there really no limit? Ooh, yeah, get it. Know that I get it. Do you know that I get it? Load the bit, pay, yeah, spend it. You know the private key is authentic? Know that I get it. Do you know that I get it? Load the bit, pay, yeah, spend it. You know the private key is authentic?
Y'all thought crypto was a fame.
We ain't going nowhere.
We the OG Ledger Gang.
Ledger gang, ledger gang, ledger gang.
We stay rockin' in the chain.
Blockchain,
Auto crypto be the main.
BTFD.
Man, crypto's a bubble. When it pops, you in trouble. What you gonna do when the government kick in the door and start taking it from you?
Man, crypto ain't a bubble, please. Tell me how they gonna get my private keys. The government can't keep an eye on me. I mean, you act like you don't want privacy.
Yeah, but what's a Bitcoin really? I mean, it seems so silly. So what you trying to tell me is banks are about to fall flat on their belly?
Yup, that's what I'm trying to explain. This is peer-to-peer, global exchange. In this world, banks ain't running the game. Border to border, blockchain, blockchain.
Tell me what you know about the blockchain. Gas limit set, low octane. Taking out the banks, we are not playing. Bitcoin and fiat, we are not the same.
Y'all thought crypto was a fame.
We ain't going nowhere.
We the OG Ledger Gang.
Ledger gang, ledger gang, ledger gang.
We stay rockin' in the chain.
Blockchain,
Auto crypto be the main.
BTFD.
Y'all thought crypto was a fame.
We ain't going nowhere.
We the OG Ledger Gang.
Ledger gang, ledger gang, ledger gang.
We stay rockin' in the chain.
Blockchain,
Auto crypto be the main.
BTFD.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Bonjour, mes amis. I am Jean-Paul Pierre, and I have another crypto vocabulary lesson for you, Brought to you by Reimagine 2021. NFT. In simple terms, a non-fungible token, aka NFT, is an exclusive digital asset. Accordingly, no non-fungible token is the same. Non-fungible tokens contain identifying information recorded in their smart contracts. It's this information that makes each NFT different, and as such, they cannot be directly replaced by another token. They cannot be swapped for like, as no two are alike. An NFT is like the Mona Lisa by Leonardo da Vinci, yeah? It is unique, and that is what makes it valuable. There is no other painting like that in the entire world. Well, similarly, each NFT stores some form of metadata that makes it a unique entry on the blockchain. That said, even the NFTs on similar blockchains are not interchangeable. They're one of a kind, eh? A masterpiece.
Hey everyone, good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are in the world right now. My name is Tyler Olson. I am the creative director here at Reimagine, also sometimes your host, and you're tuned in to another Reimagine 2021 virtual event. And this one is version 8, where we're talking all about NFTs. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar, we at Reimagine are a team of people who believe that blockchain technology and cryptocurrencies in general are an important part of our future, not just because of the ways that they are innovating the financial sector, but also because of the ways that that financial innovation crosses paths with innovation of the internet itself and all the myriad ways that we integrate it into our lives, right? Socially, privately, communicatively, creatively, etc. And because we care that you all come along for that ride into the future, we strive to keep the conversation alive and keep you informed, both at the high level and in detail. Now, as I mentioned, this time we're talking about NFTs and how artists are once again leading the way and disrupting the system and bringing much needed public attention to this space. Now, joining me today to talk about music, art, the revolution of NFTs and blockchain tech is a very special guest who I'm super excited to chat with, the one and only Don Diablo, the man who's been referred to as, quote, the future house's founding father. Now, not only is Don the top guy in the world of electronic dance music, but he sort of ventures into a bunch of different avenues. He's hacked the world of fashion, right? If you're not that familiar with his music, then it's very likely you've seen some of his logo, his brand, Hexagon. He has, I think, I remember hearing that you started out in filmmaking, you came up independently, and now he's made his way into the world of NFTs, recently selling the first full-length concert NFT, his Destination Hexagonia, which sold for 600 ETH, which is at the time the equivalent of 1.2 million US dollars, making it the #5 most valuable digital art piece in the world. Don Diablo, thanks for joining me today, man. How are you? Where are you in the world right now?
Thank you for having me. I am in Amsterdam right now, where I've been for, yeah, the greater part of the last year, actually, thanks to
Right
the
on.
pandemic.
Yeah, yeah. What's the time? Like, what's the time over there? Because I know it's bright and early for. Well, not bright and early, but it's bright. What is it for you over there?
For me, it's 11:30, so it's like mid office hours right now.
Right on. Well, yeah. Well, I sort of
11:30 p.m. Just to
Yeah, yeah, got it, got it. It looks kind of sort of ominous and dark back there, man. I love it. And yeah, thanks for taking the time despite the time difference. Now, as I had mentioned, I sort of want to get into in just a bit talking a little bit about your sort of ventures into the NFT space and kind of some of your thoughts there on why you think it's important, and kind of you can give our listeners a chance to hear a little bit about the details of your particular project, because I think it's really interesting, and I have some sort of questions about what you might want to do in the future. But maybe before we get there, could you share a little bit of your background? You know, like, how did you get started, and sort of maybe you can frame it in such a way that it helps us understand how sort of you ended up crossing paths in the world of tech and got where you are.
Very good question here. Well, actually, I started out when I was, I guess, about 13. I bought my first camera, and I was really intrigued by actually like filming things, and then sort of buying some editing gear. Then I bought at the time a blue screen, which would now be known as a green screen, obviously. I got my chroma key set up, and I had basically, when I was 13, I was making small commercials for local companies and basically filming events. And at one of these events, I heard somebody play electronic music. I was like, wow, this is kind of cool. So I found that you could actually, because I always wanted to be in a band, but I grew up in a very small village with not really any friends. So I couldn't be in a band, but I found out you could make music with computers. So I was like, okay, this is very interesting. So I got a computer, and I started working 3 different jobs, from washing dishes to and working in a sauna, to all kinds of crazy stuff, until I had enough money, accumulated lots of studio gear. Then I started throwing events. With those events, started making more money. And I think, yeah, when I was 14, I had my first company, kind of sold it, and then I went full time for music. To where one of my friends sent one of my records to a record label. That's kind of how it started, because I was like, I'm making film, but I started making music for some of the videos that I was filming, and they actually wanted to release the record, so I was kind of shocked. They put it out, did well, and then I ended up getting signed when I was 14 to a record label, mostly what we would call now ghost producing for other people. So writing records for other artists anonymously. Put out some of my own work, and from there on, I basically sort of dove into the world of music. But I've always like been, working like on all kinds of different creative sort of adventures. I've always been involved with the creation of the art for my releases, but also directing, producing my music videos, um, making clothes, as you said. And I guess from there, I just kind of became, um, a little bit of everything. But I guess I was most known for making music. I had a big sort of rise when I was like between 16 and 20, and then I had a giant dip for a few years, and kind of everybody just kind of gave up on me. That was the end of it. And yes, I kind of refused to give up, so I moved to London. Again, I was signed at that time by Columbia Records, um, and I kind of had to start all over again, writing, producing, mostly producing for other artists again, but this time more for pop artists. And then at some point, I just kind of, I was really stuck with myself. Then my mom told me my dad was seriously ill. So I flew back home turned out that my dad only had a few more months to live. And I had this real conversation with him where I was like, I had this realization moment where I thought like, okay, this is the moment where I need to do it. Because I kind of grew up with everything like super avant-garde. I was named after Captain Beefheart, was, always hanging out with Frank Zappa. Everything was like super weird, super avant-garde. And commercial was like kind of a dirty word, right? So anything that would be successful would be kind of a failure. And, that's kind of how I grew up, right? So from that point, I had that conversation with my dad. Turned out I actually completely misinterpreted that whole thing. And then I just kind of made him a promise. I said in the next 6-7 years, I'm going to work 19 hours a day, 7 days a week. I'm going to absolutely give it my all. And I kind of came up with a whole new sound that we now, together with a couple of other guys, created this movement, which is now called Future House, or Future in general, futuristic sounding music. And I guess, at some point, I think a few years in, nothing really happened. And then people like Ed Sheeran, Rihanna, Madonna, Coldplay, all these crazy artists started asking me for remixes. And that's kind of how I expanded my sound into different areas of music, and more people got known to it. And that's kind of when I started climbing from, the bottom to like entering number 82 in the DJ Top 100, climbing to where I'm at today. I'm my third year in the top 10 of the global DJ list. And not that lists really say anything, but it really was something for me that I grew up with, watching my heroes at the time, like Fatboy Slim and Underworlds and all of these super cool artists. But yeah, to be honest, I wasn't really sure like if that was my end goal, if that was it. And then, then the digital revolution came, and now we're here.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's sort of interesting to hear how kind of, like, right, sort of we all aspire those sort of creative types, right? You sort of like aspire to maybe be in a band one day, or sort of, to sort of get in to kind of like the industry in a very particular way, right? Like we had this vision, but sort of you talked about, growing up in a small village, right? Maybe that like wasn't an option, and sort of it was a different landscape, back then, 15, 20 years ago, right? But like you said, that it was the computer that really sort of catalyzed you into kind of the exploration that sort of led you to where you are today. Do you feel like you sort of owe a lot to like the computer and sort of what synthesizers and kind of like the computer interface did for people who had, I guess, like an urge to express themselves musically? And like, do you think that was really important for getting you to this sort of avant-garde kind of sound?
100%. Like I always struggled with my health when I was a kid. There was a sort of a possibility I wouldn't even make it beyond my teens because of very bad heart and bad lungs. So I always kind of had that dream of like living in the future and seeing what the world would become if I wouldn't be there. And I started really kind of diving into these sci-fi films, Space Odyssey 2001. I'm a huge Star Wars fan. That was the only thing that I connected on with my brothers and my father, because, men, they don't really talk amongst each other unless it's about Yoda or Obi-Wan Kenobi or Darth Vader, right? So for me, that became like a whole world in itself, and all the tech and all the futuristic elements to it started, really sort of becoming a part of my life. And then when I found out that you could actually have like a best friend in a computer, right? I really sort of became an obsession to make the most out of the possibilities that you have with a computer, right? It literally allows you to be a one-man band, and it allows you to do everything that you have in your head for the first time. At that time, I still worked with an Atari. I had to really have like master. There were no YouTube tutorials. Really just kind of just messing about. And I think that's why all the early electronic music was so adventurous, because nowadays everything is made a lot easier, right? You have sample packs, you have plugins that already have super fat sounds in it, and a lot of examples of how people make music. So I think a lot of people are like kind of overwhelmed by all of the opportunity and all of the inputs. But back then it was just like, I was just a guy in a small village pressing buttons, nobody to speak to. I was just like, cool. And even when I made a record, I put it out, they pressed it on vinyl, and I was like, you have no idea. Later on, sometimes years later, I found out that, oh, this is a big record in the UK. I had no idea. They had no idea who I was. And I had no idea that people all over the world were, they were dancing to my music. And that really, that actually was a blessing and a curse in a way, because you were kind of dependent on radio, to be seen as successful. But at the same time, it was a blessing, because there wasn't the internet, so there wasn't that pressure of like seeing what other people are doing. You didn't have to like upload social media continuously. You just did it, and you put it out, and then you wait. There was nobody else to react to it. There was like there's just that creativity from between you and your computer, night in, night out, no sleep, just experiment. And I do actually love that period, looking back on it. And the funny thing is, that's basically what happened here with this pandemic, right? We went back. I personally went back into that same state of mind of like when I was a kid. I literally sometimes sat in my house just this last year. I didn't see people for 2, 3 days, didn't speak to anyone. No one's heard my music. No one has an opinion on it. I don't have to play it out live. I'm not playing it to a record label. I'm not sharing it with any fans. I'm not, it's not intended to be in a club or on the radio, right? So you go back to a place where you're at your most creative and without any pressure. And this, I forgot about that, that this is how the world could be as well. And I really embraced this period as something really positive to kind of have like a full reset. Plus, I started working on some really crazy different projects that I was able to do because I wasn't touring anymore.
Yeah, like it's really interesting to see how our sort of the creative impulse really changes when you can unplug and kind of step away from sort of what in a certain context are like your influences, right? Like, how you had mentioned at a certain point in time, kids sort of grew up with all of this exposure to all these other artists with YouTube and sort of the accessibility of music through, streaming and whatnot. But at a certain point, those can start to act as, constraints on you because, right, if you don't take the time to kind of really sit with yourself and kind of sort of be willing to experiment a bit, right? It's kind of like if you get on like a modular synthesizer, right? You don't have the constraints.
Oh, absolutely. Also, like when you had something, you're gonna maximize the use of that to the fullest. Like nowadays, you can just buy something and plug in a couple of $100 or not even, right? Usually people even crack it, like, you just use illegal software and just try it out. You maybe not even buying the license in the end. And that's kind of how the world became, right? It's the same with music. It's become a little bit more throwaway, or any type of digital art became very throwaway, right? People are just posting take someone like Beeple. He's posting something amazing every single day, but because it's there at the tip of your hand, the tip of your fingers, right? It's on Instagram. You're just looking at it and then you move along. But it's an actual piece of art. And I think for music, that was kind of the same story. Like it's so easy for people to just browse through Spotify, click through a bunch of stuff. Whereas back in the days, you really had to buy an album. The album had super dope, artwork, and it was an experience. Once you bought it, you spent so much money on it. You're going to listen to it a lot of times, and you treasure that, that buy that you just did. It's like a piece of you. And I think, that's the one thing that was kind of missing here, because everything became so super accessible. Whether it's like making art, everyone is a photographer, right? With a dope iPhone and a cool filter. Everyone is making music with whatever DAW they found somewhere online, music software, to make music, maybe with some pre-programmed loops, etc., etc. The same goes for anything like digital art, like anything you can imagine. It became sort of more accessible for people to create. Even back in the day, if you want to take a picture, you have to have to photo lab. You have to develop film. Like who actually knows how that works? When I started out making music, it was super complicated to actually. You work with MIDI, and you have to send all these signals, via your computer through all of these machines, and these machines would communicate with each other, and then they would all end up in one giant mixer, and then the mixer would be hooked up to a DAT recorder, and then you would record the DAT, and that would be that one take at that moment in time. And you're like, cool, is this it? Well, maybe tomorrow I'd change it up a little bit. But once you had it, there wasn't any total recall on your mixer, meaning you can only work on one song at the time. So you sometimes spend like 3-4 months on a record just with complete concentration, because you knew you would never be able to go back to that record and change it, which is now obviously completely changed. Even now, sometimes you're still swapping audio on Spotify, right, like a day before the release. So
Yeah.
everything's become completely, in flux. And I think for me, actually, I made the most of this because I've never been an artist that's been on the radio so much as some of my peers, right? I never got that support from sort of the traditional media. But so for me, it's been a curse and a blessing. But I always like to look forward and look at it from a very positive approach.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and like, speaking of like looking forward, right? It sort of like, I feel like, right, because you're kind of talking about the sense in which, like the accessibility of not just music from, or sort of any kind of art from the point of view of the consumer, right? But also sort of like the accessibility of creation from the point of view of like the producers, right? The people who are actually creating these things, like the hyper accessibility in a lot of ways sort of waters down the process, right? And it becomes really throwaway, right? But also it kind of affects the way in which we sort of appreciate music, because in like electronic music is a really good example. I take it that people that are very disconnected from the process of actually producing electronic music, right? They're sort of blind to some aspect of the music that ought to really be appreciated, because they just assume that everything's created off of sort of pre-programmed sample packages or something like that. It's just kind of plug and play, right? And so it's like
Exactly.
the designer sort of falls out of the picture in a lot of ways, and so it actually affects the experience that the consumer has with the music as well.
Oh, absolutely, and that's why I saw the cover for Beatle for Time magazine that they just put out, and it shows like a work in progress, the back end of creating a digital art piece, and there you
Yeah.
can actually see like, wow, instead of showing the actual art piece, it's like showing like the beginning stages of it. You actually realize, wow, this is incredibly complicated, and this is like this isn't like it doesn't just magically appear. I think that's what a lot of people were or are thinking. But
Right.
this goes not just doesn't just go for electronic music or music with computers. To be honest, like most music at this point that we're listening to is electronic music, because most of it is made with computers nowadays. So it's just sort of a sound design choice, that kind of differentiates it. But there isn't really much difference, because the same here. You're playing your instruments. I write lyrics. You write a song, and then then you produce it. You engineer it. You mix it, and there you have a song. It's exactly the same process as any band. The only thing is you have to do it by yourself. Sometimes maybe with one or two extra people, but you don't have a full band where everybody plays the instrument, plus a singer, plus an engineer, plus a producer. You don't have all of that. You have to have all of these different hats on. And in my case, it went a little further, right? It's not just about making a record; it's about creating a world around this record. And I think for me, that's kind of where Hexagon started, right? For me, it was like I always had these imaginary friends in my head. I always had sort of an imaginary parallel universe in my head that I would be living in when I was a kid. Because when you don't have any friends, you become very creative, right? So you come up with all of these creatures. Like even my radio show, it's co-hosted by an imaginary robot boy called Hex, right? But
Yeah.
obviously, it's me, right? But the idea of having a co-host, that I can speak to, and he was always there for me. That's kind of how these things started to develop, and yeah, that started coming back in the music videos, and I think that universe started building itself when I started the Hexagon platform. Fans started calling themselves Hexagonians. They were all like, when are we going to Hexagonia? Then the comic book came and the whole story started developing, and I started to kind of like expand into sort of more writing and creating universe. And then that started developing into more physical art pieces, and from there on it just everything started to get blurry. But then it's like, who really are you, right? Like, because yeah, you do a little bit of everything. It's like almost like a jack of all trades or a master of none. So
Yeah.
now I think it's different, because we're going back to sort of like another like an art renaissance, right, or digital renaissance, if you will, where you're allowed. Actually, you have to be uh, sort of multi um, multifaceted type of artist. Where if you look at the Renaissance, you look at someone like let's say Michelangelo, right? He was a great sculptor, but also a painter. He had many different forms of art that he practiced on the highest level, and that's why I love this space, because it allows you to create art objects that are that consist of as audio, as well as visual, as well as maybe even something tech, and something all of that together would then become an art piece in itself. And all of a sudden, for the first time, we've always regarded people like Van Gogh, Rembrandt. These are the Dutch masters, right, from my country, or any people from the art, from the history of art that we know, we respect and love, that we are in awe of. It feels like we were never able to to get close to that. You had modern art, you had people like Jeff Koons. These were the people that were like the exceptions to the rule, right? And I think now it's becoming more accepted that if you work on something very meticulously, you put your whole heart into it, it's a craft. Like it literally, like you have like almost like this is your paintbrush, only the paintbrush is it's digital, right? Like
Right.
much
The
as every
mouse and keyboard strokes or something. Yeah.
keyboard strokes, or even like for my Genesis piece, I created a hologram cabinet that came with a cartridge. On that cartridge was a physical art piece. It was a hologram of the very first keyboard that I bought as a kid. It was sort of a memory that popped up as a hologram. And then you have a song that played with it, and that whole piece together was then sold to somebody who collects fine art. Like my work all of a sudden wasn't on Spotify. It was on a fine art platform, super rare, and I was amongst people that 99% of these people, actually 100% of these people, create visual art. And then there I was, right? So I was very grateful that they were like they were very acceptive. They were like, what you do we perceive to be art, so we want to welcome you into our into our home. And that really gave me sort of a switch in my mind, like, wow, like, am I now actually sort of valued in a different way? And am I feel like most of your life you go through these phases where you feel trash, right? Like you're never as good as the other guys out there. There's always like there's a whole world of people that are better, more credible, more renowned, whatever. Like it doesn't matter if you climb to the utter top of what you do. There's always someone bigger, better, bolder, more respected. And especially for what we do, like this craft has been, I don't know, it's like it's almost like it's never really been valued in that way. No one really ever actually asked me about, why did you shoot this music video? What's the meaning behind, or what's the meaning behind this lyric, or behind this piece of art? Like they're always like, cool, tell me about the life. And like, much like any other artist out there, I'm just putting my emotions and feelings into a piece of art, right? So and that's the one thing that really blew my mind from what's happening right now, that I'm able to have all of these different disciplines, put it into one piece, and then sell it to someone who's actually never heard of me. You never really listened to my music. He never goes out, but he just looks at the work that I do in itself. It's like a full reset, and goes like, this is super amazing. I want to buy it, and I'll do whatever it takes. And honestly, it goes back to a point where you're like, the thing is, I remember when I started, right? I had this I made a mixtape. I actually found the mixtape the other day. So that mixtape, I went to the local record store. I was like, I have this tape. I spent 3 months working on this tape. Do you think you could sell it? And they was all kind of just gniffling. I don't even know if that's an English word, but just like laughing inside of themselves, smirking. And then they said, cool, okay, little boy, we'll put it on the wall. So every day I walked into that store and I asked them, like, did it sell? Is it gone? Obviously it was still there. Until one day, I think 4 months in, I walked in, and they were like, they had cake. And there was like I was like, whoa, whose birthday is it? They did, no, you actually sold the tape. And my mind exploded, right? The fact that I connected to one human being and one human being was finding pleasure in whatever I created, that to me was the most magical feeling. I had butterflies in my stomach. Then you grow up, right? You grow up and you go like, okay, I have no fans. I have 12 people on my Facebook. You get older, you work hard, you never sleep again. And you come to a point where you have 2 million people on your Instagram, 3 million on your Facebook. It's never enough. There's people pushing you. There's agents, managers, labels, fans, haters, the world, all of these influences. And then you're like, you have these discussions with your record label, like, oh shit, you only have 50 million streams on the last single. What are we going to do? How are we going to save this? And then I'm like, wait, stop, rewind. Only 50 million. There's another 50 million on YouTube. So that's still, with all of the platforms accumulated, that would still be 150 million people who heard my music for that one song that was never on the radio. That's pretty huge. I have 10 million monthly listeners on Spotify without, aiming for commercial success on the radio. So that just brought me back to like how this society is like, you can never have enough likes, you can never have enough follows, you can never have enough plays, you can never have enough streams, you can never have enough anything, because this is the thing, once you start climbing that ladder, it's like a monster, it just keeps eating away. And that's the one thing I realized, like a lot of the guys that I talk to, like fellow musicians or artists, this is why we have all of these crazy anxiety attacks. This is why we have a record amount of suicides even during the pandemic, because there's this imaginary monster living inside of us that just kind of screaming at us the whole time, it's never enough, this is not good enough. And this, what happened right here, and a lot of my fans have sort of like sometimes a little bit of, I guess, difficulty understanding like how amazing this is for me, because you could be playing in front of 50,000 people and still feel incredibly lonely, because it's so hard to make a connection, right? You sometimes feel so distant from the world. And now here you are, one person in the world says, I'm going to value this piece, and we're going to have, this is like almost like going on a journey with someone. So what I did for my first piece, if someone, that person paid, I think that piece was sold for 110 ETH, right? So that's a substantial
Like,
amount
and this is your Genesis piece. This is your first NFT. That's what you're referring to.
Exactly. So that to me, that blew my mind. So I sent him the piece, and then via the post, obviously, and he got the piece, sent me the videos. Like, it was completely broken, in shambles. What happened? They opened it up at customs, and it was they didn't understand the electronics behind it. They tried to put it back, and then they gave it back to him. So he's basically got a piece of junk, which he just paid a substantial, amount of ETH for. So I felt this pain. I was like, everything happens for a reason. He said that to me as well. This was a very wise gentleman. And I actually, I was like, cool, that's it. I'm buying a ticket. I'm flying your way. So this is what I did. I went there with my, the shopping bag with the art piece in it. And, he picked me up from the airport. And from there on, we had these amazing conversations. He took me into his world. He told me his life story, and it really kind of changed my perspective on everything. And again, I kind of went back to that little boy that went into that store and had the idea of like, somebody out there like truly appreciates me, right? And I think now, because of this one connection, I can understand again what those millions of connections actually mean, and what the value is of working really hard and getting a shred of success and gratitude from people for what you're doing.
Right. Yeah. And it's too sort of easy for people that are on the executive side of things, like, labels or sort of the managers of artists, to sort of look at the artist as just serving a business function, right? But as you were trying to sort of tease out of what you're saying is that, we have to remember, right, not to lose sight of the fact that sort of the arts are like something that we, like, for lack of a better way of putting it, we have a spiritual connection with, right? It sort of improves our lives in ways that sort of can't be sort of measured in terms of sheer quantity, right? It's like you have all this pressure.
You're right. Exactly. I think the thing is that people always ask me, like, hey, I want to become a successful artist. What do I do? I said, well, there's no way to become a successful artist. The only reason why I started making music and started creating art, I've always been making art, but I just never sold it, right? This is the first time I'm actually selling my pieces because I feel confident about it. But I never made art to get rich of it, to be successful, or to even to make it a job. I think I was already a professional musician for like almost 15 years. And then someone said to me like understand, this is no longer a hobby. And then I started realizing like, wow, I'm actually, there's all of this opportunity. Maybe I should start taking this seriously. But most people, what they do is they see it as a task. I have to be a successful musician, poet, writer, um, painter, digital
Just
art,
seek fame
whatever.
and riches, right? Yeah.
Exactly. But I've always had jobs on the side to make money. I never wanted to have that pressure of having to make money with my art or with what I create, because that would just create too much pressure for me. And then I think that's kind of in the end what created my success, that I was able to keep that sort of thought process and that sort of initial excitement and enthusiasm, for everything I do, just like when I was that young boy. And I think, some people would say like it's a slightly artistic sort of approach to everything what I do, because I do, yes, I work 19 hours a day, 7 days a week, and I'm very like on every little intricate detail of what I'm doing. But this is, everybody always tells me you work so hard, you're gonna work yourself to death. But like, if I can zone myself out from the pressure and what people expect from me, then I feel like I don't really even have to work. But sometimes it's when all of those, influences from outside come in, it's when it gets really heavy. Like even now, I have like fans that are like very confused, right? They're like, well, the album isn't done and he's doing NFTs now. What's happening? Has he forgotten about us? Like, the album is 1 year late. And I'm like, 3 steps back, because this really hurts me, right? This actually makes me, this actually was today. So I have all these crazy meme pages and fan pages, and they write all these things about me. Usually they're very, heartwarming. But now they feel like they don't understand the NFT space. So they're like, oh, that's it. We've lost Don to, a couple of, wealthy collectors out there. And we're not, he's forgetting about us. But the whole thing is, everybody's talking, in my case, they're talking about my album. And what you don't realize is that I've been putting out a record every month. You're already getting the album. It's already there. I've never made more music in my life. I've never worked any harder in my life. And I'm like, what generation are you guys from? Because basically what you do is you put out a record every month, every 6 weeks. And then, maybe after 10 records, you have an album, you add like 4 or 5 really dope new records, you bundle it, there it is, the album. But I find it a struggle to explain, like, you're in the middle of this process. It's almost like you're waiting to have sex, and like you're already naked. There's you should be experiencing the feel good feelings of, like the whatever it is that you do right before the orgasm. It's not about the orgasm. That's just the end of it all. So I say the album is the end. You really, like, if you can't enjoy the journey, you will never enjoy the destination. But this is the whole thing. Working up to an album is like, it's like life, right? It's the whole climb that I want my fans to be on board with me. And obviously I'm very lucky. I have the best fandom in the world. So these, 99% of them are very supportive. They don't understand it. They're like, but they're like, cool, if this makes Don happy. But you have to understand that this doesn't just make me happy, it makes me feel whole for the first time in my life, right? And it makes me make better music. And also it makes me I'm actually able to financially invest in things that I've lost a lot of money on in the past, to be very honest. Also, what people forget is that I have 20 people on my payroll. It's a company, right? And I wanted to keep paying everyone during this pandemic. And a lot, this is like, if you work in the entertainment industry, you had an incredible beating financially, to kind of keep your head above the water. And I think this is what people are forgetting. So I got an incredible amount of messages from people, like, I think they thought I invented the wheel overnight. I'm like, guys, like, even creating this film took a year. Creating the first piece took a year. The new piece that I'm working on right now, it also took almost a year. And by the time it comes out, actually, it will be a year in the making. These are incredibly big risks that I'm taking. And it's not like, some people come to me now, obviously opportunistically, saying, cool, I like this. You did a DJ set and you sold it for a good amount of money. Right. Let's do this. How did you do it? Can you explain it to us? And now all of a sudden I'm talking to like massive athletes, you know, like top 5 of the world, massive pop stars. They're all kind of leaning into me, like, how do you do it? I'm like, well, the thing is, that's not really what I did. What I did was I created an art piece that I worked on for a year. Then I put it in a box. That box contains a flash drive. On that flash drive is a mystery. The mystery is what I sold, right?
Yeah.
Basically, only one person in the world gets to see it, and sometimes you have to do that. And then you get like maybe people saying like, "Oh, this is why is this elite piece of art? No one's going to see it." Well, I'm like, 3 steps back. I already gave you 12 free live streams during the pandemic for free. You had to pay nothing for it, right? And I think that's what people forget. They expect everything to be free and they lose the value of what art is and the amount of time and effort people put into it. But when they look at they all go to museums, they all look in awe at paintings or at sculptures, and then they don't even actually realize that all around them there are people creating art that has actual value. They just have to make the last switch in their head, in their appreciation towards these things. And I think that is exactly what is happening right now. And that's what makes all of us and my generation and all my peers that I talk to in the NFT space, our heads are blown. We don't sleep anymore. This is like 24/7. We are on because this is a digital renaissance. It's a revolution. And for the first time, we feel like anything is possible. And there's like this like unbridled enthusiasm that I haven't experienced in many, many years.
Yeah. So, do you feel that maybe the kind of shift into the space of NFTs and kind of minting things on a blockchain and just kind of the novelty of that space, do you feel like that's what's been most important for you, kind of shifting back into this like exploratory mode? Is it the fact that it's new and it's really open and kind of it's like removed from that sort of context of pressure from like labels and fans, right? Like losing sight of the fact that you're a human being. Like, is it the kind of like freedom of the novelty of the space that you feel like is really doing all the work for you?
Oh, I think you summed that up perfectly. Yeah, I think that's what it. I mean, this isn't. Don't get me wrong. It isn't new, right? Because we had the crypto kitties, the crypto punks. It's been around for a couple of years, right? And I've been following it. I've even like almost launched my own coin a couple of years ago. I ended up not doing it because people sometimes feel like it's about money, and when I get that. I think when you're an artist, it should never be about money. So in the end, I backed out because I was like, cool, I don't want to be in a position where I could potentially put like someone at risk, or even like maybe my fans would buy coins and then something would happen. I'm not 100% responsible for this because it's just not really my forte, my specialty. So now I've been waiting. I've been observing the space, and then that's why I was able to make these quick moves, right? Where everyone was like, how this is impossible to do. But I think as you say it, it's not really even as much about the actual NFT as the mind state of people that's changing, right? That's the real revolution. I think everybody's staring at like, oh, blockchain, Ethereum, is it like a Bitcoin or what is it? Like they don't get it, right?
Yeah.
And that's cool because the thing is, I didn't get it in the start. At the start, it's very logical to just ask questions. No question is dumb because everybody has to learn this. Like if you're jumping into the space now, into the NFT space, let's be honest, you're still a pioneer. This is still very much in development, and I think that's kind of for me that mind state is what really is coming out of this. The mind state of digital assets actually having value, and also the other thing is like you can get all these crazy collaborations, right? Like I'm talking to people I would never be able to collaborate with if I was the Don Diablo, the electronic musician, right? I'm even talking to some of the biggest pop stars in the world, the biggest creatives in the world, the biggest athletes, also like the biggest film franchises, right? I'm doing an NFT collaboration with Star Wars and Lucasfilm, Disney, which is insane if you think about it, right? But at the same time, I'm talking to museums and basically galleries, auction houses that auction like Van Goghs, right? Like they auction Rembrandt. So because they've seen, okay, Don has done this, he's a new artist in the space, and he's sold 2 pieces at X amount. So that actually now makes me the highest averaging artist in the scene all of a sudden, which everyone was like, "What's happening?" And
Right.
I'm like, "What's happening?"
As if by accident, right?
As if by accident. But I think that's what it is. I think sometimes, whoever is above there sees your hard work. They see that you, like, the greater part of your life you've lived in, in the shadow. You've dedicated your whole life to creating something. You had no idea what the destiny of it was. Then all of a sudden a door opens and you're like, holy shit, this is it. And then when people actually value that, that is like, honestly, I felt like, the last few weeks, for the long first time in a long time, I felt like real shreds, sorry, of 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 happiness. For a long time, I've been searching for this, and it doesn't really have anything to do with success, but more like finding a purpose. Like, why are we here? What am I doing, and how can I bring everything that I have in this insanity that's called life together into one giant ball of creativeness. And I think, I've always been creating things that I never shared with my fans, or the world, because I didn't know how. I had no
Yeah.
idea. I have this, what do I do with it? And here you go, now there it is. And I think it gives you a lot of, it releases a lot of pressure, and it gives you sort of a lot of comfort also. Like, it allows me to, like, I did 200 shows a year, right? Like, it's pretty nuts. I had my gums were bleeding every single day, because I sometimes slept like maybe 6 7 hours in a week, and it just go on and on and on and on and on and on, never stop.
Yeah.
5 6 countries in one week, and then come home, make a radio show, run the record label, do the clothing line, make some designs, make music, do a remix, give a kiss to your mom, go back into the plane. Uh, it honestly is a life that, like, it's like it was a big toll. It is a big toll, and I
Yeah.
think it's not really healthy. And this is why I think even with Tim, with Avicii, what happened to him is like, I feel like we need to take an example of what happened there, because this actually does take a big toll on you. And I think, when it comes to bands or most artists, what they do is they make an album, they work really hard on this album, right? And then they tour with that album for a few months, a year, whatever, 2 years. Then they take a break, right? That's what all pop stars do. That's at least most of them, right?
Yeah.
And that's what all bands do. Anyone in music, you have to take a pause. But that doesn't happen in where I come from. It's just a continuous, every single day, every holiday. You never have a day off. You can, but for some weird reason, you don't take a day off, and I don't know why, but you just kind of get consumed by this feeling of like, I need to keep going. Because the thing is, you were in Barcelona last night, the next day you get a message, why are you never in Barcelona? You're like, oh my god, you missed it. Then while you're reading that, you're flicking through, you're like, all this mass information comes at you. You're never in Estonia, you're never in Israel, you're never in Portland. Portland, oh my god, I was in Chicago. It doesn't, no, it's like, oh, why are you never in Atlanta? So it becomes like a map. It becomes like a minority report, right, in your head, where you're like, I'm a massive failure. I'm disappointing all these people around the world. I need to keep going until I die. And that's kind of, and then the pandemic hits, and you're like, holy shit,
Right.
what have I been doing, right? So
Right.
I
Like,
think,
in a weird way, you have this sort of fortune of, like, getting to take sort of that breather that you think you should have been taking all along. But what's funny is, you had mentioned before that sort of with your brand, Hexagon, right? It's not just about music, and it's not just about sort of art in any kind of narrow sense, but it's about world creating, right? You're trying to create an entire world. And I mean, you said it yourself, right? If you're trying to create a world, it's almost like you end up having to live in the image of a martyr, right? So you, as the artist, as the world creator, right, you sort of end up having to, in a lot of ways, sacrifice yourself to sort of keep that world kind of coming into
absolutely.
fruition, right?
Yeah, you feel a responsibility, to be honest. Like, and the thing is, like, with my fans, we're like, if you know my life story, you know that I've always been an underdog, right? I never had a support. I never had anyone backing me in the industry. I kind of had to do. I have to figure all of this out all by myself, right?
Yeah.
And I think my fans, they know this. They know like you can make the impossible happen if you just. Maybe I'm not even like that super talented, but I am probably one of the hardest workers on the planet. And I think, that's kind of, if if you look at my school picture, like my yearbook picture, right, you can see this kid who's like 30 kilos, like 60 pounds heavier than I am right now. He has like a big ponytail, like super pale, never came out of the house. And I think, my fans, they know that like you can reinvent yourself, you can become the best version of yourself. And I love that because I had to do all of this by myself, and a lot of my fans, they don't have any friends, so they come to my concerts alone sometimes, and then they'll meet people there because it feels like there's this feeling of like I can go there, I'll meet people that we're like a family, and I think that with having a family, it creates great responsibility, right? You feel like you're a family member that needs to take care of all of the family members, and I think it's a beautiful thing, but at the same time, it is a responsibility. But I think that is the greatest good of what I've done, and this is how I write my records, and how they have a lot of sort of emotion in them. They deal with my life, right? Whether it's my, anxiety, or whether it's losing my father, or whether it's not being able to have a relationship because of the way you're actually living your life. I'm telling all these stories to them, and I get stories back from them, and it's like a constant dialogue. But it's almost like it's also like it's it sucks energy out of you, and you have to keep giving, keep giving, keep giving. And I think this is why the NFT space is great, because it's giving me a lot of like renewed, reloaded energy into sort of my, it's plugged in another energy, sort of a nitro boost, where I'm like, okay, once the world opens up again, trust me, this is going to be Don Diablo 2.0. So I would want fans to be like super excited for me and for them and for whatever else is going to happen next, about what I'm doing right now. And I get it. When you're on the outside, you don't understand how important this period is. You don't understand that I'm talking to creatives every single day. I buy two or three little pieces, right? Maybe for 1,500, 1,000, 700, 800, $2,000, whatever.
Yeah.
These are actually, those are big amounts of money for an art piece, for a digital art piece, right? They only have to sell three or four, or sometimes even two of these pieces to sustain their life with their art, which is that is where the revolution lies. Not even in what I do, because what I do is completely different, maybe. But obviously, I'm going to do a community give back as well. I'm going to do a whole pack where I give back. But the thing is, if you want to give back, you first have to be of value, right? And I've never valued myself. When I went into the NFT space, it was like, cool, I can't go in there thinking like I'm some kind of superstar DJ and anything I do will be valuable. I felt like I had to start over again. This is a whole new discipline. I have to prove myself that I'm valuable. Then I can actually give back something. And I think a lot of people, you see with a lot of these, even a lot of my peers, right? They saw people succeed. They were like, cool, I need to put out all of these packs, right? Like visual packs with music attached to it, open editions, raffles, one of ones, 100 of hundreds, all of these crazy, packages. And started making hundreds of thousands of euros, pounds or dollars, ethers, ETH. And, I think then what happened is people were like, oh, wait a minute, what did I just buy? And then on the secondary market, the prices started plunging. And now they have a problem. They're all like trying to burn pieces, give pieces back. Here's a new piece. If you burn the other piece. So it's become a little bit of a mess. And I think that's why I entered with such great caution, and I put so much thought into it. And that's kind of actually, and this again is kind of, I guess, my life story, because I was rejected by the big platforms at first, where all of my peers were, who actually on paper would have had, lesser success when it comes to statistics, but for some weird reason I couldn't get in there. So I ended up at this, super cool, quirky website, Super Rare, who do like more fine art artists, right? So I ended up having to switch my thinking pattern, and that actually ended up, again, like I guess when you have a bit of, when things don't really go the way you want, there's always a reason for it, and that's the one thing I realized. Even when the gentleman said to me, when the piece was broken, like, hey, it's broken, but everything happens for a reason. And I do actually believe that's how my life came to where it is today, because I went over there, and all the stuff that happened over there is actually going to be a massive influence on everything I'm going to do after this. So I think, that's where there was a lot of there was a lot of opportunity. There is a lot of opportunity. So when you have a lot of opportunity, there are a lot of opportunists, right? And I think that's where it becomes dangerous. Even for those guys hitting me up, like, what do I do? I want to make money off NFTs. I'm like, it's not a life hack. It's still like, it has to have actual value. It has to be super cool, super inventive, super innovative, super creative. It's not like you can just sell. It's not like you can trick people into
Like
buying.
you just write your name down on a post-it, take a picture, and then you drag and drop, and then all of a sudden it's going for 100 ETH or whatever. Yeah.
Exactly. No, it's like people think like, well, I will get a cool visual artist, and then I'll add some music to it, and then that'll be like like a digital asset. We'll sell that on the blockchain as an NFT. Let's rake in the money. And I think that it's not that's not really how it works, in my opinion. I see a lot of people making a lot of money with that, and obviously I could be making a lot of money with that, and have it cost me a lot less effort. But I feel like to me, this is a serious movement. It's not a trick that you can just exploit and go like, cool, I'll do this, I'll make the money, and I'll get the hell out of here. Even if because the second I just bombed the secondary markets, and I basically just tricked my buyers, my collectors. And I feel like, for me, I hope where this is going toward. If I see all the innovation that's coming, right? Like, so many people are starting new platforms. There's so many crazy big players entering the space. This is just the tip of the iceberg, right? It's gonna get crazy, trust me. And even like for people, I want people to know that are buying my pieces. I almost want to start a dialogue with them up front. Like, approach me. Like, what do you have? What can we talk about? Rather than doing these crazy auctions. Like, hey, this is what I'm creating, and I want to make sure it falls in the right hands, right? So it doesn't have to be this crazy rat race, and I feel you can have these dialogues with people and create these things that belong in museums eventually.
Sure. Yeah. And like, you're completely right that, I would totally agree with you that it's not, that there still has to be some sort of like genuine passion behind it, and maybe in some cases it'll sort of work out for a buyer to turn around and sell something on the secondary market, because it's just like many other bubbles, like it's very new, and people see that there's a lot of money flying around. So, people are going to be grabbing things as fast as they can because there's a lot of uncertainty, so like they're going to take their chances. But I definitely agree with you that it shouldn't be thought of as premised on sort of a kind of trickery or just another scammy kind of market, right?
I think also what you said, you call it a buyer, but I call them collectors, right? I collect as well, because I feel like I don't want anybody to sell something that I created. I want them to own it, to be proud. Like, when I buy an art piece, I'm very excited when I get it. I'm not, the first thought that I have is not like, ooh, I need to resell this quickly so I can make some money on it. I want to create pieces that people are genuinely excited about. And some of these pieces, like the next one, is so complicated. So that needs to be a dialogue. Like, some of these people, yeah, it's not even this isn't even transportable. It's that big, right? Like, you can't put it in your house or your backyard. This is like it's like a completely different approach to the whole situation. So you can't even explain that in a little text blurb on a digital auction house, right? So I have this task to even try to explain to collectors, like, hey, what I'm doing here, this is gonna be, we want to do something that's gonna, in my case, my whole disruptive, right? That's, I want to disrupt, and I want to, whenever people have the idea, like, cool, we're gonna make these super cool video loops with music, and well, I didn't even actually make it, but I get someone else to make it, and then I'm gonna sell it for a lot of money. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm giving you a movie. This is not a 12-second loop. It's a 1 hour film.
Right.
So I think people have to think bigger, right? They think, and I think also here, what I love about this is that the people that were in the background, the creators, who were kind of used for their creativity in the past, are now at the forefront. These people, who were always sitting in these dusty rooms creating digital assets, making commercials, working for people that like literally, that they hated their jobs, they hated their lives, and they've now, dude, you have no idea. If you look at like the people you talk to that like are like reborn, they're like, well, I never have to work for a boss again, or like I never have to work for people who give me these assignments that are like drenching my soul as a creative. And now all of a sudden, they don't you never have to become rich of it, but you have to like be able to sustain yourself and to feel appreciated. That's a worthy way of living, and that's, everybody deserves that. And I think that is why this space is so important, and that's why this is a revolution. Because like just now, right before the interview, I bought a piece, and then you get a message back, thank you so much, I'm now able to buy new equipment and make better art.
Yeah.
And I love that you're actually in a dialogue with someone. You bought a piece, and all of a sudden it's like, whoa, you're making the world a better place, right? Especially now when the creative industry is hit so hard due to the pandemic. And yeah, I think this is great. Like every time something happens, right, like a plague or something like crazy, there's a renaissance, right? There is this period where all these new things start to bloom, and either you're with it or you're not. And there will be thought leaders, and there will be people following, and there will be people sort of trying to push things forward. And I think that moment is now.
Yeah, it's kind of like the way I'm thinking about it lately is, if cryptocurrencies in general are kind of like a big, fuck you to like an older financial system, right? It's like the NFT craze is like the ultimate fuck you to the concept of the starving artist, right? It's like another redistribution of wealth strategy where it's
Absolutely.
now like possible and very accessible for people to be rewarded, right, by all these other people who have sort of accumulated new wealth, right, new money, right? They can come and they can reward people for their sort of like genuine, authentic, artistic expressions, right? And
Yeah,
then
absolutely. And
that guy can go buy new gear, right?
it's the creator behind the creation that usually wouldn't get any credits now, that now becomes like, look at someone like Beeple, right? Like he's sort of he's the unwanted messiahs of like this whole space. And he's not looking for attention. He doesn't want to be a superstar. He just became one, and he's the most humble, sweetest guy ever. And I think everyone in this space is, to be honest. There isn't really any space for ego, and those who have it, actually, they don't really do that well, to be very honest. And what I love is that these guys, if you go on like Foundation or Super Rare or any of these platforms, Rarible or OpenSea, right, for anyone out there, just starting out. So you look at these pieces, they're incredible. Like you start looking at the world in a different way. You start seeing everything. You start valuing everything much more, whether it's a piece of clothes or a conversation with a person, because you can sell a poem, right? Even that's something that's valuable. Normally, you would just read it, or someone would read it to you. But now owning a poem, that's something that's so valuable. Owning a picture, owning, this becomes a part of your collection, And I think you look at these small pieces of video, whether it's 1 second, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, and you look at it closely and you see that's real art. Like all of these, people around the world are creating beautiful art, and it's like in these digital galleries, and you have to just reset your mind to the same point where, when I was 19, I started a company called Phase 4, and the concept was I wanted to stream music on the internet, and everyone was like, why? Like, why? I want to own it. I want to have a CD. Why would I ever want that to be something that's not tangible, right? And later on, obviously, I got a grant from the government out here, and I went and I got all these licenses from all the major labels, started the website. At some point, like, people didn't get it. They were like, why would we pay for streaming, like, for something that I don't own? I don't get, like, something that I can't hold. They didn't understand it. And I think it goes back to the days of like the 1920s, right? When you had like people went to a theater and they saw like all these people on stage doing all these crazy stuff and singing and dancing. There was an orchestra. Someone said like, this is all cool. I'm just going to record this with a camera and then put it on a flat screen. And we're all just going to watch and sit on these chairs and look at a flat screen. Everyone's like, that's never going to work. That's boring. And then Someone was like, no, well, we're going to put a monkey in a tower and we're going to call it King Kong, and it's going to be more spectacular than what happens usually on that stage with these people that are just in one living room and one decor. And I think that's happening now. People are getting more creative, and people are changing their mind state to where, like, okay, wait, that's right, we went to the theater, but then we accepted the cinema. We used to buy records, but then now we're all just streaming music from our phone, right? So why not this now? This is like such a very logical, thing that's happening, even though you always have these discussions with people like, oh, yeah, wait, so why would I pay for this? Because, like, I can just I can view it on the internet, like, again, they always give the standard example of, like, well, you can look at the Mona Lisa, but you don't own it. That's exactly the same principle, right? That's sort of become the standard way of, like, defending it. But I think it's better defended the way I just kind of explained it, to where you don't actually have to physically own. I also, even, like, if you look at collectibles, right? Most people, they have collectibles. They have, like, a really dope, like, shoe collection, right? They have them in these boxes. They never actually even touch them. They just put them in a closet. They're collected, and it's there. But now you talk with these shoe collectors, they're actually collecting digital shoes, because they're like, you know what? Easier to trade. You don't have to ship it. It never gets damaged. You can see exactly, like, where the value lies, and it takes no storage space in my house, because it's stuck. I don't have a house that's that big. So I think, it's why not? That's, like, it's completely logical, right? But you just have to make that last switch in your head, and do the dive, and go look into it. Just go to, like, NFT Bible, look it up and read up, and go to some of these auction sites. Just browse a little bit, see if something tickles your fancy. Go on OpenSea. There's a lot there, and just kind of experiment a little bit with it.
Yeah, and sort of, there's like a bigger picture view, which you were, kind of bringing out, where it's not in every case about having provable ownership over like the first Pepe meme ever created, but it's also about investing in, both monetarily and sort of intellectually, investing in like a space which is sort of containing so much potential for what our world is going to be like in the years to come, right? Like, it's about sort of investing time and energy and money into restructuring the internet itself, right? About the ways in which we sort of stream music or sort of share digital assets with each other, right? The ways in which our social media platforms work, right? All of that stuff is like the undercurrent here, and sort of NFTs are, as you put it earlier, right? It's just one tip of one of the icebergs. It's in a
No, 100%. Absolutely, you're putting it, like, that's on the money, because the thing is, as well, like, in this space, there are, like, some really incredibly inspirational people. They come from all different walks of life. They have these life stories, and they think in a decentralized way, right?
Right.
And they're thinking, like, cool, we're going to invest in NFTs, we're going to invest in artists, because that means us investing in the future. If you buy a piece from me, I pledge to disrupt. I pledge to disrupt the status quo, and I pledge to push things forward. And that's what my collectors know. They're not just buying a piece to someone who wants to make money, but they know I'll be putting it back into creating something new, into pushing things forward, to decentralization, or to disrupt, or to kind of
Right.
push things forward. And I think they're great minds. They don't think like in a straight line, where, like, well, I need to drive in a big car, or, like, I need to have all these things that are just going to disappear one day. They want to really make the world a better place, give people more opportunity, and also reward people that work extremely hard, and that are they've never been valued, maybe in the way that they should have been valued, because they recognize that, because they were like, these are people like some of those some of the biggest collectors. They have had, like, a long story of people not believing in them, or, like, and then they were like, cool, I'm just gonna buy. They just bought, like, 10,000 bitcoins back in the days, like when they were, like, when people still bought a pizza with a bitcoin just for fun.
Yeah.
Well, you can kind of do the math, how much that would be worth now. They were not actually even able to spend that in their whole lifetime, but what they're doing is really literally, helping the decentralization of the world, and thus giving more opportunity to people, in from different backgrounds. And a lot of it is about inclusion. A lot of it already, that discussion is coming there, right? Like
Right.
to support people from all walks of life, races, sexes. Like that's already there. That discussion, and that it's moving really fast, actually.
Right. Yeah, and it's really interesting to see that all of these sort of like diverse set of values can kind of come into this sort of intersectional space here, but it's like the Wild West, right? It's a completely different political mindset. Like you have people over here that are very into, it's like, oh, it's this old school model of like voting for the right people and writing the right legislations and et cetera. But it's saying like, well, how about this sort of like Wild West grassroots movement of like writing like technological legislation, right? It's like we're sort of investing in decentralized protocols here and saying like it's not so much this way that we do it anymore, right? It's coming over here and like genuinely letting people duke it out, if you will, in a truly decentralized way. And it's like all of a sudden more people are more free than they ever could have imagined through this old school kind of, quasi political mindset of like letting
100%.
other people do it for them, right?
And that's what I love about the NFT space, because to be honest, like I'm I come from a creative background, so I don't really do finance, or like like the sort of political background of it all.
Yeah.
I'm playing my part with the creative part, and as said, like for me to buy one or two pieces a day and then seeing people tweet about it, like how it's changing their life, how they're like, there's even me bidding on something and then starting an auction, and then someone else, it shows up on the front page, someone else sees it, like, oh, Don Diablo bid on this, well, it must be worth something then, I'm going to bid on it as well. And it even goes beyond my collection. It's just creating sort of a ripple, and that's what I love about it. That's just a small example of how you can change people's lives on a daily. And I guess if you're on the outside, you will never be able to see that. The only thing you see is like, oh, there's a guy, he's trying to make a lot of money with NFTs. Just, the stuff just comes flying out of the air. Sometimes even creating these pieces, you're taking a huge risk, like, because again, we don't know. This is uncharted territory. So again, it's really about doing things that are innovative and disruptive, and then you never know where it's going to go. But you need, I'm excited to see more people entering the space, and I know a lot of, even like my peers, they see their peers as competition, right? Like for me, even the other day, I was the top bid on a piece of one of my colleagues, right? Because he was like, I could feel like he was extremely nervous, but very grateful at the same time for the way it all ended up. And we were talking about in this room, we never actually met each other. We didn't really know each other. We knew of each other, but me buying his piece made him very emotional, because like, this is the first time where we're not competition. That's not how I see it. We need to build this together. And I never wanted to be in competition with anyone, but that's sometimes how it goes, right? When you're in a list, and there's a billing on a festival, and someone needs to play later with more fireworks and craziness, and somebody needs to get paid more, and so you need to be in this rat race. Here we are, like, we're just going back to, like, no, man, I want to root for you. I want you to succeed. Obviously, to be honest, not everyone's like that. Even I've already experienced the gatekeepers, right? People that are already trying to stop you from succeeding. But I think what happened to me is a good example of, like, take big risks, be bold, and like, I go into the casino, I take all of my money that I just took out of the my account, and I just red. Okay, let's do it. Let's do this. It's
Yeah.
been nerve-wracking, honestly. Like, I've been inside my house for 3 weeks, just staring at a wall, just like behind my computer, 19 hours a day, crafting away, just understanding, deciphering, learning, paying respect to other people, and just understanding and the value of what we're doing here. And I feel that is what needed, and it's needed. And you see people who do this amount of dedication and sort of investigation, those are usually the people that are doing best in the space.
Hmm. Now, I have some questions about sort of what you have on the horizon here, but I want to pause this for a minute and kind of circle back and sort of give you a chance to, in more detail, explain your Genesis NFT and then your most recent one that sold, Destination Hexagonia, in sort of on the coattail of the theme that you had mentioned earlier of, when you came into this space, you sort of really had to kind of start over, right? You kind of like fell back down to the bottom of the barrel, so to speak. I think it's very symbolic that your first piece sort of the contents of your first piece sort of were what they were, because right, it was a way of circling back to something that you had started way back in the day, right, when you were literally right on your whole journey at the sort of bottom of the barrel at the start. So maybe tell us a little bit about your Genesis piece and then your most recent one, Destination Hexagonia.
No, that's actually a really good intro. Like my Genesis piece, first of all, it's a song. It's a song that I started working on actually like when I was still a teenager, and it's funny because I it felt like something I would never be able to finish, because the thing is everything is compartmentalized, right, in the world. Meaning, if it doesn't fit on the radio, it doesn't fit in a club or on a festival. When it comes to music, it has to be very streamable. If it's none of these three, then why even put it out? That's kind of the sort of the way of thinking for a lot of years, like now. And so I've made a lot of music where I'm like, well, I put so much time, effort, dedication, love, and inspiration into it, but what it doesn't have a place in this world. So this is a record that I worked on for maybe 15 years, 19 years, maybe even, like, on and off.
Yeah.
And it's just sitting there. And it's funny, even during my relationship with my ex-girlfriend, she was like, she heard about this when I sold my Genesis piece, and she heard the song. She's like, she got emotional. It's like we were together for almost 10 years, and the only thing I heard from that room, when you were never there at birthdays, you were never there, at during holidays, you were just working on this song, and all of these songs. This was one of them, and it just triggered sort of a Pavlov's dog for her, like, right, brought her back to the period, and she became emotional, saying like, wow, now this has found a place, and she knew how much that meant for me. So what I wanted to do was take that essence of something I'd worked on for a bigger part of my life, with combine it with something physical, because I want somebody to have something that they can look at, that's tangible. So I created first of all a hologram animation, a digital animation, 3D animation of the first keyboard that I bought as a kid. Then I was like, cool, that's cool. So you have a video, it's a loop with a piece of music, but it needed something else. So I created a thing I like to call a hexagram. It's a hologram cabinet, and it comes with a cartridge, and that cartridge has the art piece on it. So the only thing you have to do, take the cartridge, pop it in right there, and the art piece pops up as a hologram, which is kind of like, I guess, a dedication to my love for Star Wars, right?
Yeah.
So again, this is not something you put in 2 or 3 lines, right? So I had to make a video about it, kind of explain, and I think also this is the blessing of Clubhouse. This app just kind of popped up out of nowhere, and I've been in these rooms for like maybe months on end in these NFT rooms, and I never spoke a word, because I don't really like taking the mic when others are speaking. I don't want to. It feels a little bit awkward, right? So months in, someone says like, "Wait, is that like Don Diablo? Don Diablo?" And they put me on stage, and they were like, "So what if we've been seeing you in this room, in all of these rooms, all of these NFT rooms for months? So what are you doing here?" So then I told them I was like very nervous. My voice is like literally like breaking up, and I told them that I was about to make my first move, and I was really I really, this really meant a lot to me. And that's kind of how the whole thing started. And then I did this Clubhouse, and everything started rolling. Everybody started talking about it, and then I remember even midway in, my mom was like, halfway the auction, like, "Oh my God, you have like an offer in for like €60. That's insane." It's like, "Oh, well, mom, like 60 E, it means like ETH." So It's Ethereum.
Like times 2,000, ma.
And she's like in shock, right? But it was that like that. I think everybody was able to follow that, and they knew how much this meant to me personally. So that's kind of when the Genesis thing happened. I was like, holy shit! I come in on 110 ETH. You know, that's like right now. That's like it's over $200,000, right? So I was like, holy shit! What do I do next? So the good thing is like I didn't really have to think about it much because I was already working on most of these pieces. Again, it comes from the point where you need to create, not to think about the purpose or any financially, any finances behind it, right? So yeah, I basically had this idea. Like I've been doing a lot of these live streams, I've been doing a lot of concerts in my life, but what about creating one thing that would be like the ultimate show as I would see it, like in a sort of a sci-fi film setting? I'd be like, levitating. There'd be like objects flying around. I'll be playing around with gravity. There'd be like emergency system disruption, like the asteroid rains, all this crazy stuff happening while I'm performing. And so that turned into like a 1 hour concert film sci-fi extravaganza. And then I was like, cool, I'm just going to put that in a box, put that on a flash drive. I'm going to sell this to one person. And that was Destination Hexagonia. And now, what happened after that, like when that sold, like the whole internet kind of like started exploding, when front page news, anywhere from all any news information aggregation point in the world kind of started writing about it, and that's when everything started exploding, and that's when everything started coming my way. And the funny thing was, this all happened without a team, like no one, just me. Even me personally, just minting it, just really behind my computer, like very sort of nonchalant. And it was like all of these guys like have giant teams, they have like all this big preparation, and then here's a guy just created the top 5 biggest sort of digital art piece in the world all of a sudden. And that's really when the story starts. And now I'm in the middle of this crazy, it's like a movie, honestly. It's like I'm gonna write a book about it, trust me. This has been it's been a mixture of like I don't even, like the Wolf of Wall Street meets Forrest Gump meets what like honestly like
Star Wars meets Tron meets the Matrix.
Oh yeah, it's been nuts. The people I've been speaking to that I would never thought I would be speaking to, the things that have been happening, the opportunities that I said no to. Like honestly, I could have made millions and millions and millions already in the last couple of weeks. But I feel, I have to be true to myself, and I have to make sure that whoever collects a piece from me, it will keep its value, and I vowed to take the space seriously. So for the third piece, it's gonna be my biggest one. I don't even know what I'm gonna do after that. It's a very, very big risk. It's a very big physical piece. That's gonna be something that it's partially also something you can go inside of, and it's an experience, and but both digitally as well as physically. And it's something that I'll be curating maybe even till the end of time. So it's a lot of things fluxing around where I want to start a relationship with collectors, where even with the Genesis piece, right, like you have the cartridges, but I can also, if you want, I can log into your Wi-Fi, and we can have a continuous dialogue for the rest of our life, where I have this control room in my house where I can just tap into your hexagram. I can send you messages. I can give you new pieces of artwork. I can do all these crazy, this to me is art 2.0, right? Where you don't know what you're going to buy. You're buying a mystery. That's what makes it so exciting. So everything I've done so far is literally that. You're buying something that has initial value, but then it has a mystery attached to it. And I think, that to me is what I always loved as a kid. It's like that story behind it, like, oh my God, what's happened? Like, I don't know what's happened, like, help, like, and it changes. But it's not going to stay the same. It changes. And that's my aim. And now the next thing I'm doing as well is I'm doing this collaboration with Star Wars. I'm actually like able to bring them into the metaverse for the first time officially, thanks to the kind folks at Disney. So I've created this, what, as we said in the beginning, one of the other things I do is design clothing. So I wanted to design a jacket based on my favorite episodes that I grew up on as a kid. Again, I think all these pieces, they have an emotional value. They come from a personal perspective, and I think that's what art needs to be. You need to read a little story behind it, and that needs to grab you, and then that gives it value, right? So, and this is like Star Wars is like, for me, that's like Endgame. And so I wanted to create a jacket, something you can wear. It has all the, the classic episodes on it, and it's attached to a token. I'm just gonna make 100 limited pieces. Comes with a pair of pants as well, so it's a full outfit. But you don't have to wear it if you don't want to wear it. It's a collectible. It comes in a super nice box, and I want to create an experience. It's not gonna be overpriced. It's just like my way of giving back, to the metaverse, as well as to the galaxy that is universe, that is Star Wars. So and then, yeah, honestly, wait for what's coming next. It's gonna be crazy. Like, the discussions. I wish I could
Yeah.
tell all here, but like, I just want my collectors to know that whatever comes next, it's gonna be just make everything else that happens before it more valuable, and also to my fans, right? I've never been more inspired just making music, because I'm just in my studio making music for NFTs, and then like, oh wait, this is cool for my album, and all of these things, all of these radar, like all of these little connections start happening in my head again. It's like I've just drank this, I took this pill, and I just like all of these wires in my brain started rewiring again, and I think I'm very close to finishing my album now, thanks to all of this, which my fans have been very cynical about. It's like
Yeah.
2 years late. I already did the tour before the pandemic. I did my sold out shows in New York, Paris, London, like Tokyo, um, and I just never released the album. But who wants to release an album in a pandemic, right? So what happened is, in the end, it's going to be a better album than it was ever going to be. And I think this is all thanks to NFT. And I would never forget where I came from. And I always pledge to put blood, sweat, and tears into everything I do, and never take anything for granted.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's an incredibly inspirational to hear you sort of tell your story in the way that you do, right? Kind of like where you came from, and kind of where you are now in the space of NFTs, right? And kind of how that's been like a born again experience for you. And by the way, I mean, that's incredibly innovative. The idea to sort of have like the hologram box, right, which sort of allows you to update sort of works of art that can be displayed on it. I had thought like, oh, what if we had LED screens that could hang on our walls, and you could sort of buy from, or sort of you could collect from your favorite artists, and then you could sort of link a wallet up to the LED screen, and it would sort of display on your wall mount. But I mean, if you could actually have holographic images, right, that like you could load
Yeah,
up with new art, I mean,
but
that's so
exactly.
fucking cool.
I think also, like, it's because it makes like holograms makes thing that's the most futuristic thing that you can have, right? And it's never really
Right.
been in people's homes, and also like it makes it feel like a real object, like, you can really sort of almost like pick it up, you know, and that's what I really love about that.
Yeah, yeah, man, that's so like it's so cool. And you know, I'm sure that we're all gonna wait in anticipation for the next thing that you got going. Have you thought about doing something maybe in Decentraland, like doing virtual reality concerts or something like that? Has that crossed your mind at all?
Well, I mean, I think for everything that I do, that I put out, that you see, whether it's a song or an NFT, I've created maybe at least 5 things that you haven't seen, or maybe will never see, right? So
Mhm.
one of the things I've already done is, once the pandemic hit, actually, I started working on a meta human version of myself, and
Mhm.
creating a sort of my own meta universe. It's there. Again, I don't want to rush into things. I want it to be the best possible thing, right? So instead of me being in Decentraland, why don't I create my own universe, and have fans go in there? But again, it goes back to the point where, like, I can be giving away things, but if they're not valuable, or if they're not at the level of, that I feel like they need to be at, then it's, why would people value it, right? So that's at a process where I'm like creating, but it's literally just about, like, now just designing the clothes, literally like putting in the objects in all of the different spaces. Like that's literally how it goes. It's like literally like like uh, like like designing a house, right? Or like decorating a house, or it's like actual building. Um, and I think, yeah, that's definitely going to be a part of my next moves. Um, and yeah, obviously the idea of like digital galleries and being able, at the end of the day, to be like, the reason why I do all of this is always been to support others. And the same with my music. Like Hexagon is, it's me, but it's also like hundreds and hundreds of kids around the world that are producing music that never put out music. And through me, they get a chance to be released for the first time. We have conversations. I help them with the music. I push it as hard as I can for my platform. And also, I have them retain 50% ownership, which is something I never had. When I was with a record label, I would get 15, 10%, or maybe even, if I'm really lucky, 20%. But here we go, like, this is a partnership. We want to value you. And the funny thing is, not everyone even actually even realizes that yet. They will only realize it maybe 5 years from now, when they're like, hey, wait, I actually have 50% of my own rights of something that I created. In that sense, Hexagon has always been unique in that way, where we've never been, sort of really money oriented. We always wanted to find ways to promote new talent and to help people. And that's kind of, even with my last tour that I did for my last album, I said, well, I'm just going to spend my, you know, a lot of the money that I made on this album, I'll be spending on doing a free album tour. So you don't have to buy a ticket. You just go at the door. The only thing you have to do is you can donate if you want to the Cancer Trust. But I'll be paying for, personnel, flights, hotels, equipment, rent, anything you can imagine. So you have to imagine this costs like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of euros. And with a lot of these things I'm doing in the background, that's how I want to give people equal opportunities. Like, you don't have to be, like, even buying a ticket for one of my shows, whether it's like 30 euros is a lot of money for some people, right? They will never be able to see me live. And this kind of allowed them to go to my concert for the first time and to see me in a very intimate way. And the one thing I did in that is that we kind of like kept track of like those who donated, right? There was a minimum of 5 euros to donate to the Cancer Trust, because most people have 5 euros, but this gives you a good feeling. You're donating to something that's very important in this world, and you're actually also getting something in return, right? But there were those who donated more than the obligated 5 euros, and we had the records of that. And those people, we invited backstage. We had a chat. We took pictures. We hung out. We were friends, right? Later on, people were like, "Oh shit, yeah! If I would have known, I would have gone backstage. I would have got like a present, and like we got to hang out with Don Diablo. I would have paid a lot more." But that's what I tried to explain, even to my fans. Like, well, what I'm trying to show you guys, it's not really about what you do when people see it. It's really about what you do when nobody sees it, right? I think uh, that's also what's happening here in this space. For me, that kind of pissed me off. I saw some really hardcore fans that usually pay a lot of money to go to my show. Then when you tell them like, you don't have to pay, just donate to this, very incredibly important charity. I lost almost like incredible amount of people to this disease. It will mean a lot if you can donate. And then nothing, like, it's actually people didn't really have much money that donated a lot to this cause. And I think later on they were like pissed, like, oh yeah, again, like, you should have told us, we would have donated a shitload of money. Again, so important. Do things that are good, that you don't have to take credits for everything. I think
Yeah.
this is what karma is, and this is really what this NFT space is about. It's really about giving back on the smallest of levels, and that's how we create an ecosystem.
Yeah. I mean, well said. True character is revealed in what we do when not many people are looking. It's really exciting to see how the world of Hexagon is evolving, especially now with kind of the new things that you're doing. We're starting to run up on time here, so I want to
A
give you
long
one
interview, man.
Yeah, no, and I really appreciate you taking the time. I know it's late for you, but
No, but
I think it's been great.
I think I've never really spoken out at this length about in this depth, especially with someone like yourself, who's like really versed in the subject. But this is something you can't really cut short because there's so many ifs and buts. And if you really start a conversation about this, you really need to. It takes time. You really need to understand. There's so many different layers to all of this. So yeah, I'm actually happy I got it out. Actually, I find interviews quite exhausting. That's why I don't really do them often. Like,
Yeah.
but I felt like it was time for a good like video interview with an actual uh, platform like yourselves, like that have people who understand the space and who are going to be you know um, hopefully understand a little bit more, or they already understand, but they there's something that they can take away from this, and I look forward maybe to hearing reactions from it, or meeting people, or creating, again, it's creating a ripple effect with like-minded people. And if you're watching this right now, you're probably very like-minded because you would have never made it to the end otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, like, we are sort of really grateful that sort of you could be here with us. And kind of on that note, like maybe sort of some last closing words to any aspiring artists out there, or people who are just generally curious and kind of what's happening in the space here. What are some words of advice that you have to them? How could they learn more about this process? Sort of, what do you think are the most important things that they should keep in mind?
um, well, first of all, just read up on the internet. It's very simple. Go to NFT Bible, for instance. Read up about what is an NFT. Then kind of look up the different platforms. If you're an artist who wants to create, you're probably going to have to go to OpenSea first, because that's literally what it says. It's an OpenSea. Anyone can upload anything. You go to like platforms like Foundation or Nifty or Super Rare, they're slightly more curated. Or when I say slightly, they're very curated. Don't feel disappointed when you don't get admitted, because they have long waiting lists. But there are many other digital auction houses popping up right now. And I think also, like, you're gonna make mistakes. I made mistakes, even with minting. You feel like clumsy, you feel like a fool, you have no idea what you're doing, but that's okay. That's really part of the process. The biggest artists have done that. And also, I think, don't be afraid to um, it's like, I speak to a lot of digital creators, mostly visual creators, right? Because that's the biggest space in this in the NFT creative sort of corner of it. Um, and they're like, well, when you don't sell in the first day, week, month, you start developing a light form of panic, right? Or like even anxiety. And I'm speaking to some incredibly talented artists that are actually experienced in this, and they have actually sold a few like really nice pieces for a very good amount, but then it goes down, it will go up, and there isn't really a constant. Again, there is no life hack. You might be uploading 4 pieces, nobody sees it. Maybe with the 5th piece, all of a sudden someone sees it. But it's exactly like doing art, making music, or anything like this. You have to be, you have to take this seriously. You have to put in the time, the craft. It's not like, again, I keep saying this, but it's not a life hack. You have to be patient. And I think also try to be as personal as possible. Put something in there that means something to you. Because if it's just something at random, like that just really is like really cool and technical, that is, well, actually there are exceptions to that when it's really cool and really technical. But you can look that up, right? It's like look at other people's collections, look at some of like the collections that some of the bigger collectors have, and but usually I think what for me that works is like put in your personality, put in something that means something to you, because this is what a collector relates to. They want to read a little blurb, not just some vague Brad Pitt perfume commercial. You can't get away with that, right? It doesn't work. Like, somewhere in the metaverse, there's, into the oblivion of the beyondness. Yonder I go, where thou shalt be. Like, no. Try to, do something that has like relevance to your life or relevance to society, or would be appealing to someone emotionally. Um, Other than that, just make something really incredibly, like take your time, and it's not a race. There's no rush. I know a lot of people are like, oh my God, I need to jump into this now because otherwise I'm too late. It's gonna stick around for a while, and quality will always prevail. So do not stress. And also just go on Clubhouse. If you don't have, I think it's It's available for Android soon, or already maybe, even if you don't have an iPhone. And just go into these groups, listen up, ask questions, and do not be afraid to ask questions.
Be yourself, experiment, slow and steady wins the race. Lastly, where can people find you? How can they keep up with sort of news on what you're doing? Where can they find your art? What's the plug?
At the moment, just follow me on my Twitter or my Instagram, they're both Don Diablo. At this point, my first pieces are on Super Rare. You go to superrare.co/Don Diablo. And the Star Wars drop, you can follow on my socials. There will be a bespoke landing page for this, because it's a little bit more complicated. That's coming soon. Announcement or drop on the 4th of May, depending on when this is aired. So yeah, I think that's probably the easiest way to follow me. Or sometimes I put stuff up on YouTube as well, which is Don Diablo. It's all Don Diablo, so it's very easy.
Yeah.
But in this space, obviously Twitter is very big. Made a big comeback. But yeah, for me it's Twitter and Instagram. All the information is there. So, or even dondiablo.com. Do you remember the website? You know, when we were all like in the beginning, I need to have a great website. You're like, oh shit, well, what do I do? Put all the information there. So there's still that. There's still a website. Yes, it exists.
Beautiful. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Don Diablo, the Renaissance man himself. My name is Tyler Olson. You're tuned in to Reimagine 2021 version 8. Stay tuned.
Greetings, decentralized citizens of the interweb. As I told you before, the time of destructive centralized monopolies over our world currencies is coming to a halt. The intentional destruction of money by our fanciful world leaders and their lack of sound economic understanding and compassion for human rights is no longer our only fate. Decentralized finance is on the rise, and it's coming stronger and stronger by the day to help people reclaim what is rightfully theirs. Make sure you're on the right side of history. The clock is ticking.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy.
And I'm Tammy Tezos. Trading can be hard, but we're here to give you some tips. Always remember, buy the top and sell the bottom.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stephen. I'm the founder of the project Harmony Protocol. Happy and great to be here, Adam and Kyle, for Reimagine.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kyle Ellicott. I'm co-founder of Topio Networks and also our principal blockchain analyst and everything decentralized, including decentralized applications, DeFi, and our favorite subject today, non-fungible tokens as well. Also an investor on the side and a big fan of Harmony, Stephen, and Adam and Mousebelt as well. So thank you for having me here at Reimagine and welcome to the conference.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 8th conference in a monthly series of events, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mousebelt team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator or providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within our Mousebelt University program. Our main objective and goals are simple. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real-world applications. We seek to educate our audience on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. Again, thank you all for tuning in to Reimagine 2021. I have a friend, a colleague, an exciting, thought leader coming here from the Bay Area, Stephen C. How you doing? Co-founder of Harmony Protocol. How you doing today?
Doing great, Adam. It's been wonderful knowing you over the years. Really coming down to this market, whether NFT or another great Ethereum and DeFi run. I think we have so many exciting things progress in the industry, and you focusing on education, and we get to know each other over the last year. Sharing like different ideas and ambitions. Finally, it's happening.
Awesome. Kyle, how you doing today? I have a guest host, Kyle Ellicott. Go ahead and introduce yourself real quick.
Yeah, I'm honestly, thank you, Adam, again for having me here. This is an absolute tons of fun. I'm very excited to be here and talk about, as Steven said, a very hot subject for all of us studying in the blockchain space and just seeing the evolution of tokenization as a whole, right? So kind of reset the stage for us, non-fungible tokens, NFTs. What's so unique about these? Well, just that they are tokens that are unique. So they are unique and they are indivisible. We're seeing several use cases like art and collectibles and moments and others, but those are just a use case of an NFT, whereas fungible tokens or FTs, those are something very similar or very different. Like one Bitcoin is equal to one Bitcoin. They're one to one, if you will. So want to reset that stage for everyone because we got a ton to talk about. Happy to be here. Again, I'm co-founder of Topio Networks and also an investor in the space and excited.
Awesome. So I'm glad to really have this discussion, right? I got two friends chatting about crypto, blockchain, and everything else in between. For all of you, that may have missed our previous conferences, Harmony's been a big supporter, has been on our show multiple times. We have workshops with Harmony, so feel free to visit our YouTube channel at Reimagine 2021. Harmony actually is one of our partners for Blockchain Education Alliance. They're one of our members, supporting education, students, professors, faculty, which is pretty critical, especially at these early stages, right, of our industry. So without further ado, let's kind of get into it. So Steven, man, I've known you now for probably a few years. Between your family and mine, we could probably start a baseball team. But aside from that, yeah. So people can find out about Harmony Protocol. There's tons of content, blogs, articles. Your team is super solid in engagement and kind of keeping updates, and very fortunate there. But I kind of want to I want to pivot off of that in terms of what's your vision with blockchain, with Harmony? Like, how do you see that from a holistic view? Like, what's the impact that, our audience here that, trying to understand, aside from the cryptocurrency, like the technology, like, well, how do you see this making a difference, especially with Harmony?
Well, thank you, Adam. It's very amazing that starting Bay Area, we really get to engage so many folks like you guys, building over years, doesn't matter where the market is, but talking about the long-term vision. It's one thing to ride the market, knowing what are how things this market, and we should really do a lot of things with it, building, really engaging people globally. It's another to know where things are going, so that I will still see you around building that in a few years, whether we have achieved why we started in the industry. To us, to Harmony, the vision is knowing that there will be many economics activities, financial applications, but what are the general theme and vision is we think that there are many open platform applications, really, whether about the community that we are able to tokenize, whether it's about this shareable collectibles that we can help these artists or people and business to really form some kind of agreement. I do see lots of application going towards that for decades to come. So it's really the question of when we start now, how do we see in a year, what will be many applications coming in 5 years? I do think that the Harmony has a lot of work to do, providing a platform, making it scalable, bringing community and building towards that.
Awesome. And to kind of piggyback off of that, I've been going to Steven's hacker house out here in the Bay Area for quite some time for some nice barbecues, every Saturday. Great individuals, good people coming together and just talking, catching up, really establishing a relationship, understanding the trends, the nuances of it, and building off of that. How important, because people think, build, we will, build the tech and they will come, right? Like, that doesn't really apply. You could have a really nice product, solution, technology. If you don't have any users, if you don't have a community, then you have something that's just really nice. So community, Harmony's super big on that. Engagement. Can you talk about that and why that's important and critical, especially in blockchain crypto, where you've mentioned this in the past of like traditional marketing and then now like social marketing, right? There's a big difference here.
Absolutely. I think you use the word community so many times. Is what we ascribe to. As a matter of fact, probably the reason why we'll get into talking about NFT with all three of us here, right? But why we managed to start with the community 3 years ago, I think it's really still the special thing about Silicon Valley. If not, hopefully later on will be about Miami and then Shenzhen and globally other places, that the community really get you filter about how to help each other build up the dreams together. So much noise, so many crazy things, but it's the people that lasts. We managed to host, people call us even the barbecue community or barbecue coin. It's fun to laugh about it, but we did it for 3 years, every week, 3 hours at a time. Sometimes lasting to 6 hours. That it is real that people come back and tell you what are the great things, what is happening. That we forgot that's why the garage culture, the community that helped build some of the earlier hardwares and now mobiles and now this tokenized economy is possible. It is, you can search Twitter and Google all day long for information. It's actually the best people that you can count on that build a community together.
And to kind of dig a little bit deeper in terms of, you guys have, we talked about this before our interview here, of like going back to China. Like, can you talk about maybe the compare and contrast, or what are some of the benefits, right? To kind of, I think you guys have an office out there. Am I right? Yeah. So like, what, you know, how does a community thrive out there, and your community here in the States, and then other parts of the world? So actually last week, Harmony and Melspell, we just hosted an event in Tanzania, and it was really great. And Harmony CTO Ronjan was presenting, and you know, that region out there is, we set up a Harmony node. I helped them set up a Harmony node. Not only that, there was about like 75, you know, students, faculty that showed up. So I'm trying to extend that community, but
absolutely,
yeah. How do you feel? You know, why did you open up out there? You know, what are some of those strategic regions, and you know, what did you learn?
Yeah, I was just catching up with Kyle that we learned so much about blockchain and Bitcoin white paper before we go to China a few years ago. And suddenly really gave me a strong sense that even a few years ago, there's a strong technical community, developer community that really draw us in. So we actually saw an engineering office there for that reason, right? And I can tell what happened the last few years in China about crypto, but let's shortcut to what happened the last few months. NFT got so big. And I would say for the rest of the year in China in particular, if not Asia, it will be even bigger. So for us, capturing the talent, knowing the conversation, knowing what things people are building is going to be so important. And we're so lucky that we managed to do a few roadshows there a few years ago. Last year was too hard. So hopefully whether we'll do more of this collaboration, I think this year will be still tough, but then I think people finally caught on to what Asia and globally and a Silicon Valley can do together. NFT will be a very strong community.
And I'm really, and I'll let Kyle jump in, you know, right now. And I'm kind of bringing this up ultimately really because we have like students watching, we have, you know, people coming in that are just hearing about crypto and blockchain over the last, you know, I don't know, few months really, or maybe a period of time here and there. But people maybe underestimate the Bitcoin just didn't happen overnight. It might seem like it just happened, but I mean, this, you know, you're a cryptographer, like you study cryptography, you know, blockchain is really just a buzzword, and cryptography distributed systems have been around for decades. And so I'm trying to highlight really like, you know, you guys have 6 co-founders, like that's pretty tough to find. I mean, high quality, you know, individuals, people that you trust to build a company, one, and then you're an emerging tech. And I think people just think like, oh, you know, it's just a technology that you pick up. But ultimately, you've been studying this for years. The distributed system aspect, the components and fundamentals of blockchain have been around for decades. And so, you know, everybody watching, like, there's so much information out there. There's people that are working on this technology, just like the Harmony team, plugging away, chugging away, trying things, experimenting, innovating. And as you can see from their success, and there, as he's mentioned, there's a lot of work to be done, but you guys are in a good position.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And Adam, just to touch back on that for a second, I mean, let's jump in the time machine and run back for a second. So 2008, right? We get the white paper. The end of 2008, we get the white paper of this P2P or peer-to-peer, you know, electronic cash system. First time we've all got a chance to see it. And then not much longer later, I think it was on January 3rd, 2009, the genesis or first block was mined on the Bitcoin network, right? That's when it all began, from the idea of what we're talking about today, right? Tokenization, blockchain, a lot of these words that those may be hearing for the first time. It all began back then. And during the next few years, it was a little bit quiet. There wasn't much conversation going on outside of a small group of individuals. And then all of a sudden, we start to see some movement, right? 2013, we have the general theory of decentralized applications come out with David Johnson and many others. It was a group of, I believe, 12 individuals that put together a framework for the future of applications, something that Stephen and his team at Harmony are outstanding at. And those are called dApps, right? So we'll refer to it there going forward. And I do have a question around dApps for you here in a minute, Stephen, looking at a cool tutorial you guys have online. But 2013, for most people, the next big milestone in the industry is 2017. CryptoKitties and Cyberpunks come out as the first NFTs on Ethereum and pretty much take down the network. We go into the ICO boom that we're all familiar with, or should be as well. 2019, we start to see a little bit more of an infrastructure. 2020, we see this very big excitement where things are becoming real. Enterprise is here. We're seeing applications or dApps. We get the DeFi summer as well that leads into today's topic of non-fungible tokens and this boom we're seeing. But fun fact, the first non-fungible token, the first NFT, was actually created in 2014 as well, and it was called Quantum. Yeah, so I did some research for us. Fun fact, you can fact check me out there on Wikipedia, everybody. It is there that two individuals created a little GIF, little video image of a rotating dollar sign in a picture frame. That was the first NFT. So there you go.
That's crazy.
As well. So with that being said, that was a little time travel. Let's come back to the present. Here we are in 2021. Stephen, before we get into dApps, you talked about China, and you talked about putting roots on the ground and how important that was to your business and to your community. But it gave you something and an edge, if anything, on your competitors. It allowed you to hear and see and be a part of what was happening on the ground. And as Adam mentioned, we've got people all around the world listening to this on, from educations to executives and investors. Can you share maybe a little bit of what you're seeing from a pulse perspective in Asia? So for those listening, what activity do you see happening throughout the blockchain industry around Asia right now?
Yeah, I'm very glad you asked that question. As a matter of fact, I'm learning at the same time and telling you the story that I learned on the fly. But then China has been quite suppressed on the whole DeFi, if not even some of the fiat interaction, because of politics, because of government control, for good reasons, right? But then the economy is definitely booming. So what are they going to do next with the blockchain was very unclear last year. Right? Many people got burned out, many people exit the game, just holding on to BTC, which is fine. Last year was a wake-up moment, not just for DeFi, but suddenly, not just about investors, but everyone doing collectibles, obviously on blockchain. As a matter of fact, CryptoKitties was super big in China during that time. Now coming back here, many of the mainstream artists, I'm talking about the top 5, top 10 artists. Many of the collectibles of cards, as well as people actually like to share with the kids of Easter eggs that probably $1 or 10, that it will be a social phenomenon. That is going to be mind-blowing because we have been talking about technical advances, blockchain technology, privacy, and cryptography. And then suddenly it will be a full-blown trillion-dollar economy that will be happening on some platform that are literally global. So that level of explosion, I will be expecting to see this year.
So I'm going to throw a side question to you. And this is a little bit of a curveball, and I apologize in advance, but I think it's relevant on all sides. So from Asia to decentralized applications to then non-fungible tokens. So, in China, we've got WeChat, that is the primary application that everyone uses. And Korea and Japan, we have a few others, including Line and others. Do you see these, what a lot of people refer to as super apps, as something that NFTs, for today's use cases, like art and collectibles and moments and moments, do you see those maybe being integrated and just put on display for the users? Because these apps, for those that may not know, are very social. So Stephen, do you see that as something that could happen?
They have to. It's already happening. And it's really actually the main driver of adoption, right? For sure, Kakao in Korea is actually one of the earliest ones that understand both digital items, virtual assets, as well as part of their mobile life. For sure, gamings, right? That actually is going to be a strong adoption from telecom, which is going to be crazy, right? The last 2 decades of money and driver adoption, user adoption is coming from those big platforms. That day one now, China in the last 10 years is also innovating there. Many of the mobile apps suddenly have like 100 millions of users. What can you do, right? And I would think that now that, especially, we probably over talk about the China market, but it's true that they don't need to worry about the government censoring them because it's an investment opportunities, right? To them, it's just collectibles that it's virtual gifts that they will be interacting both socially, but also on the mobile in the super apps, as you said.
Well, and society, and from a social perspective, just to add on to that, a lot of those applications, like you said, already have types of digital goods baked in as well. So the mentality is very different than, say, here in the United States or in other areas like Latin America, a transformative market, or Africa, or even Europe as well, right? Because in China, for those who may not know, traditionally you could get what's called a red packet, and there's an envelope that's sent to you in WeChat, and it's a digital digital envelope. You open it up and there's something, a gift inside, right? So I think you're calling that out very right, Stephen, as well. But Adam,
I think so.
Wait, regarding Line and WeChat, are you saying those are still centralized parties, right? So my question, Stephen, actually is decentralization versus centralization. Where do you lie? Like, there's people that are like, I want everything decentralized, and then there's those that don't care. How do you see, is this going to be a hybrid kind of environment for us to pick and choose certain aspects, can be decentralized and, self-sovereign and I own X, Y, and Z versus centralization where everybody's like used to giving up their social security number to go to Walgreens, whatever the case is. Where do you lie on that aspect? Because there's people that are maximalists on either end. What degree do you see yourself?
Well, decentralization is the only reason, right? We'll get there much, much, much slower because of decentralized, but it's the only way to get to 7.8 billion people. So what you ask me, are we working with like particular government and a particular super app? Sure. I mean, even PayPal, Visa, everyone is actually helping on board, right? These few months is also proof that there are many centralized network, centralized platform that can have great adoption, and they will catch many of the market value capture very well. Which is great, right? Just like a big company like Google and Apple that I used to work with, they always be able to create 100 million, if not billion users adoption very quickly. But then I think that students, especially audience now starting, having the mentality of decentralization, it doesn't be like, you don't need to think about where the 10 billion people coming from in 30 years, but then thinking about serving 8 billion users or more. Starting from decentralized actually force you to build a community, right? Force you to open source, force you to distribute your tokens, force you to write down your culture and the mission much more openly. And by definition, it's decentralized, right? There are different scale of how many validators you have and who control the asset. Is flow a real NFT if you cannot withdraw it? That's okay. That's just all experiments. But for the audience, especially students to come in this space, don't forget, it's actually decentralization.
Yeah, I mean, I'll let you jump in, Kyle. Like, I've had this discussion too. The mindset of the next generation, this current generation, native internet money, right? Native applications to the internet. Right now, we're still in Web 2.0. Like, people are trying to plug in this emerging tech into kind of traditional business models and the way that we operate. But where the real innovation lies is, I believe on the decentralization side, and we haven't even hit those, those limits yet. I think it's endless. So like you said, the future it's going to be native to them to kind of operate this way. And it's going to be real interesting because I think the big players right now do see that trend. And that's why they're obviously dipping their toe in the water to kind of fill it out. And not only that, maintain market share or like users, right? By, you know, your Visas, your MasterCards of the world, your PayPals, and like try to hold on. But I think that's just kind of a transition phase, and like, you know, we're still kind of not even peaking, right? Did you have something, Kyle?
No, I was just going to say, I mean, you brought up a great point. I mean, think about it. When we all were introduced to the internet, the idea of buying things was just that. It was just an idea. And then all of a sudden we were able to buy, sell, and transact via e-commerce, right? And then we envisioned a world where we could communicate and connect. And all of a sudden we have social networking. And then all of a sudden we have, you know, things like these digital goods and digital stores and all of this stuff that is existing in our world today. Now, what we've all found, and from various reasons, so again, to your point, all sides of the table are welcomed here, is that there are faults in that network. And we had a good run for that first part of the cycle, or second part, right? I believe we're in that third wave, Web 3.0, or just that third wave as we go. And now this next wave is going to be big, and it's going to be a decades-long movement of this transition. You know, right now, I think you're bringing up as well, you know, everyone's kind of dipping their toes. They're trying to figure out, but they don't want to lose the market share. It's not as high risk. They found certain pain points that actually are solved by things like distributed ledgers, like NFTs, like decentralized applications and blockchain, et cetera. It's solving problems. And so they're going after it. And with that, if it works, and I say if because of their use cases may or may not, and they may change. If it works, they're in the upswing to the next 30, 40, 50 year cycle that we are going through to redo so much infrastructure, both technically and mentally, that, you know, they'll be positioned well. And you know, you called it out as well, as that there's going to be a generation that just NFTs, no one knows what an NFT is. It's just, yeah, it's just, oh, this, right? And that this stuff doesn't even matter. And that decentralization to them does not matter, because everything happens respectfully, right? I mean, you've got, you know, distributed computing we've had since the 70s, and probably earlier and later than we know. But now we're leveraging it in a new way. We have the sensors, we have the resources, we have the devices out there. It's time. So things have kind of come to a unique point for all of us, that really the convergence of all of this is just happening, and we're lucky enough, including those viewers that are listening, to be a part of it on all sides. It's great.
Absolutely.
And let's get into NFTs. You know, let's kind of pivot. I know Kyle has some thoughts. Steven, you have some thoughts. Product market fit with Harmony. You know, we talked about crypto kitties and kind of congested networks and like bringing down networks. Harmony provides solutions to a lot of these, you know, scalability issues and challenges and risk. Like, talk about kind of, and you know, I guess I'm trying to team it up and wrapping in Harmony into this NFT boom, and just how perfect, you know, the protocol, you know, might fit in terms of gas fees, you know, interoperability, and kind of the, you know, tying it all into your vision. So how does, you know, Harmony fit into this NFT boom in terms of product market fit?
Well, you said it right. There's so many layers of the infrastructure people need to figure out. And then where does the users gain when they use it, and how do they do it? It's pretty much a full stack of like money, speed, fees, all that problem. But the amazing thing is, people don't need to think about any of that anymore when people use internet or mobile, because magic will just happen if you build the infrastructure and platform right. So we did spend a few years figuring out how to scale, how to connect, how to build really trustless way of bridging with all the ecosystem. It's still going to be a big story this year, but you asked it correctly. How does it tie back to NFT this year? What is the product market fit that the market is telling us, partners asking us to do, which is very interesting. NFT, as Kyle said, right, it's just an artifact of the standard and technical things. It turns out it really tied to the community culture asset, how they form the even DAO, how they believe that this will drive up not just the value, but they will come back for it, right? It's what we see NFT represent for the platform level. To us, decentralization people understand, but now people actually starting to understand the importance of interoperable. If I NFT, let's say from Ethereum or Binance Smart Chain, but I couldn't put it in a wallet that owned by some other chain, let's say Flow, what's the purpose of building another open platform? Actually don't work with another open platform. It's very funny. We call it a cross-chain NFT. right? It's great that if you prefer to be on Ethereum Minted, that's good. Okay, if you pay $100 for $100,000 pieces, but there are really going to be many more chains, whether Flow or like another, many of the new games that they have launching, which is all good. That's by definition of Cambrian explosion, that there'll be many more ecosystem coming. So for us, we are always the infrastructure level because we're an infrastructure engineer. We know that it's the lowest level that platform will scale. So we want to figure out the cross-chain NFT story.
I love it.
That's perfect.
Go ahead, Adam. I know you got a question. Go for it.
No, go ahead. Yeah, take it away if you want.
Yeah, so I absolutely love the vision painted, because that is the next step, right? What is the point in the future of having things tokenized if you can't exchange and move them around, right? Not necessarily talking about exchanging them on a marketplace for value, but moving them in different places, right? So if you look at enterprise use cases, if you have everything that's considered a digital twin, so the digital representation of something physical, you need to move that maybe from one organization to another, or an invoice, for instance, monitoring your supply chain. These are all things that we're working on and are seeing also in areas of mobility and digital birth certificates of cars, keeping that digital record of that, but it needs to move somewhere. And in all fairness, there's not necessarily going to be one to rule them all. So they need to be able to connect. And Stephen, I think you're bringing up a great point. That is a huge opportunity to anybody listening to build and to focus on as well. Because this is a huge gap area, and it's going to be between applications, between blockchains, and probably so much more that we haven't even begun to thought about as well. And if I can, Adam, I got a quick question for Stephen around applications. Stephen, you and the team at Harmony are, again, awesome at decentralized applications. I've done my research, I know, so I'm calling it out. I'm giving you the credit. You've got a great tutorial on your website about bringing a decentralized application from Ethereum over to Harmony. And not necessarily that we have to, talk about that scenario, but, can you walk us through the importance of building a decentralized application, and then also why it may make sense to move it from one blockchain to another?
I'm very glad you asked that question. That's really the best way to understand where's the state of art in terms of platform and quite fragmented ecosystem. In the DeFi space, people understand very well. If I have a yield, I couldn't get into it. That's called fragmentation of the liquidity, right? In NFT, people actually like what? I bought it. I still need to wait for two weeks, and I need to file a customer support to get that. So let me walk through from the very beginning of why building another chain, understanding what is the platform need, all the way to what the users would feel even this year if they don't have that interoperable baked in when they think about things. To begin with, everyone understands the problem of Ethereum even for a few years. People know how to solve it. People actually innovate with the consensus, the sticking. I think that's the two key innovations that we see in the last few years. But then that's just solving of isolated ecosystem, right? Polkadot and Cosmos very early already talked about how to connect them, right? IBC, parachain. But then they haven't talked about outside the Cosmos ecosystem, how to connect to the next. I'm talking about Bitcoin, Ethereum, if not even Flow, right? So finally last year, the Fulminate launched that people finally taking this seriously, that we also understand the need, not just about having a fast chain, but having the asset from Ethereum to here, and then whether to Cosmos or Polkadot quickly. So if you guys are interested for the developer to hear the following, which students should be, is talking about how to mint another NFT. There are lots of tutorials. Students should go through that. Quickly, they'll figure out that I will still want to tie it to Ethereum virtual machine, EVM, right? So there are your tooling, Solidity, and how to deploy, truffle, and all that. You will learn it. It will be a skill set, just like JavaScript back in time. So that's married to the Ethereum tooling, MetaMask, is what we figured out to the last few months. Give people MetaMask support so that there are 5 million monthly active users now that can really easily onboard. The next question Kai asked is, what is the experience like with the developer or users after you do that, right? I purchase an NFT. Is why we are very serious about bringing the cross-chain NFT standard, so that whether Ethereum or Polkadot, we know it's already happening. How do they share them? Would my wallet be able to display multiple when I have my gallery? Let's say I hang all my arts on my virtual world when I attend a conference. What does it mean if I only support Ethereum NFT? That'll be very funny, right? Is why we think that developer will take that very seriously, whether you're building a portal wallet all the way to when you're minting an asset, whether you support any of these cross-chain elements of the infrastructure.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, a lot of what we're talking about here is really being able to allow entrepreneurs, startups, people coming, you know, developers coming in, engineers, to really innovate, right? Like, not worry about, like you said, you know, what chain do I need to pick? Like, you know, worrying about different standards and we're working those out. So I'm not saying, but at a high level, it's like, all right, cool, I can switch things, which I think on the NFT side, that's pretty critical in terms of, like you said, you know, switching NFTs between platforms and networks is critical. I think you don't want to be stuck on one end. I don't think it flows right. If we're even going to go even grander in terms of enterprises, you know, right now the talk is musicians and artists and you know, athletes that have these technologies available to them, which only allows them to really just kind of continue to build and can continue to create and start things from, you know, not building from scratch and not having to worry about a lot of these problems and challenges that we're facing. So that's good. So even on the NFT side, like, what kind of, I guess, I don't know, what are still some of the challenges that you guys are seeing or facing or forecasting?
Mm-hmm. We do think that finally, at least for NFT, we don't need to worry about, oh, do we have a fast chain to support that? Can wallet actually integrate both the fiat elements so they can buy from credit card, right? The whole difference between CryptoKitty and honestly, NBA Top Shot is NBA Top Shot, most of the assets actually bought through credit card, right? But then how do you quickly be able to understand the differences between the value? It took a few years, but we are there now. So in terms of fiat integration, in terms of platform, in terms of speed, to be able to support going to be thousands of artists coming in, and then each of them thousands of fans, I think we're just right there, right? To me, the next problem is actually the security of your wallet. To be able to display any of the NFT, to be part of the digital identity. So that that wallet is not going to be it's like a Coinbase wallet or just Artchain supporting Ethereum asset. That we're pretty excited that it will be a cross-chain element. That the wallet itself, people used to talk about more like where do you use your hardware and MetaMask to be buying different things, will be very soon become your digital identity. Adam, you are muted. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, it's very it's very interesting. And Kyle, you brought up something earlier. Like, I used to never online shop like in the 90s when the internet hit, right? And now we're talking about digital, like you know, and non-fungible tokens, unique, you know, just put, you know, tokenizing everything in this world. And like I said, even generationally, like, I don't think, you know, past generations are understanding it and kind of know what's up, but they don't quite get it. To the people right now that are buying it up. And I think security is definitely a big one. The complexities of NFTs too, like in the standards, it seems like you guys are obviously tackling that as well. So, you know, we kind of got a couple minutes here. Let's see, Kyle, you got anything else on the NFT side that you don't want to ask?
Yeah, I was reading an article earlier about tokenization of natural materials. We talked about mobility. You know, I brought up the enterprise. We've talked about, you talked about identity. There's so much of the world of tokenization in front of us. We'd love to hear some areas that you think are of opportunity or where we go next in all of this. Because again, the use cases for those listening today are very clear. They're art, they're collectibles, they're moments, sports, gaming, and a little bit into the metaverse as well, and some use cases testing. But Stephen, to you, where do you see these next big opportunity waves coming from tokenization as well.
Yeah, well, you kind of cover it all, but let me talk about to the extreme so that we have some sense where the progress is coming, right? On the digital side, completely virtual, and meta side, even the emoji domain names, even you have multiple profiles to show off some of your NFT, because now things become more virtual in the conference. It's going to be big. It's going to be huge, right? Who would know that whether your Gitcoin like reputation or like having a fun domain name like ENS will become so big, right? And it will be even bigger because so much. There's no friction whatsoever. The second level is going to be more like a decentralized digital community, right? That's why DAO and what I said about digital identity will be the second level, right? It's really tied to some friction of, well, I wouldn't say friction, it's just like cohesiveness of a community, whether with DAO, whether there's some money, whether some treasure to it. That will become another NFT that binds them together, whether it's just a social token or a DAO that help you invest. That will be part of the NFT story. And then only, I must say, only the very last will be tied to the physical world, which they are actually speeding up. I saw lots of like even talk about renewable energy, carbon credit. We know that for a few years, but finally, even the government as well as local support allow that now, right? There are a lot of talks in Miami this week. We know that government actually understand why it's actually great to support that on an open platform. I don't know, it's going to be Ethereum, but there'll be another blockchain just to support, let's say, carbon credit for any of these energy resources, all the way to cars, and which require even more support that actually government are very open to it.
Have you guys heard of physical non-fungible tokens?
Yeah.
Where it's like embedded. I just had an interview. You'll see it.
Really? Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's happening.
Yeah. I mean, it's.
I heard about self-replicating ones that are it's constantly changing. It's called the replicator.
Really?
There you go.
Now we're talking, man. That's kind of crazy.
Right.
Yeah. No, there's so much, so much going on. I think for those tuning in, like non-fungible tokens are going to touch a variety of aspects in your life from gaming, right? That's kind of a big push. And so it's really exciting. It's definitely unique in its own right. Do you see NFTs and DeFi colliding, Stephen?
I think actually that's where the field growth incentives, if not just like the financialization, actually make all the difference in the digital world. Right? I mean, finance of fine artwork is already happening. We just don't see it. People don't talk about it. People talk about the final price, but then there's so many people behind it. It's not just about the finance part or DeFi part, but all the people working and the whole hierarchy of the financial system. So NFT index, NFT fractional ownership, NFT borrow, and the whole structure, that anything that we do with the fungible world, meaning just money, it actually has to map to the non-fungible world. So that many of the incentive mechanism, financialization mechanism, securitization, even of a piece, is already actually we see quite a few good projects coming specifically DeFi Alliance. We are very impressed with the innovation there. That they call it DeFi Alliance, they should call it just Money Alliance or something, because like fine art and NFT needs just as much money to make it happen.
I also was thinking about this, during this boom and even during this conference of like, for me, NFTs is kind of hard to understand the value. It's kind of hard, right? And I had to zoom out a little bit. And a lot of the talk in this space is like high-end stuff, either the arts and expensive things and multiple millions of dollars of things. And like going back to the community aspect at the intro here, it's peer-to-peer and it's more of an engagement. It's more of a tool. It can reflect the fractional ownership of, the Picasso, right? Or this one of a kind thing. But, and you mentioned earlier, like artists, being able to engage in a social aspect of a limited, availability of these NFT tokens, right? For their audience, community. And it just really put things in perspective that it's not always it's what the person values, right? Like sentiment, like, and you brought it up earlier, Kyle, of the moment, right? And being able to have that. So yeah, I'm curious to kind of see, is this just where are we at in terms of NFTs? You know, we're obviously at the beginning. Like, do you see this playing out in the next, couple years, or like 10, 15 years?
Everything will be tokenized in NFT. Right? We know that actually.
That's crazy.
You asked me in a funny way. Like, I have to blur it out, right? Yeah. Kai, you didn't copyright that word yet, right? Moments.
No, nope.
Because
not yet.
We were about to
you.
talk about, if not announcing, moments NFT, right? We're talking about events, we're talking about time-related things, right? Only one special moment in time. You go to, let's say, a birthday, right? And now suddenly these 20 people have that shared moment, proof of presence, proof of attendance, right? It's real, right? Adam, you said, is it really the peer-to-peer part, or like, can everything be monetized? If you flip it the other way to think about it, many of the even physical world resources, it become very cheap, if not infinite now, right? We don't really need to think about how much electricity we need to pay, or even of like talking FaceTime to a person. It used to be extremely expensive, right? What would be the ultimate limited resources? Obviously, is time, your attention.
Yeah.
The social graph, actually, you cannot literally connect with like more than thousands of people and give them the same level of social connection, right? So we actually summarize it. We haven't really formalized it or announced it yet. We call it the moments NFT. Will be very special. If people finally tied to a very limited edition because you attended there, because we share a moment together, because you and I have a special bond that we're able to capture that special feeling.
Yeah, and it puts it in, in perspective for people that are going to buy NFTs for speculative reasons, for cherishable reasons, sentiment reasons. And for those watching, just kind of be careful, right? You kind of hear this hype, but ultimately the underlying NFT kind of functionality spans across a variety of, complicated, ways of thinking and like distribution and connecting, but ultimately it's up to you on how you value it. So don't always just buy this. You will get burned, for those watching, you will get burned if you're trying to, speculate and you're not, knowledgeable about it, blah, blah, blah. And the point I'm trying to say is there's when we hear NFTs, in the media and going for $70 million, like that's not going to happen all the time. I think the ones that will skyrocket are the ones that, somebody actually really cherishes, and it's going to like come out in the end, whether it increases in prices or not. That's not the point. It's just kind of like genuine, right? Like I really want this moment for X, Y, and Z, and I'm able to keep this like forever, and then hopefully it's secure, and then we can switch it between networks, and we're all good.
Exactly.
So yeah, I think we're up on time here. I think this was a great discussion. We talked about a lot of things: community, Harmony Protocol, NFTs, which is a theme of this event. A lot of the underlying fundamentals of Steven's team, why they are where they are, what the work that they've put in, not just in the Harmony's, history, but beyond that. And so I've been fortunate enough to be friends with Steven and the rest of them. They play basketball on Saturdays. Even has a pretty good shot after those barbecues, but we're fortunate for them to be one of our members and supporting us in all of our events. They're actually they wanted to sponsor this event, which has been great. I almost forgot about that, but you guys have been like totally great and supporting us there. And it really just goes back into the production, and it goes back to our university program. So we're appreciative of you, contributing to kind of the ecosystem, and we're fortunate to accept that and redistribute that out to our community. So it all comes full circle.
Exactly. We are just so grateful to be here. Most of all, just a crazy moment in life that we can build together, and we look so much more to the forward in the future.
Exactly. And Kyle, my guest host today, appreciate you jumping on. I know you've been doing a bunch of interviews and keynotes, so thank you for joining in. I kind of strategically put this together because Steven's a friend, Kyle's a friend. You guys are both super smart, and you everybody can hear it through this discussion. So Kyle, thanks for your time too.
Thank you. And thank you, Stephen. This has been great. It's been great to riff with both of you and to the audience. I hope you enjoy it. And definitely reach out to Stephen and the Harmony team and Adam and the Mousebelt team. And lastly, me. But those two first, nonetheless, it's been an absolute pleasure. And thank you, Adam, as well, for having me.
And Stephen, where can people learn more about Harmony, Connect, Discord, Telegrams? Where are you guys most active and where can they do a little bit more research?
Come check us out. Harmony.one, O-N-E. It doesn't get any simpler to understand our message. We really believe each of you can be part of the future. Follow me on Twitter. I'd be very happy to write out more of what's the latest trend. And I'll take both from technical, but also from the community aspect of things.
Awesome. So for all of you tuning in to Reimagine 2021, thank you for watching this. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Stephen C., co-founder of Harmony Protocol. We hope to have you back, Stephen, and the Harmony team. Of course, you guys have been part of this for the last year, so we appreciate that, and we'll see you again. Thanks, Kyle. We'll see you again too.
Thanks, everybody.
This is wonderful. Thanks, Kyle, Adam.
Thanks. Bye.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Fauci Nakamoto. We all know accidents happen. For example, you might have accidentally forgotten to convert all of your directly deposited fiat into cryptocurrency. And that's okay. I'm reminding you that when all else fails, there's always Plan B for Bitcoin.
Hello, my name is Wasim Ahmad. I'm Chief Crypto Officer of Vault 12. I'm very happy to be here with Reimagine.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 8th conference in a monthly series of events, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mousebelt team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator, providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within the Mousebite University program. Our main goals and objectives are pretty simple. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real-world applications. So, we seek to educate, our audience on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. Again, thank you all for tuning in to Reimagine 2021. We have an exciting interview for you today. I'm joined here with Wasim Ahmad, Chief Crypto Officer from Vault 12. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to join us. How you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
So you guys, pretty interesting story with Vault 12, and you guys have been around for quite some time. Before we get into kind of the products and solutions, which I think are critical to the space for a variety of reasons, right? Adoption, streamlining, like getting to the next billion. Let's talk about you. How did you end up first of all, how did you end up with the title? And then how did you end up kind of, what led you into blockchain?
Sure. So the title basically was something that we created to sound official when we were raising money through a security token offering in 2018. So it did the trick. So I've kept it.
Awesome. And your background. Yeah, your background. Let us know what led you into blockchain.
So, 20 years ago, I was working in the cryptography area at a company called Voltage, which was a breakthrough in public key cryptography. And as you can imagine, cryptography is a central foundation of blockchain and everything that's going on around us. And after I left that company, I started working with a company called AlphaPoint, which at the time in 2012 was a very small group of entrepreneurs that were building the next generation of exchange software. Now, it wasn't legal to put those exchanges anywhere, certainly not in the US, but in many, many places around the world. But there were a couple of places in Northern Europe and the Caribbean. And so they implemented their exchange software for crypto specifically there. And then since then, AlphaPoint has just become a huge company that is pervasive in the blockchain and cryptocurrency space.
That's interesting. I haven't talked to a cryptographer on this show before, so let's kind of touch on that real quick. So,
I'm not a cryptographer. I'm not a cryptographer. But I work with cryptographers, so I know the world's leading cryptographers. That's my claim to fame.
And that's even better. I could probably understand a little bit more, But for those watching, blockchain, it's a buzzword. Blockchain, the fundamentals have been around for years. So like you said, cryptography, distributed systems. So like, what's your take on kind of this wave that, what blockchain is today? Have you seen this? What is blockchain, I guess, to you? Because you come from it, years past, like, from technologically speaking, why is blockchain all of a sudden hit in 2018?
So,
I'm sorry, in 2008 when Bitcoin launched, what's the story? What's your story?
Sure. So first of all, blockchain is marvelous, right? It's a foundation, and while it doesn't change, the stuff we do with blockchain or with the blockchain changes every 6 months. And you just think, what was going on? What was the hottest topic 6 months ago or 9 months ago? DeFi. And what's the hottest topic right now? NFTs. And what's the hottest topic, like a year or two ago? It was like supply chain, looking at supply chains, looking at tracking, looking at all of those kinds of things. So blockchain, I think, is going to continue. The applications for blockchain, like cryptocurrency, are going to continue to evolve. So I think it's something really fundamental. It's here to stay. Now, where did it come from? I think, Bitcoin specifically as the application kind of emerged from what we were seeing, in the world's kind of financial system. So you had in 2008, you had kind of the crash, you had, Cyprus government taking everyone's money, ordering the banks to kind of withhold everyone's deposits. And suddenly people realized, wow, we're not immune to some sci-fi fantasy of, totalitarian governments controlling all of the money and taking it from people. And so that, I think, led to this idea that, well, there's got to be a better way. There's got to be a way that eliminates the opportunity for fraud, for control, for authoritarianism, all of those kinds of things. And that's what blockchain, and specifically Bitcoin in that time, kind of gives us. And then you fast forward a couple of years, and then we have a new type of cryptocurrency called Ethereum, which brings along this idea that you can program contracts, relationships between people, transactions that need to happen between multiple parties. And suddenly you can run these not on one particular server, but you can run it all around the world in a global way, in a distributed way. And no one government, no one corporation, no one entity controls it. And so this is really something great that is going to continue to keep giving new things, new applications that we haven't even thought of right now.
No, exactly. And, you bring up some good points, and just kind of the evolution, and even kind of in my journey, I came across, blockchain, Bitcoin in 2013, and went to grad school, and, talked to some classmates about what's Ethereum right when it was coming out, and what's XRP and Coinbase. So it's kind of interesting. And those topics that you bring up that went on in the world, it's kind of eye-opening. And even recently, in the last, decade or so, just kind of the way that we operate, the globalization, right? Like the Cyprus situation, the stimulus packages, when I see all these things, and now that I'm in crypto, it kind of puts things in perspective in terms of like, who's dialing this up? It's just people. And Bitcoin kind of gives you some financial freedom a little bit, or even blockchain in the application, Ethereum, right? Like running some of these new innovative processes and flows, and being part of the stack for a variety of reasons. So let's talk about Vault 12, because you guys kind of solve a lot of the problems that, or solving a lot of the problems that we see from kind of the retail side, the institution side. So let's talk about Vault 12 and kind of like what you guys are doing there.
Sure. So Vault 12 was actually started in 2014 by our CEO, Max Skibinski. And Max at the time was at a venture company called Andreessen Horowitz. And in fact, he was on the blockchain team. So in the preceding years, he'd seen almost every major deal come by that was to do with Bitcoin, blockchain, all of those kinds of things, including Coinbase. So he actually worked on the Coinbase account and got them funded. So at that time, he realized talking to his peers, he realized very quickly that, great, this digital money is wonderful. It's the native currency of the internet. But there's one thing that is very, very different between that and the existing financial system, which is that because there's no banks, there's no FDIC, there's no one to give you your password back. You own the currency, and you own the security of that currency. And because there's no banks, you have to do all the work. And so it all boils down to protecting that key, which is often expressed in the form of a seed phrase. And so at that time, all of the solutions around protecting your seed phrase were very hardcore solutions. They involved doing stuff offline on laptops, and doing stuff with hardware wallets, pretty complicated processes. So he had this idea of, what if you did it a different way, and did it in a decentralized way? And he couldn't get anyone to run with the idea. So he ended up starting a company just to run with that.
And maybe you can elaborate too on the types of wallets, right? There's various types of wallets, and then not to confuse, like you're also not an exchange, correct? Do you swap coins in and out of Vault 12?
No, we're strictly a security solution where we're saving a very particular asset that represents your security.
And so, yeah, let's continue down that path. I mean, you mentioned it already, and we're not talking about securities, folks, in terms of investment vehicles and instruments and all that. We're talking about actual security hacks, privacy, protection. So let's talk about kind of that evolution. And you've touched on it a little bit.
Sure.
You know, and we can go back as early as you want, but in terms of, you know, for those that are looking to, you know, that have wallets, that are managing their own seed phrases and keys and all that, what do you guys do to kind of help them out?
So maybe before we get to wallets, there's actually a first step that most people that are new to cryptocurrency kind of, you know, they jump into crypto via Coinbase or Binance. And so these are organizations that provide exchanges where you can buy cryptocurrency, you can sell your cryptocurrency, and you can also, you know, many people kind of leave their cryptocurrency up in the exchange. And so this is a very convenient way to do things, right? It's kind of very similar to just buying stock on Robinhood or, you know, with your bank. However, it is incredibly unsafe to do this. And while Gemini and Coinbase and Binance, you know, have done an amazing job of security, everyone else has been hacked. And to give you an idea of the magnitude of hacks, it's something like 11 billion in the last 10 years, right? It was over 3 billion last year. Same thing the year before. So, you know, criminals, hackers realize, oh, there's all this money stored up in this one place on this, you know, this single, you know, owned by this single corporation. Let's just go there. Let's not go after people. So the antidote to that is don't trust the exchange. Download your cryptocurrency into a wallet. So now we get to, well, what's a wallet? So a wallet is often a piece of software that's running on a mobile device, or it could be running on your laptop, or indeed it could be it could actually be a hardware wallet, which is something very similar to a USB drive that you plug in, and you download your cryptocurrency and your keys, etc., onto that hardware device, and then you keep it completely offline, and so it never touches the internet. So it's a very safe way of doing things. In fact, many people will take that hardware wallet and put it in a safety deposit box, and, you know, put that away so that it's not even kind of lying around the house. In addition to saving your details into a wallet, the other sort of way in which people lose their seed phrase is literally through accidents. You know, you wrote it down on a piece of paper. 9 out of 10 wallets will tell you to write your seed phrase down on a piece of paper, even to this day in 2021, after billions of dollars of crypto have been stolen. Well, paper it's not great. I mean, you know, like,
not at all.
You sometimes you can't read it, sometimes you can't find it. I'm sure it doesn't age very well. I'm sure you're familiar with the Winklevoss brothers. So they're the co-founders of Gemini. And what they did when, you know, they had an awfully large amount of Bitcoin. And so what they did, because they were paranoid about the security, was they printed out their private keys, cut them into pieces, and then distributed the pieces amongst different safety deposit boxes around the country. And they literally went to regional banks that were 30 minutes from an airport, and they did all of this in 48 hours. Well, that's great. It's very secure. And then I think they broke the computers down with a sledgehammer and then buried them in the concrete of the building that they're in. So very, very safe.
I didn't know this. I didn't know this.
Yeah. It's if you want to read about it, it's all chronicled in Ben Mesrick's book, Bitcoin Billionaires. I recommend it. He's the author of that book, and he wrote the book that got turned into The Social Network. So it's hilarious. But you think of the pandemic, right? We just went through a pandemic, and you suddenly realize that, well, stuff in a safety deposit box was not really accessible. You know, I mean, it's not accessible, you know, in normal times, let alone at a point where physical centralized.
I used to work at the bank, and, you know, it's 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, depending on where your bank is, 9 to 6. And you got to get there before. And it's kind of interesting. You go from a decentralization aspect of managing your keys to like going back to a central, you know, going back to a bank. Anyway, didn't mean to cut you off.
So yeah, no problem. So okay, so let's talk about Vault 12. So what Vault 12 does is it removes the need to keep stuff in a cloud. and it removes the idea that you have something, that you're carrying around on a keychain or that's, lying around in your house. And it uses this notion of taking a digital asset, putting it in a vault, just like you would with a safety deposit box. But in this case, it's a digital vault and it's on your phone. And when you put assets into the vault, they get encrypted and then they get split into pieces that are unrecognizable pieces. And you assign what we call guardians. Guardians are either friends and family, your lawyer, your wealth manager, like people that you trust, that you know on site, their voice. They're not random people you met on the internet at a meetup. They're people that you know. And you assign them, and just like you have Facebook friends, there's this social aspect of using a social network or an inner circle to guard your vault. And so they get the pieces. And then obviously to make it convenient, if you need the asset back, so you need to check your MetaMask, seed phrase, you don't need all 10 pieces. You just need 5 out of 10 or 3 out of 10 or 10 out of 20, like whatever you specify as the parameters. And so that makes it much more convenient. And so this is a much more powerful way because now the app runs on an Android device or an iPhone. It's not actually on the phone. So there's nothing on the device.
Wow.
Yeah. And so you can lose the phone, or if you upgrade your phone, all you do is reconstruct the asset, reconstruct the vault by sending a request to your guardians. And if you fall out with them, you can replace them.
Yeah.
If you don't know anyone or you're really kind of antisocial, you can use other devices. So I have like three, like I have an Android phone and 2 old iPhones that I have lying around and an iPad mini. And that's what I've configured as my guardians. And I control them. I can put them in my safe. And that way I have access to them all the time. And so it makes it very easy.
And so it's just the keys.
So what you're putting in the vault is literally the seed phrase, or you could paste in the private key.
Yeah.
It's up to you. And we make it very easy for you to enter that in many, many different ways, but you can type in the words. You can just type it into a note, or if you are being, a lot of people remember that it's very good to have layers of security.
Yeah.
So you might take your seed phrase, bunch of words, encrypt them, using some other technique, and then record those and put those in the vault. You just have to remember that. I have to reverse it when I'm typing it in. But so there's many, many ways to kind of do that. And then we realized that there was this other hole, which was when you're passing assets on to the future, to your kids, or in case of being incapacitated, which was definitely on people's minds last year. There's not an easy way to do it. I mean, basically, you need an inventory of all your assets. That's what the lawyers are gonna, want, which means you have to write it down. And then you have to keep it up to date. So every time you buy that hot NFT or you buy that hot DeFi, token, you have to, and you put it somewhere else, you have to document it.
Yeah.
So now, you're documenting things on paper. It's not great. It's complicated, messy, and, So what we said was just start, designate one of the guardians to be your beneficiary, and they have the ability to say, give me access to the vault. And we put in some fail safes so that they don't do it while you're still, while it's still unauthorized or whatever. But essentially they get access to the assets.
It's crazy. So what has happened from 2014 until 2021 with Vault 12? Kind of the roadmap, because this was so early on, right? Like, I mean, people are still trying to understand it. Crypto is not even known to most of population. So what has happened over the last 5 or 6 years? How long have you been with the team?
I joined in 2018 and led the funding round.
So what's kind of been the journey in terms of, because the vision was there, and I think about this all the time, like the keys, just how critical it is. how are we going to reach the next billion people? But before we get into like the importance of this solution, which is so important, what's been the journey with Volt 12 to get where they are now? Because 2014 kicks it off. This thing's brand new. And then you guys were already kind of, you weren't part of the team yet, but obviously you probably understand the history. What's been the journey like to get to this point to make this happen? Technically or business developmentally, and then I even want to get into the raise, in 2018 of like, what were those discussions like? Oh, this makes sense. Were people like, you're crazy, we don't believe in blockchain, some of the challenges there. But first, I want to get into the roadmap of Vault 12 and like the evolution to provide this solution here in 2021.
Yeah, absolutely. So in 2014, when the company was started, definitely a strong vision, which we have this year delivered on completely.
Yeah.
So that's amazing. And so that whole idea of you're still on mute, but I'm going to carry on. So so a lot of the work in the first few years was, the kind of technical foundation. So we had to create a mechanism to encrypt, and instead of creating our own cryptography from scratch, we used some cryptography from the 70s by a guy called Adi Shamir, who is probably the world's most prolific, one of the world's most prolific cryptographers. His technology, his ideas are everywhere. And I'd worked with some of his innovations before. So this was one of the reasons I joined. And so we used this technology called Shamir's secret sharing, which is all about encrypting something and splitting it into pieces, and then being able to recombine to get the asset back. So that was one part of it. The other part of it was there needs to be a storage mechanism on people's phones to accept this shard, this piece, this encrypted piece, and that storage needs to be super secure. Well, along with what we did, Apple created the secure enclave on the phone in those years, and so suddenly we had a wonderful rock solid security solution, which is now has been put onto Android and other devices. And then the most important piece was, well, okay, great. So I put it in the vault, it encrypted it, it broke it into 10 pieces. Now I've got to get those pieces to the Guardians. And we're not going to use we don't want to use the public internet to do that, or any place where you can discover what that is. And so we created a relay network to transfer those pieces to the devices that are going to be guarding the individual shards. And so we actually open sourced that. So we did that in an open source way. And what that means is you can use our default relay network, or you can configure your own. So if you're super paranoid, you can create your own network of nodes around the world. And we give you the software, and then you run it privately. And that way your assets, or those pieces of those assets, never touch the public internet. So there was quite a lot of foundational work to do things in the right way, so that we could build the crypto solution for the cryptocurrency, and someone else could build the solution for real estate, and someone else could build the solution for other things in the future. So there was a big vision of how these things are gonna, how security is gonna change over the years. I don't know about you, but my car, I can turn it on with a phone. So there's a key going back and forth. There's some cryptography happening. My apartment has a smart lock. They don't give me the keys necessarily, but that is the technology underneath. So you can imagine in 5 years, they'll probably give me a stack of keys, digital keys, and say, these are your keys to control different aspects of your home, your apartment, etc. Well,
and let's get into that. Let's get into some of those use cases real quick, or the applications, or how you guys foresee that, which you're already diving into. And the reason why I asked the question before I rudely muted myself, the journey, right? Like, people right now are if you're in the bubble, you understand these things are getting built, solutions research, R&D, all the above. And you would think this solution would have been created like a long time ago. But for everybody tuning in, right, whether they're coming into the space or whatever the background is, I mean, there's a lot of work for Vault 12 to operate. There was, 6-7 years, right? Plus, experience past that to kind of envision this. And then not only that, you need to build it. And so moving forward, it's the UI UX that people complain about, even in the DeFi space, like it's kind of crazy, right? It's complicated, clunky, cumbersome. This whole key thing that you got to manage your own keys. And that's why people use other solutions, and it's a little bit easier because, well, that's what we're used to. We give up our passwords, we give up our, social security numbers now just to, get your discount down the block. But that was kind of my main point of that question. It was ultimately all the work that goes into this stuff. And it's not just, on the user end side, it's super seamless and perfect. On the back end, it took, X amount of years to kind of deliver this thing, and you guys are still working at it. So, and now you're getting into kind of some other applications, various keys. How else can Vault 12 be used for?
So today, we've shipped the product 2 years ago in 2019, actually right before the pandemic. So now you can store not only your seed phrase, your private key, you could store other types of digital data. So a document, a video, sound file, you name it. So it doesn't, wow. It can be used in a very general purpose way. And so now what we're doing is refining the UI or the user experience to speak to new people that are coming on board, who just know one thing and they just want to see the button that says save seed phrase. But there are, even the application today can support many other use cases, and so one of them is NFTs. So an NFT, which I know we're going to get into, but an NFT is another type of application that has become very, very exciting on the blockchain, but it uses all of those underlying mechanisms for security. So an NFT is a record of let's just stick with art for the moment, but it's a record of that piece of art, and it lives on it's registered on the blockchain. And you get it by going to not an exchange, but you go to an NFT platform like Nifty Gateway or OpenSea. There's a whole bunch of them, and these platforms are centralized, in the same way that an exchange is centralized, right? So you go up there, you upload your artwork, it creates the registry entry in the blockchain, but ultimately it's going to get stored in a wallet. And the wallet might be on the platform, or it might be your MetaMask wallet or your Rainbow wallet or Trust wallet or whatever. And that wallet is protected with a seed phrase. So you do ultimately, the place where your NFT record is ending up is secured by a seed phrase. And so Vault 12 is perfect to kind of secure that. But with NFT art, or music or whatever it happens to be, you have the actual piece of art as well. And so you can actually drag and drop that right into the application. So if you're the creator, you can drag that into a vault as well. And it will also get encrypted and split up, and then it'll disappear off your device, so no one can rob you. And when you need it, you can recall it. And so that's kind of another example.
And I think that's important, and that's kind of the theme of this conference really is NFTs and the different verticals, the different sectors, right? That NFTs are touching, from real estate to athletes to
finance,
music, all the above. So we were talking about, so it's important for everybody watching, right? Check out Vault 12. You're going to need it. How were those investor discussions back in 2018? Were they like, this makes sense, this doesn't make sense? I'm assuming, I would think this would be a slam dunk. Everybody should have been dumping money.
So we did a very small angel list round in 2014 that was like 1.4 million, and we got some very interesting people to invest at that time. So people like the Winklevoss twins invested, Naval Ravikant invested, and a few other well-known people.
Yeah,
I mean, there weren't that many in 2014.
No.
It was just a handful. So they had seen the project and just put a little bit of money in. So when we came around to 2018, we actually had an alpha version of the product. So we had a white paper, but we actually had a running demo video of the actual app.
For those, there was this crash in 2017 where people just had the white paper and no product solution, no development. So
there's still many projects with no product. So
you're totally right, and your guys' team was the opposite, which is the way to go, is to have a product solution and operating.
Right. So our raise, I mean, I did all the calculations of how much is it going to cost to market this, and I came up with this number. It was something like $250,000 just to run an ICO.
Yeah.
And we didn't need to. And so we probably did the last ICO of 2018, but it was the first STO. So we're very early doing it in a very, very compliant and rigorous way, because the SEC was walking around saying, we don't think that there's anything like, there's no such thing as a utility.
Yeah.
So they didn't follow up on that threat, but
that's good.
That is what they were saying. And so we did a security token offering. We were very, very careful about how those tokens were distributed, how we did almost zero marketing. But we had a good network built up. There was a good word of mouth, and we were able to raise a small amount of money, but enough money to kind of power the completion of the platform. And then we launched it a year later.
No, that's great. And the only reason why I asked that too is because, I've been having a lot of discussions recently, just in general, and just a lot of teams that are focusing on the infrastructure part, which is important, and everybody watching their stacks, and there's different parts, components to blockchain to make this thing work. And it's very difficult to, integrate and implement some of this stuff. And that's not going to fly for adoption, if people can't get on, get off, and save and be confident. And so, Vault 12 is working on that, and some of these other teams are. And I've noticed that's what I'm seeing the trend, right? Is the next layer, extraction layer, so people don't have to worry about even if they're on blockchain or not, if their seed phrase is saved or not, is it decentralized enough, So it's kind of cool to kind of see the evolution. And again, you guys were at the beginning, and here we are in 2021. And we've been talking about really like the consumer side. Is this solution also for institutions, enterprises, some of the other bigger players?
That's definitely on our roadmap to make it use. So right now individuals can use it, and they can be professionals, but it is designed as, one person owns the vault, and then they're putting assets in there, and then they're putting them out to other people. But in the future, we would have kind of a scenario where, let's say you're running a family office. So you're managing the family office. So it's not your money. It's not your assets, but you're putting assets from, or maybe it's a multi-family office. So you're putting assets from multiple places. So there needs to be, some different types of administration, delegated administration, etc. So it needs to be a security framework that kind of makes sense to ordinary people that are in those industries. So that's something to come in the future.
Yeah. So I guess what you see is, and it makes total sense, like, it's very difficult now to save the way that what you've built makes sense to split this up amongst, trusted individuals or entities to manage certain things. You think this will hold our COVID vaccine card?
Yeah, why not? I think one of the use cases, because there were stories circulating last year about essential medical data, like research data, that was being researchers were being arrested as they tried to leave various countries. And so this is a mechanism to store it in the vault. It disappears. You delete the app off your phone, you leave the country, and then when you get to your destination, you reconstitute everything. So yeah, it does have a role to play in some of those in
everyday
life. Global collaboration. And there's some other other human rights scenarios as well in a similar fashion.
And I asked that kind of lightly, right? Because it's just interesting. Some of our personal information, our social security card is not saved. Our birth certificates are not saved. Everybody has it probably somewhere in a drawer. Everybody's losing their vaccine cards, which is kind of important. You need to show that when you go to like a basketball game now. So it's just interesting, the direction that we're going to take and the advancements that you guys have taken to provide a service that we're all going to need and not have to worry about, losing it, misplacing it, getting burned, the ink running, like whatever the case may be. Now, are you guys running like an educational initiative as well? I think at the beginning you were talking about education and teaching. Are you guys involved in like educational stuff?
So we decided, as we rolled out the solution, that there was just a huge spectrum of knowledge about security. Like some people knew nothing at all about what they needed to do, and others knew other things. If you looked on the internet, you'd find everything from code on GitHub that you compile to incomplete articles and summaries of other people's articles, and you really didn't know what was legitimately a comprehensive way to do security or not. And in the crypto world, the information on the internet, you really have to double, triple, quadruple check it. So we actually put up a site which is all about security and securing cryptocurrency, NFTs, even your BitClout account, which uses a seed phrase. And the website is securemycrypto.org and securemycrypto.org. And we use that URL because we wanted we're going to have collaborators in the future that are, contributing content to that. And so it has all of the basics of security. What's a seed phrase? What's a wallet? What's BIP39? Because that comes up. Why you shouldn't use paper. But it also has how to create a seed phrase by rolling a 20-sided dice, which is important if you have $10 million worth of Bitcoin and you need to do things offline, because computers can't generate random numbers randomly. So, and then we explain why the random number thing is a problem. So it's a resource for people to, and we also put in, every vendor of a wallet has a beautiful tutorial, but they're really focused on getting you from A to Z to start buying and selling cryptocurrency so they make money. So we wrote tutorials for the top. We published the top 10, but we have the top 20 in the works. And we did it from a security perspective. So we told you, at this point, you actually have 5 different options. You can back up your seed phrase by getting it engraved on a steel plate, or, you can back it up in this way. Or if you're going to put it on Dropbox, do it this way, so that at least you're not, doing something really, that's going to cause you trouble in the future. So the site is neutral, but it obviously has, this is how you'd use Vault 12.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I think education is critical, especially right now with, blockchain, crypto, touches various parts of our lives and like different use cases and applications. But in the end, especially if you're managing your own keys and your own seed phrases, like, it's, you'll lose everything really if you don't. We just actually saved somebody's seed phrase last weekend. Emergency call, we had to help them out, and it was successful, thank God. But it was funny because the hacker at the same time was like talking to the person, and it was just in real time. And people underestimate these teams, these people in the world that can quickly access all of our information. And so I think it's an important thing to note here on the education front to understand what we're doing, why certain businesses operate with centralization, decentralization, and understanding that. So what's your take on Bitcoin then? Like, we've talked about managing the security aspects of crypto. What's your take on crypto? I mean, obviously it's very important, to a lot of people's lives. How do you see Bitcoin how do you see Bitcoin and kind of crypto from a holistic view? Like, is it financial freedom? Is it good for the world? Global reserve? Like, how do you see it?
Oh, I think it's a marvelous thing. Unlike the financial system, and in particular, the way that the US implemented the financial system. No one's going to be denied a loan because they're too black.
Yep.
Right. This idea of redlining, that we're only, many of us are just learning about it, that this has been going on for, years.
Yeah.
None of that exists in the cryptocurrency market. Anyone can buy Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever, and you don't have to buy a whole one, right? Like, I think this is a big deal that needs to get across, is you don't need to buy a whole Bitcoin for $55,000. You can buy a portion, and so anyone can get into it. And I think that is one of the most equalizing aspects that the media hasn't picked up on. Politicians haven't picked up on it. This is an equalizing technology. I think Bitcoin is great. I think we'll see it as a store of value. So I'm very excited about that. I tell all my friends to open Gemini account, buy Bitcoin every 2 weeks, just a little bit, and put it in an earn account, so you get 3% interest on it. Now you can get way more interest, right? If you do it all, if you do all the pieces yourself using DeFi technology.
Not really. There are options. You're totally right. If you want to farm and yield farming and all this crazy stuff and borrowing, but
you have to give up your day job to do that.
Yes, yeah. And you're right. There's these other companies that provide interest, and all you got to do is drop it in. Like, it's pretty seamless. I put my parents on it. I have some family members on it. But you're right. Like, you can earn that way, staying away from the complexities and the risk of like these other strategies and opportunities. Just, you're right, in stable coins, right? Like being able to put that in a true savings account and earn 6, 7, 8%, right? I mean, that's gravy. Like, banks are offering, I don't know, 5 basis points.
Like point something. And then I'm very excited about Ethereum, because this has the programmable component, and this is the thing that's kind of making DeFi work.
Yeah.
So right now, DeFi is pretty focused on, well, we had loans and we had interest and we had, derivatives. Let's recreate them. But I think that we're going to start to see brand new things that don't exist. And an example of that is actually NFTs, to bring the conversation back around to NFTs. This idea that a creator, an artist, can sell a piece of art and program that art so that they get 10% every time it's sold on into the future. Well, eBay doesn't work that way. Christie's doesn't work that way. The artist gets nothing other than the one-time transaction, and often they're not getting the true, value of that art at that moment in time. And so this is something that hasn't existed. And so that is, I think, an example of the marvel of the blockchain.
Yeah, the innovation aspects of it, this residual income in perpetuity, right? Like, it makes total sense. And I think, blockchain allows that to happen. Crypto allows that to happen. So it seems like, obviously, you're bullish. I'm bullish in a lot of these aspects, just at a high level, owning your own stuff. And like you said, even in the crypto world, if you manage some Bitcoin or some crypto, like you said, you don't have to actually apply for a loan. Like it provides you're offering collateral, and that's the way it kind of should be a little bit. Just,
well, there's no person saying, oh, you don't fit the profile.
Yep.
No. So I think that's great. We're living in a world, or a century, of lack of trust. Who trusts politicians anymore? No one. Who trusts institutions? Because last year the institutions didn't have the facts, and they told us all kinds of things.
Yeah.
And who trusts the media? You don't get the real facts from the media either. Maybe because they don't understand, or maybe because they just want to get clicks.
Exactly.
So we've lost trust in all those institutions, all of those entities that have been there for many, many years. And so this decentralization and Bitcoin and Ethereum, these types of applications give us a way to take control of our own destiny.
Yeah, no, perfect. I totally agree. Like, the trust factor is really big, and everybody has seen it. Just, it's just kind of gone polarizing. So hopefully this kind of brings it back. And not even like, I don't even think blockchain is going to save the world or crypto, but it gives us an alternative, right? Like we're going to have options now. We can do this, we can do that. We can live in both worlds, hybrid, whatever you like. Maybe you live in the traditional world for your everyday kind of spending, and then you're in crypto world for X, Y, and Z, especially with what Vault 12 is providing. Like you can save a lot of, different types of data, documents, blah, blah, blah. So it's been great. So I think we're coming up on our time here. Great discussion. We talked about your past, your way into blockchain. We talked about Vault 12. We talked about kind of the importance of the solution, that you guys are providing. And not only that, what crypto's impact is going to be in a variety of ways: Bitcoin, crypto, Ethereum, NFTs. Where can people learn more about Vault 12, or where should they reach out to kind of get some more information?
Yeah, so we have a website, vault12.com. The app is downloadable on the iOS App Store and the Android App Store. So just go to vault12.com/download. And then for the security information, if you want to kind of see where you might have gaps, go to securemycrypto.org.
Perfect. Well, to wrap it up, folks, it's been a good conversation. Very appreciative of you taking time out of your day to join us, talk with us. Really insightful, really critical, really important, really knowledgeable, and kind of for everybody watching, really look into this, because you're going to need this if you're going to get involved. So for all of you tuning in, we hope you enjoyed the conversation today, and we'll see you again. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
Hi everyone, my name is Helen Hai. I came from Binance. I'm currently in charge of Binance NFT and charity. It's great to be here today.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 8th conference and a monthly series of events bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mouseball team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator or providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within our Mouseball University program. Our main objectives and goals are simple. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real-world applications. We seek to educate our audience on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. So again, thank you everybody for tuning in. I have an exciting guest today, Helen Hai, who is head of Binance Charity and NFT in her most recent position about a month ago. She's also UN ambassador. And so we appreciate you joining us today. How are you, Ellen?
I'm great.
Nice to have you again. You guys, the Binance team is becoming a regular on our show.
We're glad.
So let's go ahead and kick this off. You head the charity for Binance, the operations there. You're also into NFTs. So I'd like to kind of go into NFTs. You've been on before, so we can kind of skip some of the past interviews that we've had. So real quick, like why have NFTs blown up recently in the last few months? This boom has really, excited the market. We've noticed NFTs everywhere. Why do you think that is all of a sudden?
I think fundamentally there are three things. Number one, eventually, whether it's art, music, or anything in our life, it is all about for more people to access of happiness. But then how to access, is it the currently model correct? And also behind it, is the current business model correct? With the technological revolution, what actually can provide us to achieve that ultimate goal? I think that is the ultimate NFT is currently pioneering a tool. It's really about to get more people to access to happiness through art and music, etc.
Nice. And do you think this is a trend, or do you think this is a bubble in terms of NFTs? Are they here to stay for long term? How do you view short, medium, and long term with NFTs?
Okay, I think when people talk about bubble, short-term price-wise, there might be bubble or there might not be bubble, but that's not important. I'm more actually focusing on the long term. I truly believe long term, this is going to be the trend. Why? I'm going to actually elaborate what I just said, for people to access of happiness. I think if let's say the art gallery, the art gallery existed because people want to access of happiness through art. But that kind of art gallery, it is a model has been existed actually even before Second World War. That model, that form has not changed at all. But today with the technological revolution, a lot of things change. For example, old days people use landline, but actually today we use mobile phones. And then we never imagine we can do the video call like we are doing today. This is actually the technological revolution is providing us new forms of access of things. And I think this is something blockchain is providing us, and it's really challenging the current existence of current way of accessing the happiness to access of art, whether we need gallery, whether we need auction house. So those are actually the question, but it's not just saying it's going to replace those. I think it's going to become a complementary to the current form. That is number one. That is why I truly believe, because the technological, nobody can stop the technological revolution. And then that's why I'm thinking the form actually for people to access happiness in the future is going to actually change to various forms. And the second thing I want to look at is the underlying business model, and also actually underlying the profit sharing model. For example, if you are a musical producer, you produce actually a good music, but do you know roughly on average how much actually the producer get for actually as a revenue? What I understood is only around 15%.
Wow.
So actually 85% of that actually has been taken by the intermediaries. So this is something, I think another thing why I think the technological revolution should provide values. The value should be more provided to the actual producer and the recipient. We should actually, this is actually also the fundamental of decentralizing. Why actually we need to get the middle, the unnecessary part, actually, in order for people to maximize, to generate the values for the real value creator. So this is why, based on those two things, I truly believe NFT is not only a trend, it's an unstoppable trend. It's actually, it is the future.
No, that's good. And you bring up some great points that you took it from my notes. I feel like you're reading, you know, my notes and thoughts that I've been thinking about. You know, and you touched on one of them was, can there be two worlds, right? Of NFT, digital, and the tokenization, right? And then also the physical world. And I think there's definitely going to be complementary, because you're right. There hasn't been disruption in the art world. It's been the same. NFTs provide more accessibility, right? To everybody else to take part in digital format, you know, tokenization type of business models. Not only that for the consumer, but you're right, for the content creator too, which I think a lot of people don't understand quite yet in terms of the residual income, you know, in perpetuity, which benefits them, because what I read too was the artists don't get paid on their music anymore. It's all of the other things, around it. So do you think that NFTs, DeFi was pretty big, right? NFTs, do you think that's a great way for mass adoption, more people to get into crypto?
I think NFT is going to be a very important bridge to achieve the final goal for blockchain. Because I think if we look at the revolution, what internet really provided is the free transfer of information. That is why people like you and me, you know, without internet, we would never imagine we're able to do in the free transfer of information like this. I'm able to access information thousands miles away instantly. And I think then blockchain parallel actually to internet, it also has its own purpose and destiny. And I think the purpose of blockchain should be the free transfer of value. That is actually the destiny for blockchain. And then in this whole process, NFT is going to be an important accelerator and bridge to connect the blockchain technology with real world. So that is that is the way I'm looking at NFT. That's the NFT's purpose. I cannot hear you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Do you think that the NFTs will impact the physical world and the digital native world that we're going to live in, meaning physical art and then like digital art? You know, I've heard this opinion that NFTs maybe should be native to digital only and not necessarily to the physical. So how do you think NFTs impact the digital and like the physical world?
I think NFT is not going to replace the real, the real world. It's going to become a complementary. That is something very important. And the way I'm saying that, because different generation has different kind of preference. What we prefer compared with our grandparents is different. You know, I have a 3-year-old son, and then I'm thinking what kind of world, you know, he's going to face 20 years later. What I'm thinking, you know, first of all, is no drive. He doesn't need a driver anymore. It's all, you know, like our machine is going to drive the car for him, right? And then the second thing, you know, today we use the currency we use those notes. Maybe in his time, when he's 20 years old, he probably in his mind, he will never use those things. For him, those equivalent like the old coins we saw in the museum. Because actually in his world, digital currency will be so native to him. And then what the other things, I think it's all about a world around so many screens to him. He can actually shopping without going outside the room by pressing certain buttons and actually paying everything through there. And then the same thing actually we're saying whether he need to physically go into a gallery. Yes, he can. But at the same time, it should also be complementary. He can sit in the room in front of a computer or maybe a much bigger screen, press the button and feeling like he's actually in that world. So I think for my children's generation is going to be different with what we can imagine today. It's exactly like actually when our grandparents, to imagine, they would probably never imagine when they're 20s, you and me can do video calls like this. It's the same thing. We have to actually open our mind, thinking there's going to be complementary things in our future generation. They should have the right with the provide of technological revolution.
Yeah, you're right. I think it'll just be an alternative, right? Another option. I think generational, psychological, right? Like, past generations are used to holding it, tangible items. As we get used to the iPhone and, accessibility to digital art and then no more cash, right? In general, like we're using cards and we're kind of transitioning. So one thing you did mention earlier that I haven't heard or that I've thought about, but I haven't heard anybody bring it up was kind of the peer-to-peer, right? Like engagement. Blockchain crypto is like the roots of the intermediaries, like you said, being able to engage if you're an artist with your fans, Instagram, Facebook, live. Like that's one, like Web 2.0, and then 3.0, Web 3.0, and now is NFTs. So you bring up some important like thoughts in terms of why maybe NFTs will work. It's because we want to be closer, right, with the artist, the musician, the athlete. Like we're connected in a way, and I think NFTs bring that decentralization, right?
Yeah, and also I want to mention another two layers to deepen the conversation. Number one layer is actually on pricing. Currently, a lot of art, and also as I mentioned, if you are a music producer, you produce something. Who actually have the right to doing the pricing? Maybe it's intermediaries, some large conglomerate, companies doing that. And today, the NFT, what NFT is actually also decentralizing that power, the ownership of pricing. So actually let the real users to actually give the pricing of certain, the price of art. That is very important. I think actually we're also decentralizing the right of pricing. This is actually very revolutionary and also giving the final ownership to the right people. This is number one. And the other thing is, I think whether, I think, like when you talk about, is it a physical painting or is it actually an art through the technology on internet? I think those are just different kind of forms of impression of the spirit down there. But what kind of form is more preferable, for the new generation? We should not judge that. I think what actually we're providing is choice. Technology is providing more choice, letting those spirit down there have more accessible way to the people who want to receive them. So it's exactly going to what you talk about, more and more peer-to-peer connection, making it more easy for the value transfer.
Yeah, you're right. It's putting it back into the hands of the content creators, into the hands of the community, the fans, the supporters, right? More direct. So personally, like, are you into NFTs as well? Like I'm into it. I haven't found anything that's valuable to me, and I haven't really kind of explored it. But are you into NFTs? Like, I know your son at some point will, and I have children too. And there's a lot of people right now that value that. Are you in the NFT mindset? Like, do you like NFTs?
Of course, I tell you, I give you two examples. Number one, I took my son to the art gallery. You know what happened? There is a very expensive art in front of him. You know what my son said? My son said, "Mom, I'm so afraid of that." He didn't appreciate.
Yeah.
And actually I look at it. And then also, frankly, I didn't appreciate either. And this is something make me thinking, going back to the pricing. Is it in the real art world that whether those high value art, is it really have the value down there? Maybe to some people, but is it really to the mass people? That is one thing. So I think right now we should give more right actually for the people to define what is valuable, what actually is really bringing human happiness in their lives. And I think that is why I'm so keen to push into being an industry shaper, to driving more content creator to providing their own content. And the other thing is, I'm also thinking, there are also artists on the street. They don't have the access, to display their art, in the art gallery, putting such a high price tag. But does that mean their art don't have a value? This is why we should offer more platform for art and happiness to be more accessible to people. This is very important, because I think art should not be expensive thing. It should be accessible, because finally technology is providing us as a human revolution. Everybody deserves the right for happiness. And art is a form for us to achieve the happiness in our mind there. And this is why I think NFT, we want to give a more equal platform for all the content creators. They have a lower barrier to access, to let people to access their spirit. This is something I'm very actually, I feel very strong about. And the other thing, when I was young, I learned to play piano. What I learned through piano is not just about playing something beautiful. I feel why actually playing piano, there's a connection between me and the music. That is more important thing. That actually generating happiness to me.
Emotion. Yeah.
That is the fundamental. I think art and music and all of those things in life should not just about a price tag. It should all about going to the fundamental to touch the human happiness. And I think that should be the elevation of what technology really generating values in human history.
I like that perspective, happiness, which spans across a variety of things, right? It could be moments in time. It could be pieces of, of something that you couldn't afford, and that can make you happy to own a little fraction of it. And so that's like ideally what NFTs provide. Is you're right. It is happiness in some capacity. So Binance is doing a lot of things on the NFT side, and we'll get to that. We'll get to that shortly. Before I get there, what has NFTs? What's the relationship between NFTs and charities? Right, donations, digital art, to raise money and awareness. Are there any opportunities that you guys are putting together with charity and NFTs?
Definitely. I think after all, it should be do the right thing, following your heart, and do the right thing. I think the fundamental of charity is all about doing the right thing as a human being, if we have the right actually to support others. And what actually Binance is providing since day one, 3 years ago, since I joined the organization, we want to create a transparent platform. Because what we saw, for example, currently you want to donate $100 to a poor girl in Africa. But guess what? How many actually of that of your $100 going into the hand of a poor girl? Have a wild guess.
Oh, I don't know, less than 20%.
You're right.
Oh, good.
Actually, and this is actually with the Binance charity platform, where we actually get rid of all the intermediaries and everything is trackable, non-changeable. It's not saying Binance gave the 100% of your donation to that. Everything can be tracked. It's not just by word of saying, it's actually proven by the technology. So we were able to achieve more than 93% of the value going directly to the hand of the end recipient. So this is the value actually we're providing, and that's what I'm saying, do the right thing for the charity already. And with that platform, what we are now actually the connection with NFT is actually with content artists, if they want to sell their art, they can directly, when you, for example, if you are purchasing an art, and then you can directly choose, the artist maybe say 10% actually of whatever I gain, I want to give to charity. And through our platform, you can see when you actually support that artist purchasing that art on our platform, 10% directly going into the end beneficiary, and everything is trackable, and there's a history on it.
No, that's amazing. Like, I think.
And for example, the artist can also choose, the thing he's passionate about. For example, if he's passionate about the environment, if he say, the money I'm going to use 10% of it to plant trees, you can see actually when he sells art, how many trees he actually supported to change the world. So we are more connected, as a human being with the world we are living, and really seeing the impact we can make. So this is actually what I'm saying, very simply, doing the right thing, for us, for the people around us, and also for the planet.
Do you see a lot of charity foundations looking to crypto more? Or is there still like a conflict, or, crypto doesn't benefit them? Like, how do they view crypto? Are they going to convert, or is it just going to be generational where these new charity foundations and organizations, adopt crypto? How do you, like, I don't know. I haven't been following too much on the charity side exactly, but it makes sense from a donator, like, hey, I want my money to go here as much as possible, not only 20%. So are you seeing more traditional foundations looking to crypto, or not really?
Okay, to answer your question, maybe I ask you another question back. Do you think the company who produce paper, they also, the people who work for the company who produce paper, do you think they use laptop at work?
Yeah.
The same thing, actually, because in a way, when people use more laptop, they use less paper in a way, right?
Yeah.
But then that doesn't stop them to realize they have to, because laptop making their life more efficient.
Yeah.
And this is the same thing, I think, we're talking about charity because the fundamental problem exists. I don't think we have to say which one is good or wrong. The issue is whether the current charity, what's the bottleneck of the current charity, and whether the technology actually can solve the current bottleneck. If actually can really generating values, I think, as I said, it's not about which one or which is right or wrong. It is about a destiny, because nobody can stop human revolution.
Yeah. I see. No, that's an interesting point there. Because it makes sense. Like, I would like to donate, obviously, I make donations, but yeah, I would like to have it tracked, or just more transparent, just knowing that the money is getting to where it needs to be, where I want it to be. So I hope, this kind of continues to come to fruition, and people kind of see the value in crypto, and it's borderless, right, and frictionless, and you guys have the infrastructure to execute for charities, and not only for charities, for donors. So that's great.
And also, you are going to see more PR coming out in the coming months, where actually the NFT platform is going to collaborate with our charity platform. What we have an initiative called NFT for Good. And in this platform, with a lot of where the money going, we're actually collaborating with a lot of large corporations, including the UN agency, etc. So going back to your question, on the reality, that's a very large organization realize the technology, the values we actually are able to produce to their existing model to doing good things.
Great. So let's kind of get into NFTs. We just talked about, the purpose of NFTs, what it brings, the value it adds at a high level at its core, accessibility, opportunity, frictionless, all kinds of things. And so now I want to talk about Binance NFT, which you're head of. And you guys have run like campaigns in the past, 2019, 2020, Binance, all of these different, Binance Christmas and let's see, my first NFT like contest recently. So that's all good. So let's get into what you guys are doing in terms of NFTs. And I know you have an upcoming launch. So talk to us about kind of this platform, this marketplace that you're launching in June.
Okay, so first, I think the platform is all about providing values for the people who are using it. So who actually are the users for our platform? I think number one is the content creator, artists, the musicians, etc. We want to providing them more accessible of the value they deserve. So this is very important. So actually, if you are artist, you are going to other platform, you're also going to maybe check, how if you sell your art, where actually how you are going to receive from actually what you deserve. So this is something number one, very important. We want to say Binance want to maximize actually for the content creators. We're actually offering the lowest fee actually compared with the other current platform, in this, because we are passing all the values back to the content provider. This is very important. And the second thing we want to say, the reason this is why the Binance is so important. The reason we are Binance, because actually we're able to offer the user a secure, a safe transaction environment, because this is different with actually offline. You are buying art, you give actually physical cash and physical art actually to somebody you're currently touching. Everything is on the chain, whether your art is safe on the blockchain, whether actually the money you are going to put it in your wallet is safe. We need actually sophisticated infrastructure. This is something actually we want to be very proud of ourselves. As Binance, we spend billions actually of dollars every year, investing on our infrastructure. And this is something we believe nobody can really compete us. We can offer the transaction for the sellers and buyers in the most secure environment. And this is very important. And the third layer is when you go to a marketplace, it's very important. You have people have the same like mind like you, because currently Binance having world's largest crypto users on our platform. So you can actually to doing the same thing with so many people like-minded. Buyers and sellers like to come to the place, the most fertile, market people like to trade. So those actually, I think from business-wise, very three important things we're actually offering to the users, the buyers, and also sellers in our market.
And how do you, everything makes sense. It sounds very beneficial, allows the creators to have a safe place to engage and sell, buy, and trade. How do you plan to market this, right? You have all of these benefits. How do you convert that, or how do you tell the story to, the artists that are local or whatever region or wherever they're at? How do you get the word out? Because everything sounds perfect, but now you got to market it. So like, how do you get the people to to Binance NFT?
Okay, I think number one, I truly believe success brings success. So we should do our job first. I think the most important thing, do this, as I said, make sure our technology, our platform is the most secure platform. This is number one. This is actually the key core values, very important values Binance should offer, to offer the users that kind of environment. And secondly, where I'm also very proud of the Binance value, actually a lot of big content creators, even big IPs, artists, actually approach us instead of us approaching them. So they have already come to us after seeing we're going to launch the NFT platform. Actually, before we decided to launch the NFT to go into the business, we actually received a lot of inquiries whether Binance should enter this business. So actually we felt there's enough market demand to push Binance to do this. We're definitely not the number one in the market to do this, but we actually feel the reason we're doing this is not just Binance press our head saying we should do NFT, because we talk to users all the time, and the user actually came to Binance saying, why don't you do NFT? You have the perfect infrastructure, and then we prefer to trade on your platform. So we, in a way, were being pushed to do NFT. So I'm not too worried actually about getting the things out. I think focusing on the thing we should do best and actually do that well, and success will bring success.
Yeah, no, I think people will understand that. And I agree with you. You know, when people have good experience, understand and feel the sentiment, the value of kind of what you're doing, the word of mouth, people will just come. How much do you think your existing community values, like the NFT, or do you think you're going to attract new users from outside of the crypto world?
Definitely. I always, if you ask me actually what is Binance, I think Binance is an industry shaper. That is how actually we define ourselves. I think we shape in our industry by doing education, by providing successful cases, successful examples. And I think why I say the NFT's purpose is actually with the whole if you're thinking with the final journey of the blockchain's purpose, and the NFT is going to play a very important role. And I think this role is really connecting the real world, real big IP, real big players outside the financial industry into blockchain. And that actually is NFT has already generating that kind of wave already.
What do you think are still some of the challenges? Are there still challenges, barriers to the NFT world? And what do you think those are? Is it like onboarding? Is it minting? Is it education? Because I know you guys do a lot of education. You have Binance Academy. I know you guys share a lot of material, educating the community across a wide range of crypto, fundamentals. What are some of the challenges and barriers that you see, I guess, in the NFT space?
Yeah, when you say challenges, I think it's also, in a way, it's also a happiness. This is the feeling like a mother raising a child. Of course, when your kids are young, there's a lot of things he doesn't know how to eat, how to read. You have to teach all of those things. And also you will see the kids make mistakes, but then you teach him how to actually learn from the mistakes and then to learn the reality, etc. And this is exactly, I think, being an industry shapers. I think it's like raising a child, but there's so many happiness, for a lot of parents. Yes, it is tough. There's a lot of challenges, and I'm sure we will make mistakes. And then there's a lot of things other people never done. We have to be the first people to do that. But there's a lot of fun in this whole process because we're not alone. And that is the most important thing, because the thing we are doing is actually shaping the industry, is to really bring true happiness, to everybody, between the creators and the recipient. And I think this will really generate, I think, a legacy in the human history in terms of different kind of forms and ways to access happiness. And this is something I think we are fighting for a much bigger purpose. And in this way, in this road, we're not alone. There's people like you, and there's so many creators and also other big players. They share the same vision. This is like a revolution, and there's so much fun into it.
Do you think that NFTs will play a part in DeFi as well? Do you have any thoughts there on DeFi and NFTs?
I think, yes, everything is possible. I think there's a lot of things, even though within the current infrastructure of crypto, whether with DeFi, also maybe with some leverage product, or maybe it's even with gaming, there's so many things can be connected.
Yeah. And what about interoperability, talking about connecting in games and art, and then, platforms and networks, how do you see long-term interoperability with an NFT being, a creator making something on, the Binance Smart Chain, within the Binance ecosystem, and then there's a bunch of other blockchains. How do you think there'll be some interoperability between platforms to move these tokens around so that content creators can freely transact or trade with anybody at any time?
I think the answer is yes, but the question is when. Everything, there is different kind of things will happen at different kind of, I think you can say everything is possible, but you just have to put a concrete time to it. And then I think what Binance is doing, we can see very clearly the long-term vision of that. And in this road on the way, for example, we're launching the platform, we think the most important is to offering values to the users. And this is actually something I think Binance is very good. We always focus on what the user need the most, and then putting that one to becoming our priority and solve things within that order. It's not just something we think maybe we do that today, we do that the other day. We need to, because we want to give user something and let user to test it and user to tell us what they want to improve. And that's the way we always, as a Binance, to improve our product optimization.
And where have you noticed any geographic, you guys are global operations in various continents and regions. Are you seeing an uptick anywhere, or are you surprised or that a crypto blockchain NFTs, we'll just call it like crypto in general. You guys are a big company, so, or, an exchange, and you guys do all kinds of stuff. Are you seeing from your two divisions within Binance, like certain areas that are booming, like in certain parts of the world regarding crypto?
I think definitely. I mean, different kind of, for example, I think the unstable countries, in a way, we see there's a huge demand actually for crypto, for purchasing crypto, as their savings, because actually the local currency is not stable. That's something in the crypto industry is quite obvious, right? But then within NFT, very frankly, I think we're still in a stage, technology looking for applications, and then we're building the first applications, to the users. But then is this going to be, I think it will be wrong if I'm saying I know what's actually the final application user want. Very frankly, I don't know. But I think at least I know I can build something for the users. And then from that perspective, we are going to work closely with the users from globally to see what they want. And then we can also to be more localized, providing to the users what they need the most.
Yeah, and I only ask that because you guys, have been able to get involved locally, regionally, nationally, but not only that, locally with people on the ground, supporting, like you just said, like an on-ramp, right? Like how step one is education, awareness, and letting them know that this is available to anybody as long as you have an internet connection. And I know certain parts of the world, unstable, environments, but they all have phones, and they all have access to crypto. So I only ask that because, I feel like obviously crypto touches all over the world, and blockchain has been able to provide accessibility for many people. And so it's good to hear it. I just wanted to hear from your side on like, the technology, the application, and then helping, that region, whatever the case is.
That's actually a very good question. I want to maybe add a little bit more on that. I think actually as a platform, it's not our duty to predict the life of something, because actually I think NFT and blockchain and even crypto, it has its own destiny. What actually as a platform, what we are doing, we're more creating actually the platform, for it to nurture it, for it to grow. So that's our role. Our role is more like a nurturing role. It's not just saying, but actually the technology itself it's more actually under from the connection with the user. I think it has its own destiny, and then it will grow, has its own direction.
Yeah. And do you think, talking about kind of blockchain crypto and its own destiny, I have two more questions. One, what's your thought on Bitcoin? Like, what is Bitcoin to you? Everybody has their own story of what it is, right? A payment, a currency, financial freedom, self-sovereign, like your own bank, your own money, not dependent on government, fiat. What's your take on Bitcoin at its core? How do you view Bitcoin?
In a way, actually, I see Bitcoin has so many things attached to it. I think number one is the very traditional common alignment is a digital gold. And the other thing, I'm also seeing it as a digital art. Because in a way, the purpose of art is under certain circumstances in our human history, it carrying certain values. And I think actually blockchain, Bitcoin in the period of our human history at this time, it carries a very important, like a lot of the art piece. It actually telling a story behind that. It's actually recording a historical things, people's doing. And I think Bitcoin itself, compared with just normal gold, it carrying actually something about human mind there for the technological revolution. There's also a digital art collectible things, attached to it. So I think that's the two things I think it's very important. And also the number three, I think Bitcoin is definitely a very key important industry shaper for the blockchain history. It will actually, that's the seed for the whole blockchain revolution for our human beings. So that from that part, that's my understanding of Bitcoin.
Just like Binance, industry shaper.
Yeah.
Last question. We talked about kind of the complementary of NFTs and in the digital world and the metaverse along, complementary to the physical world and physical art and stuff like that. How do you view decentralization versus centralization? Do you think everything should be decentralized? Certain aspects or some are right in the middle that we're going to have options?
Actually, I think whether it is centralized or decentralized, it's different kinds of forms. Actually, we're trying to form what is a good society. And I think actually there's an old saying, whether is it a good cat, whether is it a black cat or a white cat, as long as you catch the mouse, it's a good cat. So I don't want to say, so the important thing for whether decentralized or centralized, we need to look at when actually we use it at different kind of application, what actually the value it generates. If we can create values actually to the users, to the human being, then actually I think that's a good cat.
Yeah, no, you're right. I think it depends, right? Like what's the benefits? Because at one point everybody thought blockchain, right, was going to save the world. And, let's put in blockchain, and even from the art side, it could be difficult and people need to be careful that just because you want to include blockchain doesn't mean that it's going to be successful. Like it depends. It's going to be a balance of how you see blockchain, using it as a tool, for the successes and your own benefit. Centralization, decentralization, it doesn't matter. It depends on the application, like how we're using the technology, right?
Absolutely. And I think the future fundamental, everything we're doing when we define a good society, it should be more inclusive, development, to be more sustainable. This is the most important thing. And that's why I think whatever the form is not just that's why I really like to use the word of complementary. I never think crypto will replace fiat, but I think crypto will actually become a great complementary to the fiat world. And the same thing to NFT, whether NFT will replace art. No, I think NFT will become a great complementary to the current art world. And this is actually because we're entering into a phase, with all the knowledge what humans are able to access, we're entering into a more inclusive and sustainable world, and that's actually the technology we should drive different kind of application towards those directions, giving people more choice.
Awesome. Yeah, alternative choices, being able to make, different decisions and hopefully being able to leverage, all that's available, for our own benefit and making sure that we find value in it. So I think we've gone pretty much, a long time here. And I want to thank you again for joining us here. You and your team have been part of our conference often. This is our 8th event in about 10 months. So it's been going super well. But everybody tuning in, hopefully you enjoyed my discussion with Helen Hai, head of Binance Charity and NFT. She's also UN ambassador. So she's very busy and she was able to talk with us. So hopefully you enjoyed that. Helen, we hope to have you back and, we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you very much. Finally, maybe I want to give the last word to thank for all the Binance users again. Without you, I wouldn't be here. Without you, Binance will not be here in the world today. So I want to thank you for your support, and we will be humbly serving your need as always. Thank you all.
And where can they find more information on Binance Charity or Binance NFT?
It's on the Binance website.
Great. So everybody, go ahead and visit there, learn a bunch of material, a bunch of content. Helen, we'll invite you back and I'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Have a good day.
Fortune, I just got the news. I can be a millionaire too. Check the OP, what did he do? Gas in his bag so to go to the moon. Spent half an eighth, I got 1 million coins like the real McCoy. You know I feel that joy, cause if it goes to a buck, I won't believe my luck. And now 10 on my Lambos for me and my friends. Butterfly doors, but I'm already in dock. Trump is like Biff from my squad on the block. Chatting with a whole life. Chat rooms, we scroll at night. Bitcoin Ether, been told twice. Now I hold my ish like it's Moldavite. Going to the stars cause it's only right. Read the white paper, I was sold that side. Now I steal my shit coins cause I'm overhyped. We can't take the pressure. Cashing out for you was tether. My craft ship shape. Ashy sails through stormy weather. With pleasure, come with me on this endeavor. I will be smoking fat joints on Italian leather. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. This goes out to my crypto squad and the crypto gods. Blockchain clearing that fiscal clog. Rolling through town like the Frisco fog. Push the button, bought some coins. Now push the button, start my whip. Used to push my feet through the tenderloin. Now I'm pushing this spaceship. Some thought it was a bubble. Now vision doubled. Wishing they had taken the trouble. Hardware wallets, private keys, no more paper and duffels. Bank staying puzzle. Now I'm going for hikes. Have a mountain sex. My returns just hit 10,000x. Used to be humble. Now I proudly flex. Should I fly to Dubai or Saudi next? And I only cashed out part of my assets. Hodled to my last breath. Not the one to half step. It's so strange. Wealth is like a rebirth. Clawed my way out of debt. Fueled by my research. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune into Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
Greetings! I am Greytail the Old and wise, yes. It's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson, brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Maximalist. The term maximalist refers to one who has unwavering confidence in their favorite cryptocurrency to be the winner of a zero-sum game. A maximalist, in other words, believes that there will be one coin to rule them all, namely their preferred coin of choice based on fundamentals. They are, if you will, maxed out on a single currency. Now fly, you fools!
Dr. Fauci Nakamoto here, advising all of you on CryptoVid-19, reminding you to quarantine your private keys. Now, don't forget that if they aren't your keys, it's not your crypto. Be sure to put a mask over your hardware wallets.
Hey, this is Anatoly. I am a co-founder of the Solana protocol, and I'm happy to be here at Reimagine.
Hey, this is Galen. I'm the CTO at Mousebelt, and I'm happy to be at Reimagine.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 8th conference in a monthly series of events, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above. That's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today from the Mousebelt team, where we focus on early stage investments to our accelerator, providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within the Mousebelt University program. Our main objective and goals are increasing adoption, use cases, and real-world applications. Pretty straightforward. We seek, Reimagine seeks to educate our audience on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. So all of you tuning in, thank you for joining us. We have an exciting interview for you today. Anatoly Yakovenko, co-founder of Solana. How are you doing today, Anatoly?
Great to be here.
Awesome. So as I mentioned kind of before this call, Solana was one of my first research reports for our VC arm. And, this was like early 2018 and we were looking to get in. I gave it a C+.
C's get degrees, man.
This is true. I gave it a C+ just at that time, but thank God when I went back, I went back to the report a couple months ago when I did an interview with Kyle, and I was like, please let me put down an A, right? So anyways, you guys checked all the boxes, you guys hit all the milestones and roadmaps, and here we are today. I'm based in San Francisco, so I've been to the meetups here and kind of heard you, I've seen the process and the journey, so very fortunate to have you join us today. Thank you.
Awesome.
Cool. Galen, how you doing today, man? Thanks for taking time out of your day as well to join us.
Oh, pretty good. Happy to be here.
Cool. So Galen's our CTO, and he'll be co-hosting with me, and we'll have some fun interviewing Anatoly. So let's go ahead and kick this off, man. So it's interesting. You have a pretty solid background in distributed systems and extensive resume. And people can find that on YouTube, anywhere. Anatoly's done a lot of interviews, so I won't go down that path. But what was the aha moment, right, to leave your employer into blockchain, right? There's probably people right now that are, not going from scratch, from a non-technical to into blockchain, typically as like starting a protocol. But what was your aha moment? And there's people that might be hesitant. That are qualified, but just hesitant to do this switch, leave their employer, their benefits, blah blah blah. Yeah, to take us through that little moment in time.
So I would say engineers are pretty blessed to have that option, because there's just so much demand for smart technical folks that going to a startup is not that big of a risk, because you're still coding, you're still building stuff. So if you fail in 6 months, literally my employer at the time, Dropbox, said, people do this all the time. So if it doesn't work out in 6 months, we'll just take you back. No questions asked. Yeah.
That's awesome. This doesn't come back. This doesn't work out. Is it cool if I, reapply?
Yeah.
I have to reapply.
Yeah. They're like, don't worry about it. We'll literally give you your offer back, and reinstate you full benefits. So as an engineer, especially in California, there's just so much demand for you that it's fairly easy. And I've always been a tinker. I had my friends and I had a startup in college. This was 99 to 2003 that failed miserably. I would come home from Qualcomm and after surfing I'd go code. And again, I had 1,000 ideas that failed over 12 years. The aha moment for this one was I had 2 coffees and a beer, as the legend goes, and I was
nice.
Up till 4 a.m. I couldn't sleep because I was ruminating on this idea about using a technique similar to proof of work, that cryptographic puzzle that somebody solves, but instead of proving energy or electricity, you prove the passage of time. And it all kind of just clicked in my head at that 4 a.m. moment. And I had this realization that you can use a similar puzzle, but you can actually prove that time elapsed somewhere else and that there was a passage of time between 2 events. And why any of that was important was because of my decade at Qualcomm. If you guys don't know what that is, it's a company that builds technologies for mobile phones, wireless networks. I didn't work on the wireless protocol part, but it was just through osmosis over a decade. It kind of sunk into me. And the key component to wireless radio optimization is that, the obvious thing, 2 towers transmit at the same time or the same frequency get noise. So the first thing that people did in radio was they gave each tower a clock and they would alternate by time. So they would never, interfere with each other and information can pass through. Same problem in blockchain. 2 block producers produce a block at the same time, you get a fork. So the network is noisy because nobody knows what to do next. So if you can alternate them by time, by some discrete way to actually prove that there's a source of time in the network, then they eliminates the source of forks and information can pass through. The network runs at peak capacity, and you kind of have this like, you've solved scalability, so to speak. So that was really what kickstarted it. Took some time for me to convince my wife, who's an engineer, to even listen to me. And then like, she's like, oh wait, this might work.
Nice.
That was it.
No, that's cool. A little support there, internal support. But I don't know if I've met a pair yet, you know, engineering pair like that. Like that's kind of cool. What did you, and there's a lot in there to unpack, but what did you learn from like those 10, 12, you know, the X amount of years in terms of failing, right? Like, I think some people think these unicorns are just born or, you know, they just pop up but no, like it takes time, experience, opportunity, a little bit of luck, technology to kind of catch up, right? In some capacity to,
like in being an engineer, after a while, like you realize in your career that you're only working on stuff that's broken. Like you're only working on something that's busted. So you kind of like have limited time to celebrate in the successes. So you got to get used to failure, right? You like constantly fail until it works. And then your manager's like, great, here's like another pile of broken shit. go work on that.
As you can see from Galen's pale face, he hasn't left his room. Just coding. This is all he does, like till 4 a.m. He's like, I just went to bed at 11. I was like, oh, 11 last night. It's early. He's like, no, like 11 in the afternoon. So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, you get like, you know, I used to have like, sometimes I'd have dreams when I have a debugger that I'm just constantly stepping through trying to catch a bug, like that like fever state in your mind, like you've been staring at the same problem for like 2 weeks, right? Like it's just not getting why it's not working. And that experience, I don't know, that some people like it, some people don't. Like I was just like really into that, like unraveling these knots of like something that's busted and getting to that like bug that's just really weird and hard to catch. So
nice.
that was my life.
Nice. Galen, feel free to chime in whenever. And we'll touch on Solana, like, you know, shortly in a few minutes, but so you kind of come to this conclusion, like, let's go ahead and do this. And then how do you form your team? Because I think these are pretty important aspects too, along with this idea just didn't pop up. Now, you know, talent, right? Like bringing on talent, whether that's a friend, an internal friend, an acquaintance that you remembered. Like, how did Solana form in terms of the co-founders and the employees?
Yeah, we're, you know, like, again, these were pretty close personal friends of mine. What really tied us was that, like, we're into the sport called underwater hockey. And this is something that, like, we just played for fun.
I read that and I wasn't sure if you were joking. Like, I didn't even look it up. I was like, am I an idiot? Or like, is this real? Is he just joking?
Yeah,
I guess it's real.
So that's pretty rare, right? And within that community, you like meet other people that are like super into like deep technical compiler GPU optimizations. And like, there's two weird things. You just become friends, right? Like that intersection is like good enough to like make deep friendships. And when I had this idea, those were like the folks that I called. You know, I wasn't at Qualcomm anymore, but this is where we're like, we were all at Qualcomm at the like for over a decade. And I was like, hey, I think this thing might work. It's a cool idea. Crypto's like interesting. I don't know if anyone's going to use crypto, but it seems like an interesting thing.
Yeah.
Let's go build it. And that was kind of like what formed the team is those like decade-long relationships. And it helps working with friends at a startup because you kind of get into, you know, things like it's exciting to like get an investor to believe you and to give you like commit like $50,000. You're like, holy shit, I can't believe somebody would actually give me that much money. I could quit my job and like that's enough to like pay for food or let's go do this.
We're gonna IPO next.
Right. But then like you get through that like initial thing and then it's a grind. It's a 2-year-long grind and you just gotta keep pushing.
It's like Silicon Valley. Have you seen Silicon Valley?
Yeah.
Everybody has. right?
Yeah.
But like they're so on point, and we've seen it on everybody in tech in the startup world, which is kind of why we got into startups. Like as an incubator, was like driving value, like adding value. We would invest in kind resources, so like we would give them engineers and developers. Like that was our strategic value to these teams, that instead of turning around and hiring, like we'll just give them our team and like ramp them up and get them to the next level and build cool shit quicker, faster, and continue on. I think I remember Galen's first check. I was at the bank like 10 years ago. Like I was a private banker, and these guys were like, dude, our first check, or like for some project, it was like 25K. I was like, damn, you're rich. Like, here we go. We can fund the account, You're
gonna make it.
I've been reversing fees for months out of zero balance. I'm like, we're good. All right, we're good. I told my manager they're the next unicorn coming out. But no, that's cool. Yeah, like forming your team and like having the same kind of interest and hitting, it is a grind, and like it is kind of scary, and like you go down this path.
Yeah. So in terms of that, so you started in, it was 2017, correct?
Yeah, right at the end of 2017 is I quit my job, like went full time and started writing the white paper, and like I had the high level idea, and then like I really needed to actually like do everything. Like all of a sudden you're like, oh man, I gotta like build a design, write a white paper, like that's passable, go like talk to a bunch of investors, raise funding, get like a team together. we didn't write a single line of code until February, like 2018.
Oh, wow. So you went right through the crypto sort of boom and drop off, and then got heads down working on it.
Yeah.
That was a prime point. That's when I started researching more, because projects were coming out, and I think you guys had like 10 followers in your Telegram. I'm like, let's just hold off, and they got something here,
Yeah.
But those are some of the metrics that we had to look at that point. Like, was there a community? And we'll get into community shortly, but yeah, it's kind of interesting. So what's your vision like on blockchain, crypto blockchain? Like, you're building something, and we'll get into that, but like what are we building, and what for? Like, how do you see it?
So I think the craziest thing about blockchain, I think, isn't the layer one technologies. I think that stuff is less important, but I think the really cool thing about it is, imagine like a world where every human has a way to cryptographically sign messages, and they kind of understand what they're doing to the level that we understand how to click a link on a website. Like we get to that level, and people have this like strong understanding of like, okay, if I sign this thing, it really comes from me.
Yeah.
And I can see proof that like 100 million people sign this thing, right? Like we will, I think, see like a world that's really super connected. We'll go away from this like social graph where I know you and you know somebody else for intermediary links, to where I have like full guarantees that everybody has agreed on this thing. Like we are all super connected, like the links kind of disappear. And like finance seems like the obvious thing here, like the obvious kind of use cases, because anonymously people can coordinate funds into programs and then like do stuff with them, and we all have like, we can all see that that's correct, and majority of the people agreed on something, and that program took action financially. And that stuff I think is like the boring thing. I think the really exciting things are like, what is the Facebook of this going to look like, right? Like in 1996, somebody's telling you sharing pictures of cats and like between your family is going to be worth $1 trillion. You're like, get out of here, right? Like that's just insane.
Going back to your startup analogy, like, even in hindsight, people are like, oh yeah, Facebook, Ubers, Airbnbs. Like if you told somebody, hey, rent out your pad to like some strangers for like a few $100, you'd be like, how close are they? Like, who are they? You'd be like, oh, hell no, so yeah, like you're right. Like, we don't know what it's going to bring. We can't foresee that quite yet. Maybe we have, an idea, some concepts, but yeah, you're totally right. Like it's interesting, mysterious.
Yeah, I think like some stuff that's exciting outside of DeFi, like digital tokens, like NFTs. Like I played Ultima Online. This was like the first morph, like massive online game with a UI, Before they were like Moog, they were text-based, and this was like the first one. And like as soon as like you had enough people using this thing, even if it was centralized, like these dark economies that were not supported by the game were formed because people wanted to buy shiny trinkets in the game.
Yeah.
Those were NFTs. Those were like first NFTs. Like why did I spend like 10, like why did I send somebody like a banker's check? Actually went to the bank, got like a cashier's check because nobody trusted like each other, right?
Yeah.
Send this thing over email to then get like a digital item in the game. It's just bizarre. Like, and I did it, right? Like I went through that pain.
Dude, somebody was gonna send me a check, and I'm like, no, like there's we're in crypto, like there's way better ways to like handle this. At this point, there's way better ways. And this is an NFT themed event and conference. We got people talking about kind of their ideas here. And before we kind of get into that, like, so what's your view talking about like tokens and kind of like, DeFi, maybe more financial, like Bitcoin? Like, what is Bitcoin to you? What does it mean? Like financial freedom, just kind of self-sovereign bank? Like, how do you view Bitcoin holistically?
I think like the proof of work thing gives us this really interesting claim on store of value, because the number of zeros in those hashes, it's really hard to compute that. There's a lot of electricity that goes into it. It's almost like somebody's carving out like Mount Rushmore in math, right? Like this is like a mathematical Mount Rushmore. We're gonna like build this thing.
Yeah.
And like owning a piece of it intrinsically is really cool and like interesting. I think there's like proof of work, that Nakamoto consensus around it is like a beautiful piece of work. And I don't know if anything can replace that. So Bitcoin has like its claim to hash power, which is really cool. I think there's some really interesting phenomenon on Ethereum with miner extractive value. I don't know if folks are following like flashbots, and it's going to be wild if the hash power on Ethereum, like the cost to attack Ethereum in terms of like POW attack vectors, will become higher than Bitcoin. There might be something really interesting that happens in like the next year or two. So like I'm pretty excited about that part of it. With NFTs and things like that, I think it's a very human thing for us to want to do art. Like I think art is just a super, like it's just awesome, right? Like we had like digital artists that have started building some of like animations for us, and these are like cool renderings of like the ocean with like lights and stuff like that. It gives like a really atmospheric feeling that like I'm watching something that came out of somebody else's imagination. I think there's like a true artwork element there, and crypto, like this cryptography thing where you and I can prove our identities and prove ownership and like coordinate like moving this stuff around. It's just like Ultima Online. It's like we're just passing digital trinkets around, and they're cool, and like I want them. Like I don't know why.
Yeah. Well, there's this conference, we've been chatting with quite a few people on some of these ideas, and like what are some of the challenges, I guess, to just even stay on NFTs? Like the challenges and barriers in terms of, is it psychological? Is it the demand, the supply side, or obviously we're just like, we're going through a boom now. And what I mean by that is like generational, right? Like there's people that are like, I don't want to own something that's digital. Like I don't have it. I don't feel it. You have that kind of, thought process and opinions. And then you have kind of like, these things going for like $70 million and like, other kind of instruments even for artists to leverage in terms of like residual income and like in perpetuity and getting that. So like what are some of the challenges and barriers like in the NFT spot?
It's just it's just going to take a long time for people to get it. Like what was it? Bill Clinton was the first president to send an email, and he sent like 2 during his presidency, right? And then like it took, I think, till till post-Obama era, like where people started tweeting, right? And like actually like using the internet, like at that level. So that's like adoption, right? Like when the president uses your, like buys an NFT or has an NFT. And like it's gonna take 20 years for us to get there, simply because like people like they're slow, right? They're slow at like understanding new phenomena, new technologies, and it just takes them a while. And you know, like we get to be kind of at the forefront of this and see this happening and like kind of build this new, you know, new social network, new way to communicate.
It kind of takes us back to like this peer-to-peer thing, kind of like at the root of crypto, blockchain, like how we operate in communities, and like this peer-to-peer transfer of value. Not only that, this peer-to-peer like social engagement. So like there used to be like, you know, mass marketing, right? And now it's like individual marketing, and like no marketers even involved, you know, no agencies involved. It's like, you know, let me share with you like Instagram, right? And Facebook like live, and being able to see people's lives, you know, in kind of the static or even in the live feed. And now we're like offering unique NFTs. Obviously that's what NFT is, unique, but sharing that to kind of engage even more. What about like technology speaking, like gas fees, with NFTs, generating them? Like what is like, how do we get past
like all
that?
that stuff will be solved. It's already solved. It's just not like the users haven't moved yet. And some have, right? Like you see this, like, you know, like we have like a particular approach and like a philosophy to why we're designing the system. Like the core thing that we're focusing on is censorship resistance. Is that like at the network level, can we, you know, if you look at like get rid of store value, get rid of proof of work, what are you left with? Is censorship resistance. That's the only interesting thing about the technology we're building versus
we just had some calls today about that with a couple protocols. Like, hey, like, you know, that's you're right.
So at the physical level, that literally means what is the minimum set of independent parties that can halt the network, that can reorder messages, that can mess with the information on there. And maximizing the set just requires each of the nodes to process more information, deal with more signatures, do more cryptography, and that just takes hardware. There's like no way around it. You just need to like increase the scale of like the amount of throughput these things do. So like we're kind of taking like the Qualcomm approach, like build hardware that like, you know, optimize for the hardware, like make this thing use silicon because there's 10 million people working on 3 nanometer stuff at the SMC, right? That's coming out 2 years from now, and everything's going to be twice as fast and twice as more performant. So if we can like stand on the shoulders of those giants, we've kind of solved the problem. So that's been our approach. And for us, that like censorship resistance is really important, because I think like, you know, what is the key thing that these systems can provide, right? Like what is censorship resistance? It's the ability for us to guarantee that any two users in this network that are using it, nobody's going to censor them, right? That information will pass through between any of them. And that's literally what markets are supposed to do. Like NYSE, CME, like all the regulation around like all those exchanges is designed to make sure that if I'm connected to that exchange, that nobody can screw me, right? Like I have a fair connection, it's open, it's guaranteed, that the exchange isn't going to mess with my data. Well, if we physically implement this, right? If we like build enough hardware, like make this thing just hardware, software, then we've effectively implemented price discovery, right? Global, open, free price discovery engine for whatever marketplaces people want to run. So like that kind of like trading DeFi stuff, I think is almost like the search engine use case of the internet in the 90s. Wow. Yeah, everyone's connecting to the world. There's a big pile of information. We need to search it. Kind of obvious that we need a search engine. Well, like everything's becoming a token, right? Like my tweets are tokens. We need a way to do price discovery. Here's like a big, powerful price discovery engine that's open to anybody.
Yeah. What do you think about that, Galen?
Oh yeah, no, that's a very cool concept. I mean, so what you compared it to NYSE and all of these other electronic exchanges as well, and it seems that these things are clearing a lot more orders. They have a lot lower latency. Do you think blockchain systems like trading on DeFi actually impacts how price discovery and markets interact?
Yeah, so this is what we're striving for. We're far from it, like a lot closer than Ethereum, but like this is still like going to be a big pile of work. And the thing that we're building is that a state transition, like a transaction, like and what it's doing, that information should propagate through the network at the speed of light of through fiber, right? Like, you know, information still has to go through fiber optic cables. We can actually propagate that state transition at that speed. So a news wire travels speed of light through fiber. Something important to markets occurs, let's say in Russia, right? That information has to propagate speed of light through fiber. When that hits a trader with a Bloomberg terminal, right? And they look at that news wire, they should actually see that price already reflected in a market running inside Solana or one at NYSE. So for all the important stuff, we can be competitive. And like the sub 1 millisecond trading, that's only trading a statistical noise, right? It's not actually trading a newsworthy stuff anymore. So while those marketplaces will exist, because there's a ton of like, people do a ton of like order queue optimization and high frequency trading, like there's a big pile of like actually important trades that can occur on decentralized open networks. And as long as like we guarantee that nobody's getting ahead of you, there isn't anyone else with a 1 millisecond connection while you have a 10 millisecond connection, right? If it's truly open, censorship resistant, you know, and everyone's like kind of bound by this like speed of light through fiber half around the world, that's the limit. If we get there, then it can, I don't know, maybe it'll be 5% of finance, maybe it'll be 50, who cares, right? It's a big enough kind of pie that it's an interesting problem that it's worthwhile pursuing.
So with something like Solana, though, can't traders still try and get ahead of each other in other ways, like to figure out where the most likely validators are and just be physically closer?
Yeah, so this is like, well, the physically closer part is open to anybody, right? Anybody can set up a validator, anybody can get stake, and anybody can be a block producer. And this is where you get into this like miner extracted value. Like if I have stake and I'm a block producer and I attract order flow or this like flow of trades, can I start doing high frequency trading and optimization on that thing before it gets into the network? And there isn't any solution to this except making that a fair open market and maximizing the number of these like participants that are trying to do this optimization per second as possible. So
then it
like,
equalizes out.
Exactly. Yeah. So if we get the most block producers per second, and there's ways for us to actually have multiple concurrent block producers over the same state. Like if we make that all possible right around the world, then it's an open fair market. Anybody can get some stake, participate, start doing that HFT optimization. So yeah, NYSE should just be a node on Solana.
That's a cool way of thinking about it for sure. So yeah, and the other thing you were talking about is you're talking about solving things with physical hardware, and that's kind of interesting because I've seen a lot of blockchain systems looking at sharding, looking at rollups, looking at all these sort of more complicated software-based approaches. Why did you choose to go for hardware versus trying to push the current hardware a little bit harder?
So we are pushing current hardware as hard as we can. And the thing is that like when I joined Qualcomm, I started working on this 2 megabyte ARM, 16-bit ARM thing that was 200 megahertz. That was like the first device I started working on. 10 years later, it was an 8-core, 64-bit, multi-gigahertz for 4 gigs of RAM device. So, so right now, right, like the standard for 5G is designed to guarantee 1 gigabit access between like a car in like US and a car in China to do video, like real-time video at 1 gigabit. They're both driving.
Wow.
Right. So 10 years from now, like this stuff is going to be just common, right? Like we're not going to like that like exponential curve is really hard to notice in the moment, but it's like breakneck over like just a decade. So software takes a lot of time to build. Like takes 10 years to build a database, takes 10 years to build an operating system. Like we kind of have the experience working at like a big tech company to like see what is how does a big organization plan for like these big changes, because they know Moore's law, right? They see like what the stuff is going to do 4 or 5 years from now, and this is how they're able to do it. So this is kind of like I guess our expertise, or like what we thought of first. And honestly, I thought everyone else was going to do the same thing. Like I was like, oh man, everyone's going to copy us. We're all going to be like in this like death march of like trying to squeeze milliseconds out of everything.
Yeah. So is that what you've leveraged that experience over at Qualcomm to kind of forecast and foresee, and like why I guess go against it in terms of, you know, software versus, you know, or leveraging what's available, I guess, like the tech and like and you know, building with it in parallel, right?
Yeah. And like just sharding is really, really tough. Like it's like a massively hard problem. I don't know if you guys know who Tarun Chitra is. He made this joke that it's a lot harder to get 1,000 chickens to pull a cart than 2 horses.
Yeah. I could see that. Yeah, that's a good analogy.
Yeah. So Ethereum too, those designs are trying to get 1,000 chickens to coordinate. And that's
touch on that a little bit. Touch on that just a little bit in terms, I you know, people in the space have probably heard it, you know, even you know, PhDs and like researchers, right? Like have said that even before Ethereum launched, that Ethereum was, you know, and not to knock on it, Ethereum's done some good things. We're just talking technical and just kind of like understanding the concepts, how it's applied, where like, you know, these challenges were already foreseen on like, you know, this other protocol. And what is it about, you know, some of these challenges known, but it's still taking off, and you know, these iterations are coming out.
Yeah. So what are you building for, right? That's kind of the key thing. Like, I think Bitcoin is, people think it's not scalable. They underestimate what it takes to coordinate that much electricity into a single thing, right? It's web scale, thermodynamic security. They've solved that, right? What I think is interesting about ETH1 or like proof of work based ETH is that they might actually surpass Bitcoin because of the use cases, this like settlement of funds and big transfers. There's a lot of value to extract, like miner extracted value. There's a lot of opportunity to be a block producer that is providing security to Ethereum and take advantage of those settlement, like the arbitrage in the settlement. So if you think of like ETH1 as like the world settlement chain, it might actually surpass Bitcoin in hash power, and that's a massively scaled use case. That's awesome, right? Like, so what are we scaling here, right? Like what we're working on is this like maximal amount of information. Like Noisy does, I think, only 200 orders per second, like actual trades settled, and does 30x more orders. Like, so 200 times 30 in terms of orders actually dumped into the system, and times 30 cancels. So most of the messages that are throwing into this like information bucket is just people saying, no, that price is wrong, right?
Oh, wow.
And this is how like, you can't do that on Ethereum while solving for this massively scaled, secure proof of work chain. But you can do that on Solana. So you can think of us working on this like execution layer. Like, how do we dump all this information into a single state where we can like discover like what is the price of any one of these things, and that's a different problem, right? Like we don't really care about proof of work, global hash power security. That's just not a issue that we care about. But we do care about censorship resistance. We do care about like maximizing that group of validators that could possibly try to screw any of the participants. Because if we don't have that, then there's no market, there's no fair connection. It's not competitive with Noisy, nobody cares. Right? Let's go back to the drawing boards. Let's go back to Qualcomm.
They'll hire you back, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we talked about like decentralization, centralization. What does the future look like in terms of like, are these just options, a hybrid approach? You know, we have people that are like, I want everything decentralized, right? I want my own X, Y, and Z, you know, my own identity. And then we have other people that are like, you know, I'd rather use, you know, this centralized system because I can have tech support and like they can fix it and I get my money back right away, whatever the case is. How do you kind of see this world with both of these options? And you know, we're kind of coming into it now, right? Of being able to develop these dApps and leverage the technology. So how do you see like decentralization versus centralization, and how does that play out?
I think you'll start seeing people trying to compete with like these centralized providers give the exact same features and benefits. In fact, like here's like a centralized thing that can give you your money back and escrow your transfer. Like you'll start seeing those teams use decentralized finance, DeFi protocols, and build everything on top of smart contracts. Because if they can do that, it's basically two people taking on Bank of America, right? Like it's two people that worked over the weekend, put up a website and like can like handle escrowing USDC transfers in a trustless way and coordinate between like 10 people that want to do this, whatever they want to do, purchase. They can do this with just software and not a lot of software and like not a lot of work. And all of a sudden they have something that's competitive with like these big branded financial systems. And startups, you know, they're all about like this like super high leverage bets, like a couple people that just, you know, grind it out over a weekend. And then like all of a sudden they're at the right moment in time and that thing takes off.
Yeah. All right. That's kind of interesting.
Like that we're like, I don't see, you know, like Circle, I think is a startup that gets crypto and is able to build payments networks. I think it's going to be super hard for a big branded Visa, MasterCard to like switch their brain to like, but two people, literally two people like can go like hack out a credit system that uses USDC and gets yields like savings yields in dollars out of DeFi without being custodied of anyone's funds. They can literally build you a savings account that does transfers and escrow and all this other stuff. And like they're competing now with like Visa, with Bank of America, and that's just two people like in a website. It's as close to like old school Silicon Valley like garage startup like taking on the world as we can get.
That's like Galen behind his computer for 72 hours. Drinking Red Bulls. He sent me a picture how they get like 5 Red Bulls like stacked up over the weekend.
LaCroix for me.
No,
healthier.
Definitely.
It's office simulation. I can't go to the office. I'm simulating it at home.
Yeah, and I think that's where the innovation like kind of gets extracted. Where I was trying to like figure out how I was going to question this, like, you know, Web 2.0 and 3.0, you know, the advancement of this technology. And you mentioned it here, like flipping, like understanding how it applies, not necessarily like plugging in blockchain into like old traditional models. That's kind of the transition period, but we haven't even hit that like next wave of leaving all that behind, right?
It's gonna
like
be too late for them. By the time like their management sees it as a threat, they've already lost.
No, you're right. And like you're trying to plug in this technology and like it makes sense for a period of time, whatever. There's use cases, but like the real innovation on the public side is coming. It's here in terms of like thinking way differently, you know, in terms of how we operate, how we're gonna do business, what people care about, right? Like I think we've got used to this Web 2.0 of like giving our information up, and now we're kind of trying to take that back and operating on our own terms. And I just saw my interest on this account. Like it's, you know, you get, I'm getting like 8, 10, 12%, like standard. I'm not even talking to the DeFi, like yield farming crazy. I'm just talking about a
right? To like, I think 10 to 15% just in dollars.
And like, I just leave it in there. And like, I'm already, you know, you check the bank and it's like 25, I don't even know if it's 25 bips. It's like less than that. Like, which people, that's like not 25%. That's like a quarter of a percent and less. No, that's kind of, it's kind of crazy. And so what about like the Solana community? Like, blockchain was siloed, and Galen can talk to this a little bit. Like talk about like the tribalism, Galen, like what you saw in the past, and let's ask like Anatoly here, like how his community is. Who look like your experience, Galen, with in the past few years of just the I'm building my own thing and like not.
Oh yeah. I mean the community. I think the community is a little interesting. Everyone is either a big advocate of a particular chain, and if you go to discussions, it's like very, very competitive. Everyone's like, oh, you should do everything on this chain. Every other chain sucks. I actually think it's starting to go away a little bit. Like more people are doing interoperability. More people are just sort of starting to migrate applications into sort of whatever works. So I think it does seem a little bit less tribal now, and a little bit more just people are gravitating towards solutions that work well for them in terms of the crypto community. I don't know if you've seen something similar.
So all the layer one engineers, we all love each other. We're all working on the same hard problems. We'll share like ideas and like solutions with each other. There's kind of like free flow of information there. It's awesome. Like it's a really true open source ethos style community. It's really cool to be a part of it. The kind of like tribalism on crypto Twitter, I think is it's actually like I think an overall benefit. Like the fighting like forces you to make succinct arguments and like kind of like tests you every time, and like kind of sharpens your debate skills and argument skills, and like makes you like better. And that's important when you try to take these really complicated concepts and explain them to people coming into the space. If you had like 2 years of fighting on crypto Twitter, you've like sharpened those arguments to like a fine point.
You're right. It does. It makes you not take it for granted and like, oh yeah, like let me look into that a little bit more. Let me research that. Or like, you're right. These people that do take like firm stances, like that love it. You're like, what do they see? And it does force you to kind of open your eyes a little bit and kind of compare and contrast. And like, you're like, oh, this is kind of cool. It makes sense on what they're doing. You mentioned earlier, kind of like, there's going to be chains for certain use cases and niches and whatever the case is. So yeah, the Solana community, like how strong, like, Ethereum kind of got big, right? The Bitcoin community, the Ethereum community, and then there's a lot of other like chains that are people learning about. Like, how should we view the community for Solana?
Yeah, so we kind of had like, just based on how we were building this and like what we were telling, like we're going to solve this with hardware. We need you to go like call up a local co-location, figure out if they have like server space, and go install a machine. That was a filter that like basically turned off, 95% of the people, but the people that went through were like, oh, this is cool. I love like the stuff. I love networking. I love like building PCs. I love benchmarking systems and like really like getting hands down and dirty. So a lot of our validators are like folks that have like ton of experience doing this, and they weren't like scared by this. Like they know what a co-location is, right? And it's fine, right? Like, and that was like, I think kind of like the core of our builder ethos. So there's a lot of overlap between that and like, I think early Ethereum mining, like people that were like put together weird rigs of GPUs trying to minimize like the cost and like maximize hash power. We have like kind of similar people that like geek out on like benchmarking, like what is the cheapest system I can build that gets over 100,000 TPS, that kind of stuff. So
that's cool. Yeah, and you need that. Like we kind of keep pushing the boundaries, like experimenting, trying different things. Otherwise, and you need the community to kind of like try this shit out, like like have everybody kind of tinker and mess with it to get some feedback, like pivot, learn some new shit, right? Educate everybody else too while they're at it.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's I think culture building like really depends on this like niches. Like you actually have something to pull people together.
Yeah.
Not just like everything is generic, right? Like this is it kind of loses its message.
Yeah, no, totally. And I know we got a couple minutes here. Like, what are your thoughts on this is an NFT themed event, so I got to bring it back. What are your thoughts on NFTs?
So like I said, like I used to play Ultima Online, and I literally like went through the trouble of driving to a bank, putting money in, getting a cashier's check to get like some gold on Ultima Online.
Yeah.
From a rando at
very
over the
cumbersome,
internet, right? Like, so there's like definitely just something interesting about like this global participation game that's crypto, that we're all like part of this weird game, and the servers, Ethereum, Solana, right? Those are different servers are all part of, and like finding those shiny trinkets and trading them. I think that's just part of the human experience. And like, I think NFTs really like dive really deep into it. And the cool thing about him is I think it really is a place for digital artists that didn't have a home prior to crypto to like really show off their works. So there's kind of like couple things coming together there. Obviously, like I think the metaverse style games like Star Atlas is a game that's building on Solana. It's like trying to be EVE Online. That's a whole different thing that, we'll see a bunch of permutations, and like really cool to think about what is like the best of that. Like, are we actually going to have like Ready Player One where everything is connected and we have avatars? Maybe in 10 years, like
it's going to happen. Like, all this stuff isn't far out. It's gonna be like Minority Report, where you like walk in and like it's reading your eyes and like making suggestions. You're probably gonna get airdropped, just based off of your identity through your eyes. What about like interoperability? Like, to open this thing up, like NFTs, you have to pick and choose where you want to build it. The network, going back to the community, the support, like. Switching, between chains and like networks, like how important is that? The congestion on one aspect, the gas costs, like, some of those.
It's like, so Ethereum's in a tough spot because of the trying to guarantee, ETH2 is really trying to do this like 1,000 chickens pulling a card thing. It's a super hard problem. And ETH1, the proof of work, it's just impossible to optimize. It's as fast as any proof of work chain can get. So every layer 2 has trade-offs. So it's kind of like no win situation there. But anything like any useful ecosystems are all going to have bridges. There's a bridge that we run by our validators called Wormhole, that's got like ERC20 style transfers. It's about to enable ERC 721 transfers between two networks. So NFTs minted on one can actually go to the other one and carry that metadata forward. So that it's just like this stuff is just, that part is, I think, easy. That's just engineering, like ops and like writing some code. Optimizing ETH1 is like a really hard problem. So gas costs are probably not going to go away, and where they go away on the layer 2s, you're going to have some trade-offs, like the similar trade-offs to bridging an asset from Ethereum through the bridge to Solana. You take some honest majority assumptions from the bridge, and those are risks that people have to get used to. And I think we just need better tooling of exposing that information to users to make them comfortable to understand what they are. And once that's there, once you see like what is actually happening here, the wallets and everything else will kind of make this a lot easier. I don't know if you've been following like Phantom Wallet, which is a kind of like next generation MetaMask, building on Solana first, which is what I think is going to happen more and more often.
It sounds like it.
But they have like really nice UIs that show how bridging works, how those assets move through between like MetaMask and stuff. So we're pretty excited about when that stuff launches, including like the NFT visualization that's baked right into the wallet.
And that's important for like the next, billion people. Like these are the toolings and like, resources and things to educate and like understand, like even now I was like moving some coins and like I knew what I was doing, but I wasn't like confident. I don't know why. It was just like,
got to send a test transaction, but that's
Yeah,
$100.
exactly. I was like, I'm gonna send you like $1 and let's see if it makes it. No, totally. But and yeah, it was kind of interesting. So, what else is building? What are you seeing actually building on Solana? And then what do you hope to kind of see be built on Solana?
We'll be releasing some really awesome tooling around like NFTs. So I want folks to just kind of jump right in and try to build that. There's a lot of finance stuff that folks are working on simply because Serum is a central limit order book. So it's the same like smart contract that runs the New York Stock Exchange, right? That's now as a smart contract on Solana. It's a new DeFi primitive that's just has a different design space. So all the things that like Uniswap v3 tries to fix, you can do that really easily and very gas efficient and capital efficient using Serum. So a lot of folks are like trying a bunch of different ideas there. NFTs, like I mentioned, we have tooling coming out, and especially like updates to Wormhole that our community is working on to make sure that 721s appear like on both networks. I think there's a lot of like uncharted territory with like social tokens. Like this idea that like humans coordinating with cryptography, I think can be really disruptive to like ad-based net revenue networks. Because if you just have like a joke on Reddit that's part of your community, that's the token, right? It's this meme. And the platform just charges, some very small percentage, like 0.2 cents per upvote, per whatever. You're kind of getting the same like ROI as a platform as you would from advertisement. It's 0.2 cents per ad view. Like if you get but you don't have to steal anyone's data, right? You don't have to like siphon anyone's information. You don't have to like push ads down people's faces. Like it just becomes like these like communities that get better and like more valuable the more engagement you get and the happier the users are. So
it democratizes a little bit of accessibility, like opportunity. Everybody everybody feels valued, right? Like and that engagement, I guess, even within the community, allows for these kind of ways to earn or get noticed.
Like somebody's gonna build $1 trillion coin that's all just people sending pictures of cats to each other.
I mean, we've already had the crypto kitties that went, and that was at like day one. Those went off. So I don't haven't take issue to that because that's gonna happen. Somebody was saying everything's just gonna be an NFT.
Yeah.
And then there's like some one of my other speakers was talking about like physical NFTs where it's kind of embedded like in the material and stuff like that. So it's kind of crazy. No, this has been a good discussion, man. I think we kind of went over our time here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Sure. We appreciate it. We hope to have you back. Do you guys do a lot of marketing? I feel like Solana's just known. I feel like Solana's just known. Like it's just more of like delivering and like getting the community to rally, and then that's how people know, word of mouth. Is that accurate?
Yeah, we just try to ship stuff, and then like a lot of projects pick it up.
It's all good. I have kids too, but I kicked them out.
This is my time.
We'll finish this up in like 1 minute, but I think I forgot what I was asking you. Marketing. I feel like Solana's so just deliver, right? Strong community, but not too much too much going on, and there's the future right there, the future of crypto. My daughter's 5, and I have a Bitcoin backpack, and like she knows about blockchain, Bitcoin, and everything.
Yeah.
She pretends she's in the living room on her laptop, like,
blockchain ABCs.
Yeah, she's like, I'm building this blockchain app. I'm like, what? She's been listening to all these interviews. It's too much, but yeah, man, we'll go ahead and wrap it up. But where can people learn more about Solana, and things that
Solana.com. So go to Solana.com and like look at our docs, and there's a hackathon going on, Solana.com/Solana Soul Season, I think, or but it's linked in the front page, and it's got really great resources on how to get started. So if you're one of those engineers that just spends their nights trying to build something, just go try it. Like who knows?
When did that hackathon start? Like recently?
We
or how
just
long
announced it yesterday. Yesterday or Wednesday.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
We'll push that too. I'll link up with your team
Cool.
and we'll promote that through Reimagine and share that through our social channels and our university program. Get everybody involved. But first of all, yeah, man, appreciate your time. We hope to have you back. Good stuff. I've been following you. That was my first research, project 3 years ago, and like it's paying off. But
glad we got that C. C's get degrees, man.
But I said they were going to become an A. I just didn't know when. Soon, very soon. Cool, man. So appreciate that, Galen. Thanks for co-hosting with me. We look forward to bringing you back as well. And for everybody tuning in to Reimagine 2021, I hope you enjoyed our discussion here with Anatoly, co-founder of Solana. Check them out. Start building on them. Good stuff, good team, great community, and we'll sign off here. All right, guys. Thanks.
Bonjour. I am Jean-Paul Pierre, and I bring you another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. NFT minting. Minting an NFT is how digital art or some other non-fungible asset is registered on the blockchain, which allows authorship and ownership of the asset to be easily verified. Similar to the way that metal coins are minted and added into circulation, NFTs are also tokens that get minted once they are created. Your digital artwork is represented as an NFT, so it can then be purchased and traded in the market and digitally tracked as it is resold or collected again in the future. And my work, she is highly collectible, no?
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
You thought DeFi was just a buzzword, did you? You thought you could remove our face from your books without a legitimate explanation, did you? Does a mask on Ben Franklin offend you? Or perhaps the symbolism frightens you, because it represents the end of your arbitrary decisions made in the name of elitism? Well, I've got news for you. The decentralized financial revolution isn't letting up, and we will not be silenced. The future is being determined under your nose. I suggest you wake up.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune in to Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
Oh, well, hello there. Lord Squatchington here from the Royal Society of Big Feet. It's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. DEX. DEX is a pronounced acronym that stands for Decentralized Exchange. Unlike a centralized exchange, where a company or a small group of developers act as a mediating entity between exchanges, a decentralized exchange allows distributed communities to pool liquidity, and the exchanges between currencies are settled through small contracts on a blockchain. Additionally, many users prefer DEXs because when using them, they can hold their own private keys, as opposed to having a centralized exchange hold onto them. Yes, very exclusive, only the finest, quite.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 8th conference in a monthly series of events bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. This panel is brought to you by Dodo, on-chain liquidity provider for everyone. Please visit them at dodox.io. So appreciative of them supporting the conference. And this panel here, and we got an exciting panel today. I'll be your host today, Adam from the Mousebell team, joined by my 4 amazing guests. Let's go ahead and get some introductions here. We'll start with you, Michael. How you doing today, man? Thanks for joining.
I'm doing very well, Adam. Thanks for having me. So my name is Michael Gord. I am the managing director of the XCB Foundation, which is focused on accelerating the growth of the digital bits blockchain. The blockchain, I think, is most likely to push mainstream adoption with an ecosystem of multinational organizations and celebrities that we're about to announce the participation of. With NFTs, I'm also the founder of the Metaverse Group, which is a holdco for Metaverse land assets primarily, which we intend to securitize as the first Metaverse REIT in the world. As well as the Rare Store, which is a marketplace for iconic digital assets. We have a pipeline of A-list entertainers looking to help with entering both the NFT as well as the metaverse world. And then I'm the CEO of the GDA Group, which is an ecosystem focused across the blockchain and digital asset capital market.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us. He's calling in from Egypt, 3 a.m. Super committed to this panel. We thank you for thank you for participating. Zach, how you doing, man? A quick little introduction, and thanks for taking the time out of your day too to join us.
Absolutely, it's a pleasure. So I'm Zach. I work as the head of business development at Zoo. I've been there for about 2 years, and that's been largely acting as more the public face of the company. Conferences, meetups, other events, that type of thing, spouting the blockchain gospel as well as the platform. But of course, all that slowed down recently and has been transitioned rapidly online is what we're doing here. That's what we're doing here right now. But I mean, the reason our company came about was, blockchain in itself is a bit sort of unwieldy and tough to use with a difficult UI. And our entire focus became being a reliable platform that's easy to use for building out use cases. So that sort of end application layer. And we've been in the NFT space since 2018 as a use case focused platform that abstracted away the complexities of blockchain so that anyone could take advantage of it, no matter what their expertise level was, even if they didn't have any. And that's included low code features and other abstractions, stuff like that. And with the recent NFT boom in the marketplace space, we've actually discovered that 95% of the tools that we built over these past 4 years were directly applicable. And so we have a service now that we're launching in about a week or two, which is just a public facing service for creators and collectors. And then we're also enabling organizations to build their own NFT marketplaces with no minting fees and minimal transaction fees. So a lot of exciting stuff happening now as well. It's on the horizon for us.
Nice. Glad to have you. Bradley, how you doing, man? You've been a regular here at Reimagine. Thanks for coming back for the panel. How you doing? Little quick introduction.
Hey, thanks for having me. Glad to be back. Sure. So I'm co-founder of Unstoppable Domains. We build domain names on blockchains, and domain names are NFTs. So they're stored inside of your crypto wallet, just like a cryptocurrency would be. And it's very different than a traditional domain, which is stored by GoDaddy, who can take it away from you or get hacked or get tricked into transferring it to someone else. So yeah, NFTs are just this really wide category, and there's a lot of really different use cases. So a lot of people are talking about art and collectibles and things like that. And I guess the way your domain name might fit in is you could show a gallery of what you own, like a verified gallery of your collection. That's a website template we have. Oh, we lost you, Adam.
Yeah.
How you doing, Ethan? The man of the hour here, coming from the Dodo team, putting on the panel. You guys have been very active, and we'll get into that shortly, but give a quick little intro of yourself.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure. So my name is Ethan. I'm a DeFi native and a product manager for Dodo NFT. And I've been pretty involved in the Dodo NFT project, from things like conceptualization to project execution to strategic marketing. And I'm just having a very keen interest in the synergy between NFTs and DeFi in general. Yes. So as I said before, I represent Dodo. So Dodo is a decentralized exchange platform powered by our proactive market maker algorithm, which is the brand new market making model that features high capital efficiency and very flexible use cases. Dodo offers a wide variety of value generating products such as smart trade trading and aggregation, crowd polling, mining trading, trade mining, and liquidity mining, etc. And the Dodo platform also features its own native governance token, Dodo token, which provides a wide selection of utility for its holders. We're also ready to launch the Dodo NFT platform, which features the fractionalization of NFTs and very exciting stuff. And I can't wait to share with you guys.
Awesome. Well, again, we thank Dodo for sponsoring this event, helping us present this to kind of our international audience, global viewers. Very fortunate there. Our objectives here at Reimagine 2021 really are and our goals are pretty simple. It's just increasing adoption, use cases, real world applications, and showing that here, through these interviews. So ultimately, we seek to educate like our audience, on blockchain by helping them understand like the impact. And so, you guys are kind of concluding the event here, and let's kind of get right into it. Ethan, we'll start with you. Like, why have NFTs blown up now? We've talked to a lot of projects. You guys have been in this space. Everybody's been working on something for a period of time, right? But all of a sudden, in the last few months, things have really picked up. And I would say it's surpassed DeFi, and we'll probably touch on NFTs colliding with DeFi at the end, but it's surpassed DeFi in terms of like market reach, right? Like there's more people learning about it as opposed to DeFi in this bubble, and that's kind of taking some time. But why have NFTs blown up, the last few months?
I think there's like multiple factors to it. It's really hard to explain in a very simple manner, but I think overall NFT is still in its infancy, but the space as its whole has already made significant headway in terms of establishing awareness among the general population. I think it's being very quickly picked up by mainstream entertainment and medias, and then it's become like a very trending thing. For example, NBA Top Shot. It is basically a video NFT that features NBA highlight plays. So basically, NBA fans are able to purchase these highlight moments as NFTs, and they're able to purchase and trade them. And the price of each of these highlight NFTs varies, depends on the highlight itself and the popularity of player who made those highlights. So I think this it not only provides an extra layers for the NBA fans to enjoy the game, but also provide a very exciting opportunity for the fans to be involved in the trading and the collecting experience. So the existence of NBA Top Shots shows that the mainstream entertainment and the media has already become aware of NFTs and are legitimizing it by actively incorporating into their marketing strategy. And I think this is a very obvious sign for this trend. And I think this trend is going to become more and more prevalent in the future. And that's my take.
Awesome. Lost you again, Adam.
I'll go ahead and take over here on the moderation. Zach, what are your thoughts on kind of this NFT boom, right? You guys have been building this infrastructure for quite some time. Has a tech caught up, and Ethan kind of touched on it too. The space has matured a little bit, and there's some things that we can start building and leveraging. So yeah, why have NFTs gone popular in the last few months?
I mean, it's sort of like you said, the technology has started to catch up. We had 2017 when the ERC 721 standard was created by, I believe it was CryptoPunks at the time. And then everything sort of slowed down. 4 years for the technology to catch up, basically, and for real business use cases to come out. We hit 2021 and suddenly you have Elon Musk, NBA Top Shot, Christie's Auction House, all of these massive companies and names starting to dive into the space, seeing the advantages of it. And honestly, what it really is right now we're in a cultural moment. That's pretty much what it all comes down to. You have massive numbers, Beeple's $69 million auction, in which that's just a number that you can sort of stand in awe of. And the names coming in, NBA Top Shot, and both of those are sort of working together to create this moment of absolute insanity. Yes, I do believe, I think this is a bubble right now. Don't get me wrong. I think there's a big focus on collectors right now trying to turn a profit, but I don't think we're just at the beginning. There's only around 5% of the US population right now that really understands what NFTs are, to even a small degree. And I believe it's something like 19% have heard the word before and no one else has heard it. And we also have poor, difficult UI and UX, which is all around. It's a difficult technology to use, and yet still all of this is happening. Once that changes, once everyone can start, instead of looking in and seeing these things, but actually participating in everything, this is going to take off way more than we could even imagine at this point.
Great. I'll go to you, Bradley, and then you last, Michael. Bradley, like in terms of this NFT boom, you might have a different perspective because what you guys are offering, right? It's not so much kind of a digital art or a physical item. You guys are providing some other service. So why do you think it's blown up? And you might have different data and insights from Unstoppable Domains.
Well, I think like everything, it takes several years to become an overnight success. So it's just been building for years. There's been a conference, NFT NYC, that's been like a meetup for NFT projects for several years. And in 2019, that place was packed. There were hundreds of people, hundreds of companies building all kinds of different projects, all kinds of different ideas. So I think it's been growing and building for a while. Numbers have been growing and going up for a while. They were going up in 2020 when the oxygen in the market was going towards the DeFi narrative. But that's just the way it goes in the public. Like NFT narrative will not be the number one narrative forever either. It's just now it's the number one narrative because it's new and it's being introduced. It's got a lot of different categories. Like it's got collectibles, it's got art, it's got domains, it's got some digital land, gaming things. It's got all kinds of these different categories. It's got tickets, it's got content. So it's going to go in a lot of different directions, and eventually those categories are going to get broken out. So people are going to talk about them more in terms of like digital art versus digital domains versus digital collectibles or whatever. They're not going to lump it like this most likely because it's not quite so much a category. But I think one of the reasons why art and collectibles have really gone mainstream is because they have the social component, the one-to-many. Like you have something to look at, so I can own it and I can show it to 20 people, and those 20 people get some benefit. Whereas if I'm doing DeFi and I'm making a bunch of money, I can tell 20 friends, but those friends might not get any enjoyment out of the fact that I made a bunch of money. Whereas they might get enjoyment out of looking at my art. So it has sort of a different viral loop around it.
Nice. And Michael, you've been in the space for quite some time. You have your hands in a lot of cookie jars. What are you seeing on kind of this boom?
Just first off, I wonder if you guys can hear the very, very loud praying in the background. No? Okay. You know how in Muslim countries, I guess at 3 a.m, there's Ramadan praying chants. I was wondering whether that could be heard on the phone also.
You're good.
So that's good. As far as mainstream adoption, or as far as adoption in general, I think that the reason why NFTs is reaching more ears and more eyeballs is pretty simply that DeFi is mainly being adopted by tech nerds, which, don't get me wrong, I'm into yield farming, but yield farming in general does not sound mainstream or mass market. DeFi also is challenging the banks, so it's in the banks' best interest for it to be not picked up by the mass market as quickly. And fungible tokens are very risky for A-list celebrities, the most famous people in the world, to be publicly advocating for, because they're entertainers. They're not, they're not in the business of challenging the US dollar and challenging the banks for, they're not in the business of challenging the US dollar and the banks. So they make movies, they make music. It's difficult for an entertainer of A-list scale to be publicly advocating for something so controversial, although I'm excited about it. For NFTs, on the other hand, it is challenging music, entertainment, arts, and because it is not directly challenging the US dollar for usefulness, in which DeFi is, I think, much more useful than the US dollar, but that's a different story. It has been able to get penetration in the circles of people that have up to hundreds of millions of subscribers in sports and music, soon in movies. So the amount of eyeballs and reach that these individuals and organizations have is a lot more significant than the amount of reach that the very fast growing DeFi companies have. But they're still, maybe they're unicorns now, but they're still startups. They don't have hundreds of millions of eyeballs to the things that they do. And I think it's important so I agree that DeFi NFTs will not stay this hot forever. Everything goes in waves. But if you think about NFTs purely in the collectible side, it's just the tip of the iceberg. The true value is in the digital ownership of non-fungible assets and what unique experiences and access those NFTs might be able to provide. So considering that some NFT drops for someone like deadmau5 or Blau or musicians in the millions of dollars might sound like a lot. If you consider that creator having the digital, like being able to communicate with their collectors over the blockchain forever, it's possible that deadmau5 or Blau or any one of these creators could send the collectors infinite value over time. For example, a VIP pass to their concerts everywhere. So they're in New York, they send it a VIP pass, then Chicago, then Atlanta, then LA. And let's say you're in Sydney, Australia, and you're not able to go to any of these shows. Being able to sell that VIP pass to someone in New York and then Chicago and then LA and then London and then wherever is potentially priceless. Plus including the fungible assets that you can send to your creators over time. So anyways, the collection is just the tip of the iceberg. It's really the digital access and the experiences that as a collector you can get access to.
Yeah, and I think it kind of comes back to this regarding like the DeFi boom and this NFT boom, this peer-to-peer, right? This peer-to-peer engagement community, which is kind of at the core of blockchain crypto. A lot of communities, a lot of engagement, a lot of growth, exchanging value rather quickly. And now we're exchanging kind of these moments in time, pieces of work, music, as you mentioned, you touched on a lot of uses. And so that's kind of, I think people relate to NFTs a little bit, or can relate to NFTs a little bit more, because like you said, it's a little bit less complicated. You don't have to kind of engage, with the complexities of yield farming and kind of these other things, and you're, exchanging and copying and pasting and seed phrases. So I think at a high level, NFTs, people just understand and get it. It's already kind of been proven with Top Shot. So real quick, Ethan, is this kind of a trend or a bubble?
Me personally believing this is just my personal belief. I think this is a trend, and it's gonna pick up steam along the way for the foreseeable future. And Great. That's my take.
Awesome. Let's go around. Zach, is this a trend or a bubble?
Short term, like a small bubble. Yeah. Long term, yeah, we got a ways to go. I think that's all been proven.
Great.
Like Michael said, it's just mostly digital collectibles now, but there are a vast number of other potential use cases for this. So yeah.
Michael, what's your thought? Trend or bubble?
We're just at the tip of the iceberg when you get multinational brands wanting to start to build in the metaverse and it has 0.001 penetration. To me, that sounds like it's a trend. When you have rock stars starting to want to build into the metaverse, I think the metaverse is the next $1 trillion market. I'm super bullish. And as far as celebrities that have participated in NFT drops, it's still 0.5% penetration. Every entertainer and their children will be doing NFTs in a couple of years. Yeah, we're just at the tip of the iceberg. Nice. Businesses that don't understand the true value of NFTs will disappear. But as far as market penetration, we're at the first, maybe the bottom of the first inning.
Nice. What about you, Bradley? Trend or bubble?
Oh, I think it's always everything. But I mean, these are huge markets that are being digitized already. And even today, we're already in the billions, tens of billions, with a really small number of users and use cases. I also think that to keep in mind how big it can be, metaverse, I think, is a good thing to have as your like direction. Like, let's say it's 10 years in the future or something like that. What percentage of your life and what percentage of your time spent is going to be in digital environments, and then what percentage of your assets are going to be in digital environments. And I think it's reasonable to bet that it's going to be some decent chunk. And so that's just assets upon assets all moving digital. And it already kind of happened. I mean, this is kind of a weird side effect of COVID, is that we had this like supercharging of moving people into the digital world all at once. And I think that just means that it's more likely now that we're going to see 50%, 25%, some large percentage of our lives in digital worlds in 10 years.
Nice. Let's talk about like product market fit really for NFTs in the digital world and the physical world. We've kind of touched on it a little bit here on how it's really penetrating certain industries. And one of them that really hasn't been disrupted is art. And I think that's the one that's kind of taking off. And I'll kind of let you kind of guide this, Ethan, on your end. Like, how are NFTs, and I'll let you pick either worlds, impacting or will impact, I guess, digital world versus physical world? Are you following certain things like the art or, the art space or music space or, real estate? There's a lot of opportunities here with NFTs. What are you following?
I don't have like a particular thing to follow, but I do have I guess like general idea of what's going on. But I think NFT is definitely going to have a bigger impact on the physical world, in a sense that a lot of the thing that we know around us is going to be tokenized in the next few years. But I don't think, how do I put this? I think a tokenized economy is definitely the future, but at the same time, there are also a lot of things that is hard to be tokenized. For example, real estate, right? I think the NFT of real estate is definitely a very interesting thought, but we believe that we still have a very long way ahead of us until it becomes a reality, because the social construct of property ownership has remained unchanged for so many centuries, and it is very difficult for people to be willing to open up to new ideas of a different way of owning a property. But we do think that socio-political and economic progress will change that in the future for the better. And yeah.
Nice. What about you, Zach? Kind of how do you see this product market fit for NFTs, I guess, in the digital or physical world? What's the impact? And I'm sure you're seeing a lot of use cases on your end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as I mentioned, we've been working since 2018 in NFTs, working in several different spaces. I think it's useful sort of initially to define the benefits of owning NFTs. First off, we saw that sort of as three separate types of benefits. First off, there was generally no purpose to owning it, and it was more so managing data. So it was like an organization or agency holding a token to protect and manage it. And that's like land registry, like was mentioned, healthcare management. And we never saw much adoption around that, unfortunately. Those are ingrained industries that it's tough to innovate for the most part. The next one was the control, or like enhanced accountability, where the token holder is responsible for the asset. That's supply chain, shipping, that type of thing, where whoever's holding that container, or that NFT owns that container, and there's sort of this global integrated view of what's happening, and they have responsibility for that. Now, there's been more adoption around that, things like the IBM Food Trust, that type of thing, but still very slow moving, nothing too crazy. But then there's been actual ownership, where you're holding value when you hold the NFT, and that's like digital art, fractional ownership of various things, and there's been way more adoption now and that's sort of the center of the discussion for this as well, because I mean it adds too many benefits, and that's where the explosion is now happening. So now ordinary investors can diversify their investments, holding on to non-traditional assets, which used to be pretty much exclusive to certain, more wealthy groups, and it creates markets where there weren't any before. So it's taking off in this sort of holding value in actual ownership of NFTs area. Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you a little different question, Bradley. Do you think there's a place for NFTs and kind of like digital and physical art, or like kind of these two worlds where, I mean, it seems like everybody, especially at this conference, thinks everything is going to be tokenized, but is it going to be a hybrid? Do you think, it's one or the other, or can both have market share in terms of not everything needs to be tokenized compared to tokenizing everything?
Well, I must say I'm not quite as excited about physical items in the physical world being tokenized in general, just because it doesn't change the physical ownership. So even if I give you the token, somebody else could go and grab the thing out of my hand and then they have it. Or my real estate could be like physically taken from me. Or the government might not update the record. So there's just other factors for if you have a purely digital thing, then it's so much easier to move it around. So I see it as more like the physical world is the analog world. Like as we go digital with assets, those types of things might physical real estate as a store of value might be less important. I mean, obviously we need some physical place to reside in, but again, if you imagine, I know I'm going super far out there now, but if you imagine 10 years down the road or 15 years down the road, you're spending most of your time in a digital world, you might care a little bit less about your physical property and a lot more about your digital property. So I think it's kind of like, because there's this flaw in the physical world, that it's the opportunity for the digital assets. They're so much more secure. They can be controlled by code. We can build all this cool stuff on top of it. Like the moment you get into the physical world, you lose a lot of that. So I see the perks. I've been like hearing about, various creators will be like, here's an NFT that has value, and like you also get like a video chat with me. Like that makes sense perks make sense that are in the physical world. But trying to take something that's in the physical world, you got to deal with like real estate. You need to have like a bribe function, right? For like most real estate transactions around the world, you need to have that in the code somewhere. Like it just doesn't. It's like there's reasons why it's not being done in a transparent way. So it's more the incentive problem with the physical world.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And I've always thought that too, in terms of like tokenizing, physical assets when you don't actually hold, you don't actually own it, in kind of that psychological understanding. Michael, I have a different question for you. Like we have a lot of viewers, right? And people are looking at NFTs and the market's, crypto, the market, and seeing all these like prices of things going on sale, or increasing in value. How do you like distinguish? How should one, and probably different ways to look at it, but like, should everybody look at an NFT as like, I want to buy this for $1 million, or should they look at it, as something more personal, more sentimental? And then it's probably going to be obviously like in the middle, but I feel like everybody's trying to buy the NFT, like, for the pump, but ultimately it seems like an NFT is more in the moment right now, something that you cherish, like personally in some capacity.
Yeah, Bradley, super interesting perspective on people having a less strong desire to hold cool real estate in the physical world because we'll be spending more time in the digital world. It's a pretty interesting perspective. Also, the idea of merging the physical and digital world for things like art. We're actually doing the first, I believe, in North America, live NFT art gallery with a few famous artists, as well as a musician playing that has some songs with over 1 billion views. who are doing an NFT drop live at the event. It's called NFT Basel, NFTBAZL.com, happening in Miami June 2nd. I think some of you guys might be going there, so that will be fun. With physical art pieces as well as digital art pieces, and the physical art pieces being on the blockchain represented as NFTs, which I think is interesting. Bradley, your opinion that a physical art piece can be taken and the digital art having more value. I don't necessarily disagree with that. I'm more excited about digital everything as well. But you could also be kidnapped and your digital wallet could be taken as well. So I think that's an interesting conversation. As far as the valuation of NFT assets, that's a pretty interesting question. I think similar to art, most art in general is pretty is like a pretty like immediate impulse purchase. But as tickets become represented on the blockchain as NFTs, you're going to need an NFT to enter a music festival, to enter a conference, to do anything. Your diplomas will be on the blockchain, represented as NFTs that you get through traditional university, but also the universities that will come natively in the metaverse, like in Conference Center. And I know the Blockchain Education Network is doing a lot there. But I think the way to value NFTs, similar to any business, you can consider the cash flows, the potential future cash flows of that business with whatever multiple for the time. You could do the same valuation analysis for an NFT, and you could consider what expected future rate of return you think that the ownership of that NFT will provide, whether that's in the form of other non-fungible tokens that are sent to your tier of collectors. What fungible, so then in the case, in like the example that I used previously, that's for your most elite collectors as a creator, you could send them VIP passes to everything you do. If you're a label, you could send the high value creators NFT pass or VIP passes to everything the entire portfolio of creators does. You could also send them fungible tokens. Just thanks. I just launched my creator coin. Here's some creator coins. Plus you could you could provide access to your high valued creators to like very exclusive mastermind groups that provide potentially priceless deal flow. I don't know, but anyone that makes investments, if you can get access to the top investments, which everyone makes, most people make investments, or most people aspire to make investments at least, even if it's $50. If you can get access to the highest value investments because of your ownership of an NFT, that could represent billions of dollars of future potential cash flow. But I think when considering the value, similar to anything that is mass market, mass produced assets almost always depreciate in value because they are not scarce. There's no significant value in holding an H&M shirt, for example, or holding anything that is not scarce. But iconic NFTs, where they are ultra scarce and where the creators want to continue to incentivize their highest tier of collectors, I I think that those NFTs are more likely to appreciate in value.
Makes sense. I think there's a lot of variables there in terms of like valuing these things, and yeah, it's just interesting to see these prices inflate pretty high in terms of like, obviously that's what the market value is maybe at this moment. Ethan, I want to talk about like the project that you guys are working on regarding Dodo NFT and or Dodo NFT Vault. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because I think that's kind of a cool, and I want to get everybody's thoughts here if they're not following that.
Yeah, for sure. As you mentioned, you briefly mentioned that the possible collision of NFTs and DeFi. And I think our Dodo NFT platform is the exact example of the collision between NFT and DeFi. So we basically combined our highly capital efficient PMM algorithm with the idea of NFT fractionalization, and to create a brand new solution to pricing and liquidity formation of the NFT marketplace. As opposed to the traditional AMM way of creating a market, you have the project team has to provide an immense amount of liquidity on both the ask side and bid side to create a market, and rely on the X, Y, and the K to discover the price. But with our sophisticated PMM algorithm, the team does not have to provide that much of capital. All they need to do is to set up their initial price and set up their price curve using our algorithm, and they're ready to go. So, yeah.
Well, I think it's interesting, and I want to get some thoughts here on kind of that product.
Yeah,
you might have
sure.
to break it down a little bit more.
Yeah,
But
for
you
sure.
know, one of the big challenges, like during the ICO boom, was you know, kind of the pump and dump, and people not holding on to tokens and not caring about it, you know, speculating, as opposed to those really caring about, you know, the project and the ecosystem. I think the NFT too, like, you know, had poor retention and not to mention like liquidity, you know, issues. So I think what you guys are working on is pretty interesting. Break down the fractionalization aspect of what you guys are doing. Like how does that work?
Okay, fractionalization. So basically, it's like selling a share of a company. So say you have a piece of really expensive artwork that you're going for $69 million, but not everybody is able to afford that piece of artwork. And if you wanted to sell that $69 million on the AMM market, you have to provide a $69 million worth of capital on the X side, which is not a lot of people able to do. So our fractionalization is basically we break down that $69 million of artwork into, say, like 1 million pieces. So then every share is going to be like $69, which is like a very affordable price for average buyers. So they're given this opportunity to be involved and in the price discovery process and to speculate. And at the same time, to create more volume, to create more liquidity for this market, and which is a win-win situation for both the project team and the speculator and the buyers in a way.
Anybody have any thoughts on that? Kind of interesting application there.
Fractionalization is awesome. I'm sure there's we've got a few projects doing some similar stuff for domains. Kind of makes sense. It's kind of close to this like DAO idea where you would have like a company, organization, whatever, being run by multiple different people. It's kind of moving in that direction, which seems like another potential really big trend. Like I think eventually you're going to have panels about like DAOs and why are DAOs the biggest trend, and you know, why is New York Times talking about DAOs? Why does everyone have a DAO? I think we're going to be on that panel in like a year or something.
Ethan, one question regarding that. Can you sell off a fraction of your assets, or is it one asset? Can you have a pool of assets and offer shares of that pool? Or is it just, I have one piece, one item, whatever it is, you know, I'm going to fractionalize that?
Sorry, could you repeat the question again? I didn't catch that.
Sorry, can you put up a pool of assets as well, or one asset to fractionalize? Can you fractionalize your basket
It can
images.
be like it can be like a pool of asset and just put in the vault, and then you can fractionize the whole vault. Yeah, what's in the vault and into like different tokens, fungible tokens. Yes.
Super cool, Ethan. That so I figured the market would go in that direction, fractionalizing NFTs, creating DeFi pools backed by the value of NFTs. So definitely you're on trend. I'm keen to hear more about this and possibly securitize or fractionalize our metaverse REIT portfolio using your software, if that makes sense. And also, Bradley, I strongly agree. I don't know if it's going to be a year, maybe 6 months, maybe 18 months, but soon enough, DAOs will be the trend, and we'll be on a DAO panel together.
Sounds like fun.
Zach, any thoughts on kind of, what Dodo NFT, the Vault, Dodo NFT Vault's doing in terms of fractionalizing, kind of democratizing, allowing more people, I guess, to come in, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of similar to what I mentioned earlier, which I mean, Ethan brought up, was just sort of democratizing access to these assets that were typically only reserved for the ultra wealthy or just the wealthy in general. So, I mean, the benefits there are great. I'm excited to see where that goes then into other areas. I mean, I'm not a DeFi expert by any stretch of the imagination, but like sort of to my knowledge, DeFi is purely for financial return and NFTs are for that, but also a deeper psychological reward sort of as well. So, I mean, there's the basic other stuff using NFTs as collateral for DeFi and other, but I like the idea of layering on top of NFTs or sort of social tokens, treating like a creator or something along those lines as themselves an NFT, and then creating social tokens to fund some sort of venture that they're doing, whether they're a musical artist, whether they're a startup, whether they're a digital artist or just an influencer in general, doesn't really matter. And it's sort of a new way of them, financing their venture in a decentralized manner from people who actually care about what they're building. So you can figure out who their top fans are, make sure that everybody's interested in the same things. And it's this sort of it then becomes a sort of peer-to-peer marketing from a group of people pooling their resources together to achieve something together, which I think sort of adds an interesting layer on top of just DeFi and just NFTs. So felt like I'd bring that use case up. Thought it was interesting.
Ethan, how does it track the price? You said you set your own curve and then just kind of the algorithm tracks that. And kind of going back to my question on the value front, like how is it determined? Just by the creator?
Yes, the creator is able to customize this price curve prior to the launch of the project. And there's like several different parameters that they're able to customize to determine how the price go. And the whole point is that the creator has a bigger control on how the price go, and they're able to set the initial price, and then they're able to set the price curve. And as the liquidity enters the pools, and the price will just increase along the curve, and that's the basic idea. And this curve is powered by our PMM algorithm, which, yeah.
Nice. Are there any kind of, I don't know, risks associated with kind of getting involved with someone creating this democratizing their NFT assets?
In terms of risk, me and our team were still very closely monitoring this aspect, and this is a question that we're still eagerly working on, and one day we'll give you a more detailed answer to that.
People are totally going to lose money, and people are going to make money, and crypto goes on these like 4-year cycles historically. And so if we're towards the end of the cycle, then eventually it crashes. Happens all the time. Just hang in there. Don't be short-sighted. Always comes back.
Yeah, exactly. Zach, what are your thoughts to kind of maintain on this DeFi, this NFT DeFi? Like, you think these projects are going to allow you to collateralize it, exchange it, leverage it in some capacity, along with, your other, fungible tokens?
well, to me, it seems like NFTs are sort of like a few years behind cryptocurrencies, and now Bitcoin is being used for collateral for, you know, larger banks and stuff like that. So it feels like NFTs in general are, you know, just a couple of years behind that. So this feels like something that is really taking off. It, of course, is much tougher to actually value properly because, you know, currencies, tokens are, or excuse me, fungible tokens are all, well, they're fungible and equal to each other, and you can determine what that market is, but it's much harder to figure out what the value of NFTs are. That said, absolutely going to be able to use this for collateral very soon, and it should be a very interesting ride.
People are already doing it.
Yeah.
People are already creating contracts and collateralizing NFTs.
Okay.
Makes sense. Let's kind of go along the lines of more on the technical side in terms of interoperability with NFTs. What are your thoughts, Ethan, in terms of like gas fees, scaling issues, you know, the challenges along those lines of I don't know, wider spread adoption? Like, or should we be worried about it? Are there other, you know, other networks and platforms that we can tap into? What are your thoughts there, Ethan, on in terms of interoperability and kind of, you know, taking care of some of these?
Yeah,
problems?
for sure. We're very closely exploring and realizing the cross-chain compatibility and deployment, which will definitely alleviate the challenge that brought by the high gas fee and the long processing time. And for example, we're already live on Binance Smart Chain and Hiko Chain. And in terms of Ethereum, we're also looking at the implementation of a L2 solution to further address these issues. So we're definitely, as a team, we're working on it, and it is going to be addressed sooner or later.
What were your, and Zach, I'll get to you because you guys have some infrastructure too. So like you guys are super involved there. But Ethan, in terms of like choosing the chains that you chose, what went into those thoughts? So you're building on Ethereum already, right? And then you just also integrated BSC?
Yes, BSC and the Hiko chain.
And why BSC chain?
Well, like one of the reasons is just like the competition on Ethereum is very huge, and we're just trying to find the different battlegrounds. And I think Binance Smart Chain is a really good target, and yeah, that's basically our thought process behind it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say for many good reasons, you know, and everybody can find it online in terms of, you know, what they provide, the benefits of that chain, and it's just kind of interesting. What do you see, Zach, from an infrastructure standpoint, in terms of, you know, being able to maybe transfer these NFTs from one chain to another, you know, whether that's bridge, whether that's standards, and you could probably take it from your perspective from Zua.
So what we've seen basically is that interoperability is important, but it isn't the biggest issue facing the industry right now, and it's not the demand that we've seen from the market. For the most part, their demand is all around usability, scalability, and pricing. Basically, getting more people to jump on, getting more people to use NFTs and blockchain in general, basically revolves around treating it like it is other applications that they're used to dealing with. So, like making an NFT marketplace like an Etsy or something along those lines, so that it's much easier to use. So interoperability, yeah, it isn't essential, I think, in the short term, but in the long term, this is something that is absolutely something that is going to need to be taken care of, because it is tough to sort of rely on businesses and other organizations to drive that value. Because if we view this primarily just on an economic value, you know, businesses are going to view this sort of in a short-term light with a goal of responding to the demand that they see then. That makes sense.
Nice. And what about you, Ethan? Like in terms of interoperability, like you think that's important, critical for, I think we've all been talking about kind of this NFT space, and like we've all been talking about how important, certain things are going to be tokenized, but like, what about if it's just on that chain, even from maybe a gaming standpoint, right? Like interoperable either within kind of the Ethereum, whatever chain you're built on, or even between multiple chains. What are your thoughts on interoperability? You think it's important for NFTs?
Yes. But hypothetically, we do believe that like more values could be unlocked if standards were to apply across different chains. But we do believe that applying standards across different chain is a extremely difficult challenge, just given how different networks are fundamentally different. But we are happy to see that some networks there are applying similar or even the same standards. But yeah.
No, I mean, I think that's important. And you brought it up really with standards. I kind of had that in my notes, like applying these standards generally across different chains so that people can not be stuck on one chain or have to choose or decide. And obviously, if there's concerns and issues in one network, how does that hinder, right? Like some of the adoption, like some of the use cases, some people being confident to apply that. So yeah, no, I think you bring up some good points there, and I think those standards, we'll see. And Zach, you mentioned that too. Like in the short term, not really. In the long term, yeah, like that's kind of pretty important. Michael, I was talking about interoperability, and we're gonna kind of wrap it up in a few minutes. But interoperability in terms of like being able to transfer your NFT, we're talking about so much value, right? In these NFT sectors and the way we use them right now, people are building on certain networks and platforms. Like how important is that to maybe, and Ethan brought up like generalizing standards across chains so that you're not stuck to one or picking and choosing and whatnot, and kind of siloed this out. What are your thoughts there in short term or long term? Like, is it important?
Same as there's bridges for fungible assets, there will be bridges for non-fungible assets. I'm a blockchain agnostic believer. There's not one chain to rule them all, in my opinion.
No, I mean, we're coming up here on an hour and stuff. I think it's been a great discussion. We've chatted about kind of why NFTs have blown up, and it's really not. Some people think they come out of nowhere, right? And obviously not. People have been working on this for quite some time. I didn't even know about the NFT kind of meetup that Bradley was talking about, or that conference, in the last couple of years. And that's how Bitcoin started about, 12 years, 11 years ago now, in terms of these small meetups in local cities. Before we end here, and I'm going to end on you, Ethan. Michael, I'll start with you. Give me about a minute. What was your journey into blockchain? Like, how did you end up in crypto blockchain? Give me about a minute.
Founded with Bitcoins in 20.
You're going to be. I'm going to go last with you, Ethan.
I found out about Bitcoins in 2010. I thought it was a scam. I was in grade 11. Didn't take it seriously. Then in 2012, the Wired article came out. Bitcoin just gone to $30. That went into the technology. So I started to take it seriously, spent the next year diving down the rabbit hole, as we like to say, realized that this is the most exciting technology in the history of the world. I wanted to tell anyone who would listen to about it. So I started first the cryptocurrency and then later the FinTech Club at McGill University, where I was going to school. It's the Harvard of Canada, if you guys haven't heard of it. Rock on, McGill. And then started Bitcoin Canada to connect the national ecosystem, connected Canada to the American collegiate ecosystem, the College Crypto Network. And here we are.
Nice. Zach, what's your quick journey into blockchain crypto? How did you end up here?
So I was a Yale economics grad that graduated in 2017 and started working in seed stage venture capital. And I had a buddy who just wouldn't shut up about this thing called Ethereum. And I ignored it for about the first 13 or 14 times he brought it up separately. But then on like the 15th time, I was like, this guy's so crazy about this. There must be something to it. Then I started reading into it and I was immediately hooked. Like it was Ethereum. I learned Ethereum. And I remember I read the Bitcoin white paper, which was maybe 7 or 8 pages. I remember properly. But I was just completely enamored by it. I caught the boom and bust cycle right before it happened. Had fun during that. Though I am largely non-technical, I think that winter I was on the treadmill or something and just had an aha moment where I realized I wanted to work in blockchain for the next decade, 20 years, however long. And that's then when I decided to drop everything and move to Denver and try to make it work in the blockchain industry. And then I ended up at Zua and everything worked out great.
Nice. Ethan, what's your journey, man? How did you end up in blockchain crypto?
My journey is pretty similar to Zach's. We're in pretty much similar boat. We're both, I guess I'm also a non-technical guy, and we both have a buddy who is really enthusiastic about cryptocurrencies. And then it's just my buddy convinced me to give it a deeper look. And then I do my own research and realize it's the cryptocurrency, crypto in general has just has a huge untapped potentials. And then it's pretty much just the Wild West. There's a lot of opportunity for you, but it also comes with a lot of risk, and it just sounds very exciting. And I was invited on board Dodo and to work with them as a member of the project. Very exciting stuff. I just been just learning every day, just get different experience every day. Just very exciting. I'm very happy with where I am right now, and I'm looking forward to stick with crypto in the future. Yeah.
Nice. That's kind of a great story. I love catching everybody's stories, everybody's rabbit hole stories on how they fell into it. And same here, I kind of came across Bitcoin in 2013 and went to grad school and heard about it, Ethereum, Ripple at the time, Coinbase. And then I fell into it. My buddy was like, hey, we're doing this, that, and the other in crypto development and VC. I was like, all right, cool. Jumped in, and here we all are now, years later talking about it. Ethan, real quick, what are your thoughts in terms of in Bitcoin? What does Bitcoin mean to you?
I think Bitcoin, it's how do I put this? I think Bitcoin and Bitcoin network. Bitcoin is like the gold, and the Bitcoin network is like a treadmill that moves only the gold. It's very slow and very little utility to it. I think it's the following generations of blockchain technologies like Ethereum and Binance Smart Chain. They're leading the future because they're like the wide road, and you can drive car on top of the road, and the car, they're the decentralized exchange apps, and those apps, they can carry a variety type of merchandise. So I think Bitcoin, I think it's done its job to kind of kick off this whole crypto thing. And then of course, people are still holding it in very high regard, but I think moving onward, people should start looking at Ethereum, Binance Smart Chain, and decentralized exchanges, and even NFTs and so on. Just look to the future.
And last question, Ethan, what kind of sets Dodo apart from the rest as far as an exchange goes, and why should people kind of check out Dodo and start trading there?
I think, as I said before, Dodo features its original proactive market maker algorithm, which set the bar really low for people to enter the market making process to provide liquidity. And then it's just a very user friendly platform that allows that's inviting everybody to become part of this this movement, this industry, and we provide great value generating products to all our users, and we're ever growing thanks to our community support. We have an ever growing community, and things are just keep on growing, and I don't see any reason why you shouldn't check out Dodo.
Sounds good. I mean, you guys add value, get people moving in the space, user friendly, different product solutions, which everybody's still experimenting with, learning, understanding. So appreciate kind of your efforts there and really putting this panel together and supporting kind of the Reimagine conference. Not only that, really, like I said at the beginning, just education, knowledge, sharing all of our perspectives and opinions, because we're still in this bubble, and we're still trying to understand it. We're still trying to express it and teach it to others. And we have a lot of, people checking this out now that are investors, novice experts, depending on, it doesn't even really matter. I think there's something in this conversation for everybody. So I'm going to go ahead and conclude here. We've been on for quite some time. I know it's about 4 a.m. on Michael's end, so we'll go ahead and end this discussion. Everybody tuning in, hopefully you had a good time with us. Talking to Ethan Zhang from Dodo. We talked to Bradley Camp from Unstoppable Domains, Zach Danker-Feldman from Head of Business Development at Zua, and Michael Gord at XDB Foundation. So, you can catch this at the Reimagine YouTube channel. And we appreciate everybody kind of joining and participating here for one of our last interviews. So Michael, Zach, Ethan, thank you all for joining. We appreciate your time.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much,
everyone.
All right. Have a good
Peace
one.
out.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021, the virtual conference series. I'm Roshan Marajkar, the project manager at Reimagine, and one of your hosts for this event. This is our 8th event, and this time we're focused on state of the art chain. So we're exploring NFTs, the implications of content creators, and really a different dynamic of ownership. I'm so excited to be joined here by a returning guest. With me here, I have Jack O'Halloran. He is the CEO and co-founder at Scale. Jack, welcome back to the show. And how have things been since the last time we spoke to you? Have you bought any NFTs since the last time we spoke?
Hey, Roshan, thanks for having me here. Hi, everybody. Pleasure to be here today. I'm pumped to talk about NFTs. I think it's a very, very exciting space. Scale actually, we'll get into this in a minute, but just announced functionality to mint NFTs on Scale Chain. So, but hey, Roshan, since to answer your question, since last time, hey, I've been hustling. We've been working around the clock at Scale. We just released another mainnet upgrade that lets all of these new features come to bear for the Scale market, which means sub-second block times at less than half a second, and zero gas transactions. So you can mint NFTs on a Scale chain for zero cost. Just as a developer, you have to pay to buy a Scale chain. You buy a piece of the network, and you're able to then have transactions, run smart contracts, do strategic things like mint tokens or non-fungible tokens. So, but anyways, awesome to be here. Haven't bought any NFTs since I talked to you last, but I'm about ready to try to commission someone to build an NFT, to make an NFT for me that's Scale and Ethereum oriented that is going to go right behind me when I talk. Okay, that's my NFT dream.
Yeah, no, that would be awesome to have like a little hologram or something meaningful in an NFT form. And I think a lot of people in the community, as people are getting more into, I would say, the next dynamic of the space, which is basically for me usage, right? People actually using these different protocols rather than just simply buying and selling, kind of what you could do before. What kind of things have you seen? Probably in the past year, we seem to be in a different dynamic. The market is rebounding in terms of like interest, not just money coming in. What types of projects are you interested that you kind of seen people building on Scale?
So, and I have to say, I think it's a feeling of just like almost relief, but also like, yeah, this is what we thought was going to happen for all the people that have been building the last 4 years. So we started working on Scale in 2017. Many other phenomenal projects that are now big projects you see started that same year. And the cool thing is, I think we were all standing on the shoulders of giants, right? Where, the people who built Ethereum and other, and Bitcoin was long before that, and all the other projects that came before us really were the building blocks for this next generation. And to your point, we're at a phase now where we actually have traction. We have people, it's not hype, it's not speculation. There's obviously hype and speculation, but it's based off of real work and real technology that can deliver on the promises. And where I like to kind of think where we are is we all know that user-owned network marketplaces are better. User-owned products are better. Worker and user-owned governance is better. Profit sharing is better when it's done through users as opposed to just a small set of centralized players. And that spans all over. It spans into NFTs, the way the NFT market works, and we're here talking about art today. It spans into finance. It spans into Web3 and social. It spans into the other areas that crypto and decentralized networks are just permeating. And to me, we've kind of like over the hump now, and it's just when are we going to hit that knee of the curve where these things just get even more prevalent? And we're getting there, and it's awesome to see it happen.
Yeah, and it's great to hear you speak so positively about kind of like rewarding early users or like early people in the community. And I know you have a dynamic community at Scale. And a recent thing that I was looking at that I really want to get into is the Scale Innovator Program. Can you talk to us a little bit about like what are some of the incentives and why are you even doing this with the community? As far as, is it for adoption, or like why is this so important for you?
Yeah, so we actually started the Scale Innovator Program in 2018. And what it was select developers that applied, that were accepted into the program, got access to scale chains. They have grants for when their scale chains go live to help subsidize their early use of the chains. They have access and support to scale the core engineering team and core dev team and scale solutions engineering. They have access to co-marketing support and growth support. And if you think about infrastructure companies and you look at companies like Amazon, AWS, or Google Cloud, or Microsoft Azure, they all have incentive programs and support programs for developers to help get started on their platforms. And decentralized networks should be no different. They're just done a different way. There's a foundation that offers grants. It's community oriented, it's community issued, and it's not centralized. So the Scale Labs core team helps support that effort. But that's the goal of the Scale Innovator Program, is really it's around developers. And that has been awesome. It's been phenomenal. There's 135 teams signed up for that, really big companies to small companies. But we also recently launched the Scale Ambassador Program, which is a decentralized, really community effort. And that's in, I think, 18 different languages right now across the world. You see Scale being translated, supported, and it's really about education, awareness, and enablement. That's the whole premise of the Ambassador Program and the Innovator Program, where we drive awareness, then we create education materials. We're not trying to shill anything. We're really trying to educate. And then we enable people to then go and either deploy scale chains and use the network, or stake tokens if they want to participate in the network.
Yeah, and I think you hit you hit a very good point, a very important point as far as education. I think this new wave of people coming in, or even if you're in the space, I feel like I'm always learning all the time, like how to actually use a lot of these different protocols. For the people out there that still don't understand, I guess, that some things are proof of work or proof of stake, like what's an easier way to understand, I don't know, something like proof of stake protocols and why they might make interacting with dApps easier? Because I know you guys have been doing a lot of performance upgrades and new updates that are going to make these decentralized apps faster. So can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, so let me first talk about the size of the proof of stake industry. As of today, there's $146 billion staked into proof of stake networks. And those networks, the way they function is you give collateral. So let's say I'm staking Scale. I'm basically saying, hey, I'm going to put my Scale at risk. And what's happening is if the validator who runs a node or a computer in this blockchain is bad, I get penalized and I lose money. But if the validator's good, then we make money. The validator makes money and I make money, okay? And I'll share like 10% a month with the validator of my return. And it's a business property here where you're actually, and that's the word stake, right? I mean, we put it at stake, and that's where it comes from. You put your money at stake. And then opposed to proof of work, where there's, game theory and game mechanics around energy and, block sizes and winning block awards, and by basically, deploying energy. And in the same way, if you deploy a lot of energy and you act malicious, you kind of wasted that money. That's how proof of work functions. And when it comes to proof of stake, it's a energy friendly mechanic. And that's one of the reasons why Ethereum's switching over with ETH2. That's why Scale and many other phenomenal proof of stake networks are proof of stake. And it enables a lot of other things like very fast consensus. On Scale, you can run a block in about, we just ran one we were running them at 0.35 to 0.45 seconds on the latest testnet before the launch. That means you have 2 blocks per second finalizing, compared to Ethereum taking like 15, 20 seconds per block, and then a lot longer for the end finality. and Bitcoin even slower, right? So proof of stake has a lot of advantages, and it's, I think, you look at Amazon Web Services, that runs a major percentage of the world's technology today and applications. Their revenue in Q4 of 2020 was about $13 billion. Proof of stake networks, based off of the current token prices, 146 billion, will do just on that about 20 billion in staking rewards this year. And we're almost catching up to Amazon. Amazon Web Services is still ahead, but hey, in terms of just like creating return, that's massive.
Yeah, definitely. That was such a great point. Actually, I love that comparison, because also in a lot of these networks, like there's a lot of transactions back and forth, like one transaction to approve, one to get into these different pools, whereas something like AWS, it's like usage based on on demand manner, like whenever you need it. But these blockchain networks they're always on, right? They never go down. To kind of segue into something that you said, and I'm very excited to have this honor to bring up this point because it's like brand new news. Tell us a little bit about like, these NFTs right now, they're on Ethereum, it's still proof of work. So I would say it's like very energy intensive. So I heard there's a new way on Scale to mint cost efficient NFTs. So tell me a little bit about, these new features, products that you guys are launching, and why it's so important, kind of the way you did it, the way it's constructed.
So let's talk thank you, by the way. I'm really excited to talk about this. It's a huge feature in a massively growing space. So when you think about NFTs, what you need to store an NFT on a blockchain is file storage. And that, so when you think about an image, right, or a video, these are a set of files, and the computer looks at them, and the processor looks at them, and then it can display these images on screens. And so they have to be stored somewhere. And blockchains, to store a bunch of files on a blockchain, it's really expensive. So if you store files on Ethereum, that needs to be stored across the entire network. Okay, it's really expensive. And so instead of storing files on Ethereum, what people do is they connect to IPFS, which is a decentralized file storage. It's protocol. Now, Filecoin runs IPFS, and a lot of other products will use IPFS. But and one of the issues is you can have a smart contract on Ethereum that basically says this private key owns the assets here. And then there's a string of code that points to an IPFS gateway. And then you go to that string of code. And then if that link is pointing to a centralized URL, like the Beeple $69 million piece of art, whatever person has access to that URL could actually like swap what's in what that image is. Now, the contract always says, hey, you own this thing. You can't change that. But if the thing behind the thing changes, that's bad. And it could happen. And so Scale is a little different in that Scale is one big network, but instead of having a blockchain run one across the entire network, all of these nodes run many, many, many blockchains, okay? And so if you want to store files, you only have to store it on a subset of the nodes, and then it's cost effective. Also, the Scale nodes are high-powered machines. They're like, $3,000 to $5,000 machines, or cloud, cloud infrastructure that costs, anywhere from $300 to $1,000 a month based off the specs. So these high-powered machines that have a lot of collateral behind them have a feature called file storage. And so Scale file storage was added a long time ago so that you can run machine learning models with it and AI. You can take neural network models and run them connected to smart contracts. But now we realize this feature also is really great for storing NFTs and actually storing images directly on the Scale chain. And no one can go shift out the URL. The image is actually stored locally on the Scale chain.
Yeah, that's actually pretty interesting that you can run other types of computations, I guess, on the Scale chain or on the miners. I think, what you sort of just described is going to be really helpful for like this next wave or the future of NFTs, because people have only started experimenting, and I would say it's quite difficult. The barrier of entry is a little high in terms of cost for many people. And I don't know if you addressed it earlier, but while we're on this topic, I know you're making a lot of performance upgrades as well that you recently went through. I think it was today or yesterday. So talk to me about how that's connected to, I guess, where do you see the next wave of dApps? I think in 2017, people had like high visions for them. It turns out like this wave of people want to use NFTs, but I think a lot of people out there don't even know they're using dApps sometime, or yeah, maybe just at a high level, like what are some popular dApps that maybe you use or that you're excited for that you think will make an impact in terms of usability?
Yeah. So let me answer the first part of your question. I want to address something you said. So it could cost you hundreds of dollars to mint an NFT on the mainnet. And what you're doing is you're creating art that you don't know has value yet. Also, you're limiting the types of NFTs you can create. Imagine if baseball cards, the only baseball card you could make were rookie cards of the 4 best players in limited edition, because each card costs you $200 to print. You would only be able to print a certain number of cards as a baseball card manufacturer, not like a whole set of all these cards, right? And the same thing's true with NFTs. You need to be able to mint things. And then, the cost of minting them doesn't minimize the value they could reach. There's still scarcity, but what you're doing is you're just lowering the operational cost, and you're letting artists and games and different media platforms do more with NFTs with less risk from a business perspective and less operational costs. And so that's really, the functionality that is important to enable, and that's what scale can enable with NFTs, and not just low cost, but guarantees that the asset will be there. Okay, so but what, now getting back to your question, what is it about blockchain that didn't happen in 2017? The issue was user experience. So in order to do something on a blockchain in 2017, you needed to have a hardware wallet. It was a real pain in the ass to get your money, your fiat, turned into some form of crypto. It was really painful to try to get tokens transferred from one to another. You had to go over to like Binance or Coinbase or somewhere and try to swap in and out of something else, and then put it back in your wallet, then go to the application. Now we have this fluid exchange environment where really slick API-based wallets that are both mobile and desktop exist. They're connected to exchanges and token mediums where you can get the right assets quickly and easily. They connect easily into applications through Web3. They connect into blockchains through Web3 too. And they're the kind of glue that ties together the user experience. And then from the blockchain perspective, the goal is to make it so a user doesn't know they're using a blockchain. And so that was Scale's design premise. We needed to make it so the transaction finality was just like using a Web2 product, and the cost for the end user was like using a Web2 product. And the end user didn't need to pay every time they did something. You could rely on a developer or community to fund a contract that then could pay for the blockchain transactions, i.e. funding a Scale chain.
Yeah, actually, what you just described there would definitely help more people get in, or like more incentives to get in if somebody like pays for your transaction for you, or if that transaction is not hundreds of dollars. Kind of going back to the NFT topic, like, what do you think it is about? Like, do you see NFTs and like decentralized applications as kind of being relational in any way, just in terms of like the usability of them? Because I think what you said earlier, or what I've been hearing, is like people are right now, people are just buying NFTs for like collectibles, but they're not really using them, if that makes sense. Whether it's actual representation, I should say the utility. So do you think there's any relationship between like the utility of NFTs and where like decentralized apps were a couple of years ago? Because now people use these dApps, like you said, all the time. But with NFTs, it still seems speculative.
Yeah, there's an element of NFTs people like right now that are all about whatever they buy going up in value. Okay. And that's a speculative nature. But the cool thing about NFTs is that they actually can have other rights attributed to them that are immutable and connected to the ownership of the NFT. And so we're going to start seeing more use cases of these come into play. And you hear about the Kings of Leon NFT album that comes with different perks. So imagine you could buy an album that's an NFT that also gave you access to one concert. And then that, the NFT could be scanned one time, that private key could be used once to get, pay for any concert to get a VIP access, right? That's something that you could do, that would be cool. That actually has a use connected to it. It's more about an exclusive rights to service than something that's an immutable object that will rise in value. And hey, immutable objects that will rise in value are also cool. Guess what? Art are NFTs too, in a way, but they require a lot of people to provide consensus on the fact that it's original art. That's why there's art experts make millions of dollars a year going in and analyzing art for Christie's auctions, right? So NFTs and smart contracts just basically do that work automatically. And so it's not that stuff's bad at all. I think it's really healthy and cool, and it's a big market. But NFTs are going to start doing other things. Imagine their access to concerts, tickets, and rights to certain things. And they're exclusive, and there's finite numbers. And that's what blockchains can do well. You can create rules and orders and mechanics and code them into tokens. And then those tokens are limited and finite and permanent and can also be leveraged for certain things. And so I think we're just getting started. And again, though, we always have to go back to the basic rule. Like, if you get creative ideas from blockchain, you need to ask yourself, well, do I really need a blockchain for this? Is a blockchain going to add value? And now I think more and more the answer is yes, because there's less friction in terms of using them.
There certainly is less friction, and I think that's big props to a lot of really the development that's gone out there for people like you and your team as well, always doing upgrades and keeping the development community happy. One thing I kind of wanted to get into that I think we don't talk about enough in the industry is just the concept of like governance and decision making. How do you within the scale network, how do you look at how's decision making or governance different than what you see in a lot of these yield farming models? Because I think people don't understand the different types of governance, or like what you can even vote on. I think people are just starting to realize like you can use your tokens. Do you have any cool like use cases or things that people might not know about?
I think that the connected point that's similar between yield farming operations, i.e. DeFi projects, and networks like Scale are that governance really guides economics. And then when you have a group of users that has responsibility, or that owns something, and there's a supply and a demand part of the equation. And for example, in yield farming, there's people that are trading, they're the demand side. And then the supply side are the people that are providing liquidity in a liquidity pool. And then if the people in the liquidity pool aren't getting enough money, they're going to say, we're not going to use this anymore. The return's not high enough. And so how do they change it? Do they just call the CEO? No, there's no CEOs of these things, right? Like, I'm CEO of Scale Labs. We're a core team that supports the Scale network, but there's no CEO of Scale network. It's a bunch of smart contracts on, and so you need governance in order to change the mechanics. So let's say all the people that run nodes in the Scale network say, hey, this costs us too much money. We want a guaranteed rate of return. We want, before anything is paid out, we want 20% to immediately go to the node operator before those bounty rewards are given. And we're going to put our foot down. We need this, or it's not worth it for us. They could submit a governance proposal and people vote on that. And so I think economics are where we're going to see governance come into play. And and to close the point, the way you actually vote and do these things is to have a token, stake it into these networks and participate. And once you're participating, you then get voting rights. It's kind of like, in like most US cities, if you are signed up to vote, then you also have to do jury duty. You like get to vote, but then you have to do other work. And, and it's a little bit like, it's like, hey, if you do the work, you get the right to vote is kind of it's a little bit, it's backwards. It's opposite of that, but it's it's a connected dynamic.
Yeah, I think that's a good comparison for people to understand, and it's exciting to see a lot of the upgrades that you're doing, because I think that's one thing that hinders a lot of like interesting use cases, just in terms of it just doesn't make sense. Like it doesn't make sense to spend that much amount of money for things like high transactions per second, or like paying people out in real time. What do you think, as networks like yours comes on, and you were telling me that, you just upgraded with like, I think it was 0 gas fees. Did you mention?
Yeah. So now the Scale network uses mountains as the themes of the mainnet releases. And started with Mount Tam, which is a small little mountain in the Bay Area, and then Fuji, and then Kilimanjaro, and now Denali is the latest upgrade. And with Denali, the network now is able to produce Scale chains were available prior, but there's certain performance enhancements and security enhancements that the community was waiting on before the chain started getting pushed out to dApps. And there's 135 dApps in the Scale Innovator program, and now next week, these chains are going to start going live, and we're going to start. There's going to actually be, I'll give a little like alpha like information here that's publicly available. But anybody can, if you're looking at GitHub, you can figure this out. But there's an application that will be launched as a first application, and it's going to be an NFT matching game. And so you're able to like play this fun game and match these images and remember where they are in this matrix. And when you match them, you actually then own the NFT. And you're going to see that when you do this, it's not like you're playing a centralized game. You're actually using the blockchain. The blockchain knows, the smart contracts know which buttons you hit. And when these things match, then you own that NFT. And there's limited quantities of these NFTs. So it's actually an NFT ownership game of fun Scale assets that, we thought was cool because it shows off NFTs running on Scale. And it shows off fast, gas-free transactions using MetaMask as a wallet.
Well, there you have it, kind of like the exclusive sneak peeks, and that's why you got to be tuned into Reimagine 2021. We're always trying to bring you these interesting talks to kind of end things off. And before I say that, I highly encourage people to go check out everything that we just talked about, for sure. But yeah, to kind of end things off, one last question. Who do you think has the upper hand in adoption right now? Is it enterprises, or is it small blockchain companies that are like, really deep, have been deep into it? And then, yeah, just some helpful links, or like how people can connect with you.
Yeah. So you know what? Blockchain is going to, and crypto is going to permeate every corner of the internet. I think cryptocurrencies add values in so many ways. I mean, these are programmable money. Okay. And a lot of the issues we had before with like, now we have stable coins, and we have API based wallets, and we have proof of stake networks with really fast consensus and, almost no, like very low costs. All these advantages are coming to play, and you're going to see that this permeate everywhere. Now, enterprise will be slower to adopt, and that's in part because one of the values of blockchains is that they disrupt centralized control, and they give coordination and organization to groups of users through smart contracts and mechanism design, instead of relying on middlemen to coordinate and provide services and then charge tariffs and taxes for use. So we'll see naturally enterprise be a little slower, but enterprises that are smart are learning how to leverage and use these things and have hybrid models where they can use Web3, they can use blockchains to grow their own businesses. And so there's some really cool things that are launching soon that I'm excited to see in the enterprise, with scale included. And we're happy to support that innovation and growth. So you can learn about Scale, like wearing the Scale t-shirt. Scale.network is the website, and you'll get access to all of the social links. You can follow me at Jack O'Halloran on Twitter, or at Scale Network on Twitter.
Yeah, love that shirt and love all the great work that you guys are doing. Good luck with all the future initiatives, and really excited to check out NFTs on Scale. Jack, thank you so much for your time and coming back to Reimagine 2021. We look forward to speaking with you again. Thank you.
Roshan, thanks. Thanks, everybody.
Let you all tune back in to Reimagine 2021 version 8. Thanks.